I was clearly a bloodthirsty demon lord who sacrificed millions of mortals, yet the cultivators built tens of thousands of temples enshrining my statue, burning 4 incense sticks daily and performing elaborate prostrations before it, all just to evade the soul-snatching grasp of my 10,000 souls banner. I thought their worship would help me ascend to the immortal realm, but in the end, the heavenly Tao erased me under the accusation of mass slaughter. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine this would lead me to become the supreme arbiter at the pinnacle of the immortal realm. When I reopened my eyes after rebirth, I found myself back on the day I sacrificed an entire nation, 200,000 mortals freshly refined into my 10,000 souls banner, its surface still seething with dark energy, faint screams of agony echoing from within. The most critical detail: hundreds of cultivators were rapidly approaching from thousands of miles away, led by none other than a nascent soul realm expert. Currently, I was just a golden core realm demonic cultivator. Given my recent atrocities, once those cultivators arrived, my death would be inevitable. With a nascent soul cultivator among them, escape was impossible. Just as I resigned myself to despair, a cold voice echoed in my mind: host successfully bound to the great virtuous system. This system will guide the host to reform. The magnanimous righteous saint physique has been activated. As the system's voice faded, a layer of righteous light enveloped me, masking my demonic aura. Surveying my current predicament, I recalled the tragedy of my past life erased by the heavenly Tao. Instantly, another escape plan crystallized in my mind. I suppressed all my cultivation and descended to the ground, disguising myself as an ordinary mortal. Sure enough, moments later, the group of cultivators arrived swiftly above Dachin's Yusho. On those flying swords were cultivators riding the blaze, their auras righteous and their sleeves billowing in the wind. Each held sword seals in their hands, exuding an extraordinary presence. Witnessing the tragic scene below, a female cultivator at the forefront, named Gu Qingqing, drifted with an ethereal grace, her brows tightly furrowed in profound sorrow. The great Qing is gone, my home is gone. Overnight, all the mortals of Great Qing were sacrificed. For such a catastrophe to occur in a mortal kingdom, and our Lingxiao sect to have no inkling of it. Who was it? I swear vengeance for the people of Great Qing. Gu Qingqing, unable to contain her emotions, cried out hoarsely. At this moment, Elder Sheng Jin of the Lingxiao sect, a middle-aged man dressed in ancient Taoist robes, suddenly appeared in mid-air. After surveying the situation, he said coldly, "This aura, it must be Wu Jizi. That demon once slaughtered an entire city before. Who would have thought he would now sacrifice an entire nation of the Great Qing Empire? No one knows what he looks like. He always hides beneath a black robe. But this aura is unmistakable. The energy of the soul-devouring art, no one else but him could wield it. Moreover, the presence of his 10,000 soul banner is here as well. It's him, Wu Jizi." Looking at the cultivators above, Su Yunzhang still felt uneasy in his heart. Of course, he was afraid the middle-aged man appeared to be at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. As for his own strength, he was also at the early-stage Golden Core realm. However, with the 10,000 souls banner, he was certain he could crush his opponent. As for those flying on swords, they were merely at the foundation establishment stage and hardly worth mentioning. It must be said, Wu Jizi was truly bold only at the Golden Core realm, yet he dared to use his demonic arts to sacrifice an entire nation. Attacking mortals is inherently condemned by heaven and earth, and despised by cultivators. Alas, my fate is so bitter. Just as Su Yunzhang was pondering, suddenly, Elder Cheng Jin shouted angrily towards the ground, "Who's there? Get out!" Elder Cheng Jin's loud shout drew the attention of the cultivators flying on swords above, who all looked downward. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a young man with a refined and scholarly appearance. At first glance, he appeared very kind, yet there was a hint of nervousness in his demeanor. Wu Jizi was naturally young, and as a cultivator, his appearance hadn't aged. Moreover, according to Su Yunzhang's memory, Wu Jizi should only be around 50 years old. To be honest, this level of talent is already considered high, so his youth is understandable. For mortals, Cultivating immortality is already an immense challenge, and the foundation establishment stage is a major hurdle. As for the golden core stage, it's practically an unattainable dream. To be honest, it's a bit baffling how Wu Jizi ended up on the path of dark cultivation. In his memories, there's only the scene of Wu Jizi obtaining the demonic cultivation technique, but the reason behind it remains completely unknown. It's as if it was deliberately concealed and erased. Su Yunzhang, fearing his identity might be exposed, quickly shouted, "Immortal, immortal, I am a citizen of the Great Qing. I'm just a mortal. I never imagined immortals truly existed in this world." Elder Chengjin was taken aback for a moment, his brows furrowing tightly as he angrily rebuked, "Nonsense. Wu Jizi, that demon, possesses the banner of 10,000 souls, and his demonic arts are unparalleled in the world. He set up an array in the Qing kingdom, and no one within it could escape. How could you still be alive?" Meanwhile, Gu Qingqing also turned her gaze toward Su Yungyang. Upon hearing that he was a citizen of Great Qing, she immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Without another thought, she swiftly steered her flying sword toward the ground. Seeing this, the others hurriedly descended as well. Tears glistened at the corners of Gu Qingqing's eyes as she stepped forward and urgently asked, "Are you truly a subject of Great Qing?" "I am." Su Yunzhang nodded, his heart filled with fear, mainly worried that he might be discovered. "I, too, am a subject of Great Qing. Great Qing was my home, but my home is gone. My parents, my clan, all of them are gone. It's all because of this great demon." Watching this fairy-like woman cry before him, Su Yunzhang grew even more resentful of the identity brought by his own body. Helpless, he could only share in her sorrow, forcing out a tear. Yes, the Great Qing perished overnight. That demon slaughtered so many mortals. Though our Great Qing was but a remote and small nation, it was still our home. Su Yunzhang's sorrowful expression didn't seem fake, though of course, what truly saddened him was the fact that he would have to carry this identity for the rest of his life. At this moment, the elder Chengjin approached from mid-air and coldly demanded, "Boy, you're not from Great Qing. That fiend Wu Jizi, how could he possibly have missed you? Who exactly are you?" I don't know." Su Yunzhang stammered, unable to come up with an excuse in such a short time. How on earth was he going to cover up this lie? Suddenly, Gu Qingqing said urgently, "Elder Chen, how can you say that? He clearly looks like an ordinary mortal. What else could he be?" Gu Qingqing's current situation was like meeting a fellow countryman, tears welling up in her eyes. To encounter someone from Great Qing again on its ancestral land, she naturally felt compelled to defend him vehemently. Su Yunzhang watched as she defended him, feeling inexplicably moved. I'm so moved to tears. But, little sister, I'm sorry. It was I who killed the people of your Great Qing, perhaps even your family members." Su Yunzhang wished he could end his own life right now to atone for his sins. As someone who had just transmigrated, he couldn't even bring himself to kill a fish. Suddenly having so many lives on his conscience must be unbearable. Elder Chengjin snorted lightly, absolutely abnormal. How could he possibly evade Wu Jizi's formation, not to mention that demonic technique and the 10,000 soul banner? With that, Elder Chengjin stepped forward and carefully examined him with his divine sense. Yet, he found nothing. This man was indeed an ordinary mortal, but that in itself was utterly abnormal. He even began to suspect in his heart, could this mortal before him actually be the great demon Wu Jizi? But this young man carried an aura of righteousness, so gentle and even a bit foolish, nothing at all like that infamous demon. Something's wrong. Suddenly, Elder Chengjin noticed a faint white glow emanating from Su Yunzhang's body, as if it were protecting him. He quickly inspected it and was immediately astonished. You actually carry the aura of righteousness within you. Born with the aura of righteousness. No wonder that demon didn't detect you." Elder Chengjin quickly justified himself and directly gave Su Yunzhang a satisfactory answer. Su Yunzhang never expected it could be explained this way. What a great excuse. It must have been the heroine righteousness technique the system had just bestowed upon him, naturally carrying the aura of righteousness. He hadn't expected it to help him slip through unnoticed. What luck. Kid, the heroine protected you. You're lucky to be alive. Su Yuzhong nodded woodenly, appearing somewhat intimidated by Elder Chengjing. Gu Qingqing quickly chimed in. Elder, you frightened our fellow townsman. He's just an ordinary mortal. How could he possibly know what happened when you interrogate him like that right off the bat? Gu Qingqing then turned around and whispered reassuringly, Fellow villager, don't be afraid. Elder Chengjing is a good person, a truly great person. Su Yuzhong thought to himself, he is indeed a good person, he gave me such a perfect excuse. Fairy sister, I'm scared. It's alright. Gu Qingqing's eyes were filled with tenderness, though tears still glistened at the corners. Elder Chengjing also felt somewhat embarrassed and awkwardly asked, Young friend, my apologies, but did you happen to see what that demonic figure looked like? Su Yuzhong quickly shook his head, appearing extremely nervous. He knew he couldn't afford to say a single wrong word. After all, this was a cultivator, someone who could use soul-searching techniques to directly extract images from his mind. He absolutely couldn't give them such an opportunity. I didn't see anything, so I hid inside the house, too scared to go anywhere. Well, you're really lucky to be alive. Kid, since you managed to survive and have such righteous energy, how about joining my Lingxiao sect? Consider it a chance at life. And it'll also make you stronger. Elder Chengjing thought to himself, this is indeed a promising seedling. Bringing him back would not only strengthen the sect but also serve as a proper explanation. Really? Can I really fly on a sword like you and become an immortal? Su Yunzang's eyes lit up, his face filled with longing. Of course, but it depends on your talent. Elder Chengjing raised his head high, exuding an air of arrogance. Su Yunzhang nodded hurriedly upon hearing this. I'm willing. Good, there's nothing more to see here. Nephew Gu, I suppose he's the only one left alive across the entire land of Great Qing. Gu Qingqing gazed longingly at the homeland of Great Qing. The city still stood, yet it was now completely deserted. My home. Gu Qingqing stepped onto the flying sword, bringing along her fellow villager Su Yuzhong as well. She flew leisurely along the way, witnessing many scenes that all felt strangely familiar. Unable to help herself, tears streamed down her face once more. Out of concern, Su Yuzhong handed Gu Qingqing a handkerchief, saying, Little sister, don't cry. Wipe your tears. Little sister. Gu Qingqing was quite puzzled by this address. Call me senior sister Gu. My name is Gu Qingqing. And you? My name is Su Yuzhong. Oh, thank you. As soon as the words fell, Su Yuzhong's mind was filled with the system's cheeky voice. Ding. Host has helped Gu Qingqing pass a handkerchief. Reward store unlocked. Righteousness points can be exchanged for elixirs, techniques, items, etc. Currently at 0. Please work harder. Ha! Su Yuzhong was instantly dumbfounded. What does this mean? Even this counts? Handing over a handkerchief counts as a good deed now. He feels terrifyingly strong. Lingxiao sect. It is an upper-tier immortal cultivation sect of the Great Qing, guarding this small mortal kingdom. In return, the Great Qing offers them tributes and incense. Over the years, everything had been peaceful and stable, but no one expected such a disaster to strike this time. The Lingxiao sect didn't react in time. It was until after the Great Qing was annihilated that they thought to investigate. There's no other way. The Lingxiao sect is not within the borders of Great Qing, and the nearest distance to its frontier is at least 200 miles. Although flying on a sword is fast, the realization came too late. The group flew on their swords and returned to the skies above Lingxiao sect. They saw the sect enveloped in an ethereal aura, grand and majestic. Despite being located in the northwest, it still exuded the imposing presence of a cultivation sect. Su Yuzhong gazed at this imposing sect and thought to himself, is this what a cultivation sect looks like? As a mere mortal, he never imagined that one day he would also have the chance to cultivate immortality. What a pity your status is too low. We're here, junior brother Su. When we arrive at the sect, don't be afraid. The sect elders may want to question you later. Elder Chengjing also nodded slightly. That's right. No one can guarantee whether what you say is true. Even with a righteous aura, you must still undergo inspection. Su Yunzhang felt a pang of nervousness upon hearing their reminder. What should he do now? He had thought that after the eccentric elder asked this question and received a perfect justification, there would be no need for further scrutiny. Who knew they'd be so strict? If his true identity were exposed, it would truly be the end for him. Thank you, I understand, Su Yunzhang replied with a humble demeanor. They followed Elder Shen Jing to the Lingxiao Grand Hall of the sect. The originally empty hall was suddenly filled with numerous figures upon their return, all exuding an air of solemnity, their bodies enveloped in purple qi. At the forefront stood a man with a youthful face and white hair, his expression stern as he coldly demanded, Shen Jing, what exactly happened? The Qin Kingdom is a mortal nation under our Lingxiao sect. For such a major incident to occur, without our slightest awareness, this is nothing short of a disgrace. Chen Jing couldn't help but lower his voice and explain softly, Sect leader, we noticed it too late. All 36 cities of the Qin Kingdom were directly enveloped by the soul-devouring formation of that great demon, Wu Ji. For some reason, we didn't sense this aura at all. Logically, this shouldn't have happened unless he used something to block it. The sect leader fell into thought upon hearing this. Beside him, a stunning woman dressed in a colorful Taoist robe said calmly, Senior brother sect leader, I heard that Wu Ji possesses the banner of 10,000 souls. This Wu Ji had previously used the 10,000 souls banner to sacrifice an entire city of mortals. It's possible that during this time, his 10,000 souls banner has grown even more powerful, which is why it's now shielding his own aura. The sect leader of Lingxiao sect sighed upon hearing the beautiful woman's words. Shimiru Oshui, what you say makes sense, but in the end, this is still just our speculation. In my opinion, we still need to investigate this matter further. We must give the Northwest Cultivation Alliance a perfect explanation. This is utterly humiliating. I heard you brought back a survivor from the Qin Kingdom. Correct. Elder Shen Jing pointed to the mortal Su Yunzhang behind him and explained, This young man is named Su Yunzhang. He possesses a righteous aura, which allowed him to conceal his presence and avoid detection by that demon. One could say he is blessed by fortune. Sect Master, he is blessed with the fortune of Qin, and furthermore, he is inherently endowed with noble righteousness. His future achievements will undoubtedly be extraordinary. Sect Master Qin Jian cast a rather curious glance, noticing that although he was an ordinary mortal, he indeed possessed an aura of noble righteousness. This could not be faked. Elder Chen Jin's earlier remark about him being favored by fortune was also reasonable. After all 36 cities of Qin were sacrificed, yet he managed to survive. This was anything but ordinary. Young man, judging by your scholarly appearance, you must be a scholar from Qin, correct? Sect Master Qin Jian said indifferently, turning his gaze toward Su Yunzhang. Su Yunzhang appeared slightly nervous and quickly said, Greetings, sect leader. I am but a commoner, originally tilling the fields in Yunzhou City. I have always been fond of poetry and literature, aspiring for the title of top scholar to become an official of our Qin state. Alas, I encountered this great calamity, and our Qin state is no more. He spoke with a sorrowful demeanor, his words moving to behold, truly embodying an aura of noble righteousness. Very well. In that case, step forward. As he spoke, the Qinjian sect leader conjured a magical artifact out of thin air, a mirror. The mirror appeared to be made of bronze, yet it shimmered with radiant colors, giving off an aura of immense power. Suddenly, Su Yunzhang's mind was filled with a system prompt, and before his eyes appeared a description of this artifact. Shantian mirror, capable of detecting spiritual consciousness. It can depict the images within the mind of the person it is used on and display them for others to see. Su Yunzhang was instantly stunned. Wasn't this just holographic projection? What should he do? There was no escaping it. Damn it, if only he had known better than to come. Of course, he also understood that he had no choice. If he hadn't come, he would have been forcibly taken to Lingxiao sect and become even more suspicious. It was better to be honest. What a disaster. Damn system, What should I do now? System notification, no comment. Su Yunzhang felt extremely distressed. No, he had to find a way to resolve this matter. At that very moment, a chubby little old man nearby was gnawing on a chicken leg, completely unfazed even in such a serious environment. But who would have thought, the chicken leg in his hand immediately fell to the ground. Su Yunzhang's eyes lit up, his chance had come. Like a hungry wolf pouncing on prey, he swiftly picked up the chicken leg from the ground, leaving the old man no time to react. This scene startled everyone in the grand hall, making them think Su Yunzhang was starving. Oh dear, this poor young man must have been frightened and hasn't eaten anything along the way, famished. He even picked up the chicken leg that fell on the ground. He must be starving. Who would have thought that Su Yunzhang actually handed the chicken leg to the old man, saying, "Grandpa, the chicken leg fell on the ground. I wiped it clean for you. Eat it quickly." When my mother was alive, she used to say, "A little dirt, one teahoot." The chief elder was taken aback. No one present had expected Su Yunzhang to pick up the chicken leg and offer it to the old man. For cultivators like them, food was never a concern. They could even go without eating. But the virtue of saving food was almost non-existent to them. Truly a mortal, and such a kind-hearted one at that. The chubby-cheeked old man's face trembled slightly as he beamed and accepted the chicken leg. "Young man, you're truly too kind. Thank you." As soon as the words were spoken, the system's notification tone rang out again. Help the chief of Lin Xiao Academy pick up a chicken leg. Righteousness points increased by 100. Dim. Host has obtained one opportunity to alter memories, allowing evasion of the profound heaven mirror's inspection. It's here! It's here! Finally here! Su Yunzhang was overjoyed. Fortunately, he had kept his cool in the face of danger, and thankfully, this damn system still had some humanity left, offering timely assistance. He finally let out a sigh of relief and quickly altered the memories in his mind, reshaping them according to the scene he had described to Elder Sheng Jing. The profound heaven mirror circled once before him, then projected a scene in the grand hall. In the scene, Su Yunzhang appeared terrified as he watched the people around him turn increasingly bizarre, howling madly. And in the sky, a faint black shadow could be glimpsed, but it was too high up to make out clearly. However, from this scene, several of the Lin Xiao sect pit masters, as well as the sect leader, sensed the aura of the soul-devouring art and the banner of 10,000 souls. Especially in the sky, the silhouette of the banner of 10,000 souls appeared, so vast it blotted out the sky, as if attempting to steal the heavens and replace the sun. This scene truly resembled a living hell. Su Yunzhang, a mere mortal witnessing this in the vision, was utterly terrified and quickly retreated to his house, unaffected by the chaos. Retrieving the profound heaven mirror, the green sword sect leader clenched his fists in extreme fury, gnashing his teeth as he said, "Wu Jizi is the greatest demon of our northwestern cultivation world. Now that he has caused trouble within the territory of our Lin Xiao sect, we must demand an explanation for this matter. Most likely, the other sects of the northwestern cultivation world will hold us accountable, and mortals from other nations will also panic. Issue a kill order. Hunt down Wu Jizi once his presence is detected. Show no mercy. He must pay with his life." Yes! Listening to the words of the Qingjian sect leader, Su Yunzhang cautiously thought to himself, "The person you're looking for is far beyond the horizon yet right before your eyes. Ah, this Wu Jizi, this great demon, is truly despicable. How dare a mere golden core cultivator act so recklessly?" The sect leader before him possessed the strength of the late golden core stage, a quasi-nascent soul expert. With just a casual wave of his hand, he could easily deal with Wu Jizi. However, with the 10,000 souls banner in play, the outcome was uncertain. This truly was seeking wealth amidst danger. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Su Yunzhang, since you are so fortunate, born with noble righteousness and blessed by the Qing dynasty's fortune, would you be willing to join our Lin Xiao sect and become a cultivator? Sword Green sect leader stared at Su Yunzhang while extending an olive branch. Su Yunzhang pretended to hesitate and said uncertainly, "Sect leader, I'm just a humble scholar. Can I really become an immortal? Is all this fighting and killing really good?" The Qingjian sect leader chuckled and explained, Cultivating immortality is about cultivating the heart. Anyone can pursue immortality, it just depends on your destiny. Even scholars can cultivate immortality. By combining cultivation techniques with the nurturing of your righteous energy, the higher your enlightenment, the stronger your righteous energy becomes, enabling you to advance in cultivation. In our northwestern cultivation world, there was once a scholar who joined an immortal sect. In a moment of sudden enlightenment, the heavens bestowed upon him vast righteous energy, elevating him from a mere mortal to a golden core expert in an instant. Hearing this, Su Yunzhang thought to himself, if that's the case, then with the righteous energy art at my disposal, my cultivation speed should be remarkably fast. Moreover, since this world lacks an abundance of literary works, wouldn't I be able to compose them effortlessly? However, on the way here, I also read the Haoran Jingqiju. To cultivate using literary works, one must reach a certain state through a specific opportunity to attract literary energy. Otherwise, one can only cultivate silently. Headmaster, this disciple understands. Good. I see you should join the Lingxiao Academy under the guidance of the chief Rice Bucket. Rice Bucket? Su Yuzhong knew that the head of Lingxiao Academy was the little old man who had been eating chicken legs earlier. He never expected his name to be so bizarre. Rice Bucket. Ha ha, young man, don't be so curious. Since childhood, I could never get enough to eat. After becoming a cultivator, I developed a passion for food, so I took the monastic name Rice Bucket. Cultivation is about freedom and unrestraint. Dharma names aren't that important. I understand, disciple. Su Yunzhang said somewhat humbly. The Rice Bucket chief then directly took Su Yunzhang's hand and led him out of the great hall. The Lingxiao Academy, situated on one of the mountain peaks of the Lingxiao sect, gathers many cultivators who are fond of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. They all seek to nurture themselves with noble spirit, thereby achieving the goal of cultivation. There are no shortcuts on this path. It may seem like mere rote study of poetry and literature, but it tests your fortune, your abilities, and your comprehension. Some may study for a lifetime and still fail to transcend. Of course, cultivators generally live longer than ordinary people, experience more, and accumulate more knowledge, so naturally, there's no issue. The gluttonous old man looked at Su Yunzhang and said with a chuckle, "You're one lucky kid. That great demon Wu Ji actually didn't notice you." Innate Haoran Qi truly impressive. As he spoke, the gluttonous old man pulled out an ancient-looking book from his qiankun pouch and explained, "The cultivation of Haoran Qi is different from that of ordinary cultivators. This technique can accumulate righteous energy, which, like spiritual energy, serves as a medium for cultivating immortality. Even if you cannot achieve sudden enlightenment, you can still gradually accumulate it through daily practice. Take it." Su Yunzhang responded with an "oh" and gently took the ancient-looking book, seeing the words Qingfeng Haoran Ju written on it. The gluttonous little old man explained, "Nowadays, since the establishment of the heavenly Tao, Confucianism has weakened, and the techniques of the Taoist school and righteous energy have merged, complementing each other. Therefore, this Qingfeng Haoran technique was still compiled based on Taoist cultivation methods. Ultimately, among the 3,000 paths of the Great Tao, cultivating a body of righteous Haoran Qi cannot be separated from the Tao. Ah, I've told you so much. Cultivating immortality is all about pursuing the Tao. But which path you choose depends entirely on yourself. Well, young man, Haoran Qi is not so easy to nurture. Most people give up halfway and eventually choose another path to follow." Su Yunzhang listened to these profound and enigmatic words without dwelling on them, for he couldn't comprehend them anyway. All he knew was that the Haoran Qi within him was incredibly powerful. With this cultivation method, it's up to you to cultivate a righteous aura, whether through music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. The choice is yours. When you have free time, take more walks. Below Lingxiao sect, there are many cultivation cities, and mortals are rarely seen. All right. Su Yunzhang responded, and soon, the two arrived at the academy. Lingxiao Sect Academy. It could be seen that many disciples had gathered on this mountain peak. When the gluttonous old man arrived, many put down their tasks, wondering why the first seat had suddenly come. Put aside what you're doing and come here. There's something I need to announce. The little rice bucket old man shouted, and soon most of the disciples had arrived. Some were seen flying on swords, some on brushes, and others on books. In the end, the noble spirit, or literary energy, isn't much different from spiritual energy. The world naturally possesses this noble energy, and its usage is the same. They could naturally also fly on swords, and their cultivation levels were the same. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Su Yunzhong, my newly accepted personal disciple. From now on, treat him with respect. You brothers should also respect each other. That's all. The short, chubby old man called out, and the fellow disciples present suddenly understood. However, they were all surprised the sect leader hadn't accepted a personal disciple for a long time. Suddenly, here comes one. Could his talent be extraordinary? But he looks just like an ordinary mortal. Everyone nodded in agreement. We understand, Master. All right, everyone, get back to your tasks. The gluttonous little old man waved his sleeves and then vanished like a gust of wind, leaving the mountaintop. Su Yunzhong remained where he was, looking utterly foolish. After the head disciple departed, the other disciples swarmed around him. In the academy, rankings among fellow disciples were naturally observed. A man with an honest and simple appearance, dressed in plain clothes, stepped forward and said, "Junior brother Su, the head hasn't taken on a personal disciple in a long time. You must be quite special. Let me introduce myself. I'm the senior brother of the academy, and my name is Wang Shushu." Su Yunzhong nodded earnestly and said, "Hello, senior brother. Hey, how do you plan to cultivate the righteous energy? Why not follow me in divination and study the art of the Zhui? Perhaps one day, enlightenment will come in a sudden realization." Su Yunzhong was taken aback upon hearing this. Could it really be like that? But upon further reflection, the I Ching is indeed one of the 4 books and 5 classics. At that moment, a man standing nearby, who looked as thin as a monkey with unusually small ears and a very fair complexion, chuckled mischievously and said playfully, "Junior brother Su, my name is Zhou Ho, but everyone calls me Zhao the monkey. How about you practice calligraphy with me?" "Hey, don't listen to them. Follow me and play the guqin," said a middle-aged man with long hair, who seemed to be trying to appear refined, holding a guqin suspended in his hands as he chuckled. No. Follow me and play chess to comprehend the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. Playing chess cultivates one's character with all things in the world as chess pieces. One must strive to outwit even fate." Su Yunzhong watched their enthusiastic demeanor and immediately felt a bit flustered. Asking a great demon like him to cultivate his character. Besides, he didn't even understand these things. Better to put it off for now. These people were just too enthusiastic. Never mind, I appreciate this senior brother's kindness, but I'd rather find my own path. Oh, junior brother, you clearly have a scholarly aura and noble integrity. In my opinion, you must be exceptionally skilled at writing. However, cultivating through writing is the most challenging path of all. Soon, the senior disciple Wang Shushu found him a secluded small courtyard, which contained 2 wooden houses and a vegetable garden. In the future, junior brother, you can cultivate your mind and character here. However, you should still move around more and discuss with us fellow disciples. Su Yunzhong nodded lightly. All right, no problem. Thank you, senior brother. No need to be so polite with me. I just found out that you seem to be the only survivor of the Qing kingdom. Because you were born with the righteous aura of heroine, you are able to conceal your presence and avoid detection by the great demon. It's so tragic. Don't be too heartbroken. Vengeance will be served eventually, and the people of Qing won't have died in vain. For some reason, whenever they mentioned the Qing state, Su Yunzhong felt uneasy all over. Even though he was the one who had killed those people, he still pretended otherwise. With such an air of righteous integrity, he couldn't help but feel guilty himself. After senior brother Wang Shushu left, Su Yunzhong could finally drop the act and let out a sigh of relief. For him, maintaining this series of pretenses had been utterly exhausting. He should also consider how exactly he can survive. The system has given him a path to completely reinvent himself. But inevitably, there may come a day when the truth comes to light and he is discovered. He must prepare a foolproof plan, or else he will be tortured to death by the protagonist. As for the protagonist, he still doesn't know where they are. He only knows that the protagonist is also from this northwestern cultivation world. No, I must forge an indestructible body. I'm so afraid of dying. Su Yunzhong had just crossed over and didn't have any grand ambitions, he only wanted to live well. So it was natural for his thoughts to drift in this direction. A few days later, in the northwestern cultivation world, shocking news spread. An ordinary mortal kingdom, the Qin state, had been directly sacrificed by a great demon. Sacrificing mortals was already despicable, let alone an entire kingdom. This matter quickly swept through the entire cultivation world of the region. While most ordinary people might not receive the news as swiftly, they would undoubtedly learn of it soon enough. Such developments would indeed stir up widespread panic, leaving many terrified to the core. Especially the cultivation sects in the northwest, they have already responded within these few days by increasing the number of patrol disciples to tighten security. Should any further incidents occur, they would be able to react immediately, unlike the incompetent and weak Linxiao sect. The Northwest Cultivation World's Sun Moon sect is the largest sect in the Northwest Cultivation World. They possess formidable strength, and their disciples are all prodigies from the Northwest region. The Northwest Cultivation World both fears the Sun Moon sect immensely and regards it as the supreme authority among sects. Today, sects of all sizes have gathered at the Sun Moon sect. Qin Jian, the leader of the Linxiao sect, was naturally among them. Sect leader Qin Jian, how does your Linxiao sect handle its affairs? Such a large sect, do you not have patrolling disciples? Or were the patrolling disciples eliminated? Qin is a mortal nation under your jurisdiction. 36 cities, all their mortals sacrificed. Even if Wu Jizi is formidable, you should have noticed something. Are you all useless? The Qinjian sect leader felt somewhat embarrassed, secretly clenching his fists as he exclaimed, "Fellow Daoist Chen, to be frank, Wu Jizi's current strength is unknown, and his banner of 10,000 souls is extremely formidable. This guy somehow obtained demonic techniques and magical treasures. What could I possibly do?" "What could you do? So many mortals have died, don't you bear any responsibility?" "Our Northwest Cultivation World has been doing everything possible to hunt down the demonic cultivator Wu Jizi, hoping to track him down. This child must not be spared. We have no idea who Wu Jizi really is. What a complete waste." Linxiao sect. These past few days, Su Yunzhong used the righteous energy points he earned to exchange for body refining pills in his system store. Originally, his strength was concealed, but the physical body can be cultivated anew. He planned to take it step by step, slowly. Maximizing the defense attribute points was the goal. Therefore, he bought 10 body refining pills at once. However, the effect was not particularly noticeable. "No! I must go do good deeds." The system urged him to do good deeds and accumulate virtue. Perhaps this was the key to changing the fate of a major villain like himself. He couldn't afford to slack off, so in the academy, he sought out his fellow disciples everywhere. Whenever he saw them in need of help, he rushed over without hesitation. At the same time, he gained quite a bit of goodwill. "Senior brother, let me wipe your clothes for you. Eldest brother, let me help you clean the house. Jiao monkey, we're out of ink. Let me grind some for you. Junior brother, no need. We can use magic." "Oh, eldest brother, what are you saying? These are just small matters. Senior sister, your dress is dirty. Let me wipe it for you." "Ah, where?" "In front." "Ah, junior brother Su, you're being indecent. You're supposed to be a gentleman. How could you do such a thing?" Su Yunzhong blinked his innocent-looking eyes and said with a harmless expression, "Senior sister, what are you talking about? I really just want to help wipe it for you." After doing quite a few good deeds like this, Su Yunzhong had accumulated a considerable amount of righteous energy points, which he promptly exchanged for body refining pills. Pills like the diamond pill and bone-tempering pill, he poured them all into his mouth without hesitation. It won't kill anyone anyway. And so, day after day, Su Yunzhang, this great philanthropist, appeared in the eyes of his fellow disciples at the academy as nothing short of a living saint, truly embodying an aura of noble righteousness. His noble righteousness was indeed becoming increasingly refined, yet it seemed he had not yet found his own path. Walking outside the academy sect, Su Yunzhang often heard mocking words. Have you heard? They brought a mortal from the Qin kingdom who actually carries the aura of righteousness, and he was even accepted as a disciple by the academy. Ah, look quickly, isn't that Su Yunzhang? He's truly pathetic, weak and insignificant. I heard he hasn't even reached the Qi refining stage yet. Despite possessing the aura of righteousness, he doesn't know how to cultivate, utterly lacking any talent. Just the personal disciple of the academy's first seat. Every time Su Yunzhang passed by, he paid no attention to these remarks. After all, he thought, why bother engaging with them? As a proper villain, one must remain composed in any situation. There's no need to waste words on these NPCs. Besides, he had already taken the Qi condensing pill and was now at the 3rd level of Qi refining, far stronger than most newly joined disciples. They simply didn't know and were just spouting nonsense. This lord has good deeds to attend to. Here, Su Yunzhang had done so many good deeds at the academy that it had already made them feel somewhat embarrassed. They had no choice but to shift their focus. After all, the Linshao sect was vast, and they could still do good deeds by going to other peaks. Sword Peak. This mountain was under the leadership of Elder Ruo Shui as its chief. And this mountain peak is still the branch with the most sword cultivators in the sect. As soon as Su Yunzhang arrived at their mountain gate, he saw a middle-aged cultivator not far ahead, spitting blood and lying severely injured on the ground. Within the sect, private fights are forbidden. These are the most basic and common rules. The rule of their Linshao sect is that no one is allowed to attack fellow disciples. All matters must be united against external threats. How could he end up like this? Could it be that he encountered outsiders? Su Yunzhang hurried over to help him up. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity? Such a good deed was far better than the trivial things he had done before. Senior brother, are you alright? The middle-aged cultivator glanced at Su Yunzhang's harmless appearance and curled his lips into a sly grin. Suddenly, he groaned, Junior brother, are you from the academy? Su Yunzhang nodded. Yes, I'm from the academy. Junior brother, alas, your senior brother here is severely injured. Su Yunzhang supported this middle-aged cultivator, who appeared to be a foundation establishment cultivator. Having just reached that level, his cultivation was nothing remarkable. He quickly exchanged for a healing rejuvenation pill from the store, and it was even the top-grade kind. Senior brother, take this pill, it will take effect immediately. The middle-aged cultivator took a glance, accepted the elixir, and said with deep gratitude, Junior brother, you're truly kind. At this moment, the system also chimed with a notification. Assisted Foundation Establishment Cultivator Song Horan in healing his injuries. Obtained Wild righteousness points. Su Yunzhang's eyes lit up. Wow, so much at once. Why does it feel a bit fishy? Just as Su Yunzhang was overjoyed, suddenly, Song Horan pulled out a high-grade dagger artifact from his storage bag, emanating a chilling aura. Song Horan gripped the dagger and plunged it directly into his own abdomen, blood gushing out, presenting a gruesome sight. Ha! Su Yunzhang was utterly dumbfounded. What was the meaning of this? Why did he stab himself? Song Horan grinned, hee, Junior brother, you wouldn't want others to find out, would you? Ah, the cultivation world is a place where the strong prey on the weak. Kind-hearted people like you are rare. Let me broaden your horizons and help you grow a bit. Give me 100,000 spirit stones, and I promise not to say a word. Otherwise, I'll accuse you of killing your fellow disciples. Su Yunzhang was utterly shocked. Good heavens, had he just encountered a scammer? Are there con artists in the cultivation world too? You're trying to scam me? What scam? What are you talking about? Senior brother, have you lost your mind? I just started cultivating and am only at Qi refining stage 3. Are you saying I injured you? Song Haoren was taken aback for a moment. He hadn't considered this aspect, but it didn't matter. This top-grade magic treasure is enough to deal with foundation establishment cultivators and break through my defenses. Whatever I say goes. Hurry up and hand over the spirit stones. I warn you, I have connections in the enforcement hall. Don't be ungrateful. Su Yunzhang's face darkened, turning extremely grim. 100,000 spirit stones. He only earned 300 spirit stones a month, plus some given by senior brothers. Currently, he had just over 1,000. Although his shop could exchange spirit stones, there was no need for this. Why should he be taken advantage of after doing a good deed? Nonsense. I didn't, I'm not. Fine, fine. Then don't blame me for being impolite, junior brother. As he spoke, Song Haoren forcibly grabbed Su Yunzhang's arm, putting on a pitiful act, shouting and making a scene. Before long, a crowd of disciples had gathered around them. What's going on here? What happened? Everyone, come quick, come see. This guy is from the demonic path, hiding his strength and sneaking into our Linxiao sect to harm fellow disciples. He even stabbed me. Ah, it hurts so much. It hurts so much. Quick, someone come. There's a private fight here, and one of them is from the demonic path. Look, isn't that Su Yunzhang? The only survivor of the Qin Kingdom's sacrificial ritual. So it's him, the guy with nothing but righteous energy. What's wrong with him? Not sure. Seems like he had some conflict with senior brother Song. Song Haoren could naturally hear the discussions around him as well. A mischievous smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Oh, so you're Su Yunzhang. Kid, tough luck for you. I think you're pitiful enough. How about I just charge you 80,000 spirit stones and give you a discount? Just 80,000 spirit stones is really not much. Ask your fellow disciples to pull together, and if that doesn't work, you can pay it back slowly later, right? I have a blood contract here. Want it? Look at how many people have gathered now. If you don't figure out a solution soon, you really have no way to defend yourself. Su Yunzhang's heart burned with rage, utterly infuriated. How could there be such shameless people, actually calling him a demonic cultivator though? Admittedly, they weren't wrong. Then he was truly wrong. Who could bear being falsely accused as a demonic cultivator for no reason at all? Of course, he wouldn't take the blame unjustly. He angrily retorted, Senior brother Song, is it really appropriate to bully a newcomer like this? What's inappropriate about it? The cultivation world has always been about the strong preying on the weak. What good are all your academy's lofty morals and righteousness? Hurry up, are you giving it or not? Su Yunzhang said very firmly, no way. This completely enraged Song Haoren, who was furious and said coldly, fine, fine, fine. Just you wait, you little brat. As soon as Song Haoren finished speaking, he immediately lay down on the ground, throwing his high-grade dagger artifact onto the floor, still stained with blood. Everyone, come and see, take a look. This Su Yunzhang is a demonic cultivator. Do you see it? He may appear gentle on the surface, a disciple of the academy, but in truth, he is a demonic cultivator who has infiltrated our Linxiao sect. He's going to kill me. He's going to kill me. The Linxiao sect forbids private duels, yet he sought to kill me and seize my magical artifacts and spirit stones for himself. Utterly despicable. These cries of shock left many disciples bewildered and astonished. Wasn't Su Yunzhang born with innate righteous energy? How could he be a member of the demonic path? Moreover, wasn't it said that he wasn't even at the Qi refining stage, purely a cultivation failure? Just as they were puzzled by this, the members of the Law Enforcement Hall happened to pass by. The Law Enforcement Hall of Linxiao Sect is an independent institution. Its purpose is to discipline disciples, and even elders or sect leaders cannot easily interfere in its affairs. It can be said to wield immense authority. What happened? Senior brother Wu, senior brother, I was almost killed. This guy is from the demonic path. And look, I'm seriously injured now. He even has a top-grade dagger in his hand. I thought he was a disciple of the academy, radiating noble righteousness, so I trusted him for the moment. Who knew he suddenly stabbed me? It hurt so much. Senior brother Wu, you must uphold justice for me. Son Horan lay on the ground, looking utterly pitiful. Moreover, he was acquainted with this senior brother Wu, and more importantly, elder Yang Xinwang of the enforcement hall was his own maternal uncle. However, very few people knew about this relationship. What? He's a member of the demonic path. Do you have any evidence? Yes, just now. He was suddenly enveloped in demonic energy, with an overwhelming murderous aura. For a moment, Su Yuzhang felt even more wrong than Dou Yi. It was truly snowing in June. Heavens, is this what the cultivation world has come to? Can't someone just be a decent person? Decent person, my foot, he's nothing but a scoundrel through and through. These days, even the cultivation world has its con artists. Who knows how much this guy has gained through his scams? Probably, many people have fallen victim to his scams, but they just don't dare to speak up. Having connections is great, you can do whatever you want. The noisy scene quickly attracted many disciples to watch, most of whom were chi refining and foundation building cultivators. Those at the late foundation building stage, false core realm, and golden core realm generally don't bother with such trivial matters. Coincidentally, Gu Qingqing happened to pass by. Seeing her fellow villager, she quickly landed beside Su Yuzhang and asked, "Junior brother Su, what's going on?" Su Yuzhang found himself at a loss to defend his innocence. Upon seeing Gu Qingqing, he hurriedly explained, "Senior sister Gu, that some fellow has wronged me. He stabbed himself and then accused me of being a demonic cultivator, claiming I tried to kill him. I'm only at the 3rd level of chi refinement, how could I possibly kill him? That top-grade magical artifact on the ground isn't mine either." Gu Qingqing frowned upon hearing this and questioned, "Son Horan, what do you mean by that? Do you think my Qin state has no one left, that you can bully the people of Great Qin at will?" Son Horan was momentarily stunned. Gu Qingqing was the beloved direct disciple of Elder Lu Ruoshui, but today, no one could let this matter slide. After all, he had connections in the enforcement hall. "Humph, junior sister Gu, do you think I would wrong him? My brain hasn't been kicked by a donkey. He may be at chi refining level 3, but his true strength far exceeds that. He is a demonic cultivator." Gu Qingqing was furious. Yet, without another word, senior brother Wu from the enforcement hall led his subordinate straight to Su Yunzhang's side and placed a sword against his neck. "Enforcement hall business, no one interferes. Sorry, junior sister Gu." Su Yunzhang was thus taken to the enforcement hall, with Song Horan following along. Of course, Gu Qingqing trusted Su Yunzhang in her heart. She believed that Su Yunzhang was absolutely fine and definitely innocent. She had unconditional trust in her fellow villager, but this Song Horan was just too persistent. Helpless, Gu Qingqing had no choice but to seek help from Elder Shengjing. Elder Shengjing had a close relationship with her master and showed her special care. He was also quite familiar with Su Yunzhang, so he would surely be able to assist. The enforcement hall of Lin Xiao sect. The mist swirls densely here, creating an extremely forbidding atmosphere. After all, this mountain peak was specifically established to discipline disciples, so the enforcement hall must appear intimidating. After Su Yunzhang was brought here, senior brother Wu wasted no words and immediately ordered him to kneel on the ground. Of course, at this moment, Su Yunzhang clenched his fists tightly, seething with anger, his teeth gritted in fury. His true identity is that of a notorious demon lord. Even if concealed, even with a new soul, the malevolent aura carried by the original host would still cloud his mind. If not for a shred of sobriety remaining, he would have really taken out the 10,000 souls banner and dealt with these people right then and there. Ouch, still not kneeling. That kid's got some tough legs. At this moment, Su Yunzhang activated the Haoran righteousness technique within him, surrounding his body with an aura of righteous energy. I am not wrong. At this moment, an aura of righteous indignation shone brilliantly. No matter how the enforcers kicked or struck him, he refused to kneel even slightly. Of course, Su Yunzhang couldn't feel any pain either. You're not wrong. You're a demonic cultivator. daring to kill your fellow disciples. Our enforcement hall exists to discipline disciples like you. Do you know what crimes you've committed? If you still refuse to admit it, we will flay you, pull out your tendons, make you suffer all kinds of torture, and then throw you back into the mortal world, never to cultivate again for eternity. Sun Horan also swaggered forward at this moment. Su Yunzhang, junior brother Su, why must it come to this? I really don't know what to say to you. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, then sign a blood contract with me. This matter can be resolved. The enforcement hall is my territory, you'd better think carefully. Su Yunzhang sneered, dream on. Sun Horan immediately flew into a rage, and senior brother Wu also stepped forward, delivering a harsh kick to Su Yunzhang's leg. Yet he remained unshaken, with an aura of righteousness swirling around him. In this moment, he appeared utterly indomitable. Stop it! Suddenly, Gu Qinchin's voice came from afar and instantly appeared in the hall of the law enforcement hall, accompanied by Elder Sheng Jin. What are you doing? Is it appropriate for a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator to attack a disciple who has just entered the sect? Gu Qinchin was furious and spoke coldly. Beside him, Elder Sheng Jin also snorted coldly. The enforcement hall resorts to torture without even asking for the reason. Since when has the enforcement hall been allowed to act so recklessly? Senior brother Wu was stunned, never expecting Elder Sheng Jin to be brought into this. He was merely a disciple of the enforcement hall and felt somewhat intimidated in the presence of an elder. But just then, a stern and authoritative voice rang out. A middle-aged man in blue robes, sporting a small mustache, appeared before the crowd amidst a wisp of blue smoke and let out a cold snort. Elder Cheng, when the enforcement hall is handling matters, no one is allowed to interfere. That's the rule. What if this person turns out to be a demonic cultivator? Wouldn't that bring disaster upon our entire Linxiao sect? Isn't the incident in the Qin kingdom already a lesson to be learned? What does the Qin state have to do with this matter? Why wouldn't it be related? This middle-aged man with a small beard, dressed in green robes, was none other than Elder Yang Xinwang of the enforcement hall. Upon learning of this incident, he had rushed over immediately. Naturally, he was here to support his nephew. Phew! Not a single one of these demonic cultivators can be spared. Don't you know how strict our enforcement hall is? The matter naturally needs to be investigated thoroughly, not muddled with baseless accusations here. Kneel! Yang Xinwang's words seemed to carry the weight of law. The command kneel instantly cast a solemn atmosphere over the entire hall. The imposing aura he radiated, along with the soul-crushing pressure, was directed squarely at Su Yunzhang. He himself is a mid-stage golden core expert. A mere qi refining cultivator would find it hard not to kneel under such majesty. Su Yunzhang's actual strength wasn't much weaker, so it didn't affect him, but on the surface, he was just a qi refining cultivator, making it difficult to remain standing under such pressure. But his heart refused to yield. His righteous energy surged within him. His spirit was unyielding. He believed he had done nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. Su Yunzhang's righteous aura shone brilliantly once again, as if even the righteous energy between heaven and earth was moved by his will. At this moment, it surged around him, shielding him from the oppressive force of Elder Yang Xinwang. The righteous aura surrounding him resisted the pressure, deeply moving everyone present. Even Elder Yang Xinwang was astonished that he couldn't make a qi refining disciple kneel. What a disgrace! A righteous aura surrounded Su Yunzhang, and at this moment, he broke through effortlessly, encountering no barriers, directly reaching the foundation establishment stage. He suddenly became an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. This abrupt change also left the few present quite astonished. To leap from the third level of qi refining straight to foundation establishment was indeed quite rare, especially through the power of righteous aura. You broke through? Gu Qinchin was overjoyed. Elder Cheng Jin also cast an admiring gaze, as breaking through one's limits with righteous integrity was indeed rare. Su Yunzhang never expected that his unwavering heart could summon the righteous aura to surround him, enabling a breakthrough. Elder Yang, how could someone enveloped in righteous aura be a demonic cultivator? Are you joking? Yang Xinwang said coldly, so what if it's righteous aura? What if the demonic cultivator is skilled at hiding it? Besides, even if he's not a demonic cultivator, harming fellow disciples without reason still falls under the jurisdiction of our enforcement hall. You can't take this person away today. Su Yuzhang was naturally furious. How could they be so shameless? They were all despicable people indeed. This was the law of the jungle in the cultivation world, where human nature was just like this. It seems that even in the mortal world, one might encounter such unfairness. As the standoff continued, Yang Xinwang simply refused to relent. Suddenly, the gluttonous little old man transformed into a streak of rainbow light and appeared in the enforcement hall. Wobbling his plump body, he spoke in a calm tone. Elder Yang, this is my disciple. There's no need for you to interfere. A righteous aura surrounds him, and his will has gained the recognition of this righteous energy. He broke through to the foundation establishment stage in an instant. He wasn't lying. The ones who lied are the others. Yang Xinwang, you scoundrel, how dare you lay a hand on my disciple? The seemingly weak old man stood his ground unyieldingly. With the righteous energy of heaven and earth vouching for his disciple, what more was there to say? Let me tell you, the righteous energy of heaven and earth is the best proof. Get out of the way. The little old glutton very domineeringly took Su Yuzhang away, completely ignoring Yang Xinwang from the enforcement hall. Yang Xinwang was furious, yet there was nothing he could do. After everyone had left, Song Horan angrily said, Uncle, isn't the head of the academy too arrogant? How dare he interfere with the affairs of the enforcement hall? Yang Xinwang said with a grimace, he's indeed arrogant, but this kid's righteous aura is the best proof. You really don't know how to pick the right person. Be more careful next time. Just let this kid off like that. I can't swallow this anger, Uncle. You can't either, can you? Humph, he won't get away with it. The gluttonous little old man flew through the air with Su Yuzhang. Well done, little disciple. The righteous aura directly acknowledged your consciousness. Keep it up. Your master believes in you. Those bastards from the enforcement hall are truly infuriating. Su Yuzhang looked at the gluttonous old man before him and couldn't help but feel grateful, along with a touch of emotion. This cheap master of his was actually quite good, stepping up to protect him and speak for him at a critical moment. Meanwhile, Elder Shen Jin and Gu Qingqing also caught up. Su Yuzhang quickly bowed in thanks, saying, Many thanks to Elder Shen and Senior Sister Gu for your assistance. Chen Jin smiled faintly and shook his head. It's all right. We all believe you in this matter. Gu Qingqing also quickly added, Junior brother Su, if anyone dares to bully you again in the future, just tell me. They can't bully us just because they think Great Qing has no one left. All right. Back at the Lingxiao Sex Academy, many disciples in the academy had also learned about the situation. Fortunately, everyone was willing to trust their kind-hearted junior brother. Su Yuzhang is truly the beloved of their academy. After all, the junior brother has done so many good deeds. How could he possibly be associated with the demonic path? This is simply outrageous. Indeed, many senior and junior brothers came to comfort Su Yuzhang, helping to calm his heart, which had just been disturbed by the sinister aura. At this moment, among the crowd, there was a woman holding a handkerchief and wearing a pale green dress, who slowly stepped forward. She had a slender wheel-like waist, a tall and graceful figure, and an oval face of unparalleled beauty, not in the least inferior to Gu Qingqing. Her eyes were like a pool of autumn water, brimming with tears that couldn't help but spill over. Little junior brother, you've been wronged. The senior sister, named Shen Guangjing, was a disciple of the academy. She was often sentimental by nature, fond of growing flowers and reading poetry. Seeing Su Yuzhang suffer such great injustice today, she naturally felt deep compassion. She was like this with everyone, and Su Yuzhang, who hadn't been at Lingxiao Sect for long, had already witnessed it. Senior sister, it's all right. However, Shen Guangjing shook her head. Junior brother, you're so pitiful. This. As she spoke, she burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably with tears streaming down her face. Seeing her like this, the other fellow disciples were already used to it and didn't bother to comfort her, letting her cry alone. Su Yunzhang, however, wasn't so heartless and kept comforting her on the side. This senior sister was truly a little crybaby, weeping every day. Still, her strength was decent at the late foundation establishment stage, soon to enter the false core realm. The next day, shocking news spread across all the peaks and halls of the Lingxiao sect. Many people were greatly surprised upon hearing this news and began pointing fingers. Did you hear? That Su Yunzhang is from the demonic path, with a wicked heart. The fall of the Qin kingdom was orchestrated by him. He secretly infiltrated our Lingxiao sect just to cause trouble. Wait, the information I got says Su Yunzhang had a private fight with senior brother Song and injured him. No, he is a demonic cultivator. Such a person should be locked up in the enforcement hall and thoroughly investigated. Exactly. How could our Lingxiao sect allow a demonic cultivator to sneak in? We must investigate strictly. This person absolutely cannot be let off. Better to kill by mistake than to let demonic cultivators run rampant in our Lingxiao sect. In just a few short days, the entire Lingxiao sect was swept up in a storm of public opinion. Many disciples harbored deep fear and hatred toward demonic cultivators. They readily believed slanderous rumors, swayed by the wind, without a shred of independent thought. In their minds, Su Yunzhang was already deemed a true demonic cultivator, one who would ruthlessly harm his fellow sect brothers. Thus, propelled by an unseen force, these disciples united. They gathered at the Hall of Law Enforcement and appeared in various parts of the sect, shouting in unison. Su Yunzhang is a demonic cultivator. This man must not be allowed to remain, or our fellow sect brothers will suffer his cruelty. Exactly. I urge the enforcement hall to arrest Su Yunzhang immediately and subject him to severe interrogation. Su Yunzhang has a significant connection with that great demon Wu Jizi. Perhaps arresting him could lead us to Wu Jizi's whereabouts. Guess why Su Yunzhang was the sole survivor of the Qin Kingdom sacrifice incident. All that talk about innate righteousness is utterly false. It's simply because he knows the great demon Wu Jizi. I implore the sect to deal with this man swiftly. He must not be allowed to remain. He is a calamity for our sect. Rumors spread rapidly, plunging the entire sect into panic, and Su Yunzhang became the target of suppression by many ordinary disciples. Lingxiao Sect Academy. Su Yunzhang naturally heard the rumors circulating among them. No, to be precise, it had escalated to the point of causing disturbances. They had already made the decision on behalf of the enforcement hall, declaring that Su Yunzhang must be a member of the demonic path. Although what they said was not entirely wrong, what did it have to do with the matter at hand? I thought coming to this so-called cultivation world would mean no internet gossip, but who knew rumors would still spread like wildfire, harming people with lies. Damn it, do they really think I'm easy to push around? No need to guess, it's definitely that bastard Song Horan behind this. He's been spreading rumors from the shadows, making them sound so convincing that more people believe them. Rumors are terrifying. Words can be as sharp as swords. What started as a complete fabrication, after being passed around endlessly, with all sorts of conspiracy theories mixed in, ends up becoming accepted as truth. The combined power of so many disciples from a major sect is truly terrifying. As Su Yunzhang was in a daze, he saw the disciples of the enforcement hall appearing above the academy, soaring through the clouds on their flying swords, each one looking majestic and awe-inspiring. Leading them was none other than senior brother Wu, and even elder young Xinwang was present. Su Yunzhang, there are all sorts of rumors spreading within the sect, claiming that you colluded with the great demon Wu Jizi, committing murder and robbery, engaging in every kind of evil, and infiltrating our Lingxiao sect to harm our disciples. Though it's easy to fabricate charges when one is determined to do so, the sect's law enforcement hall must find evidence. Therefore, you must come to the law enforcement hall for a thorough interrogation. Guards, seize Su Yunzhang. At that moment, the fellow disciples from the academy blocked the path of the law enforcement hall. The senior brother, Wang Shu, shouted, "Does the law enforcement hall think our academy has no one to stand up for justice?" The disciples of the academy surrounded themselves with the aura of righteousness, each drawing out their own magical artifacts. The eldest brother took a step forward, the aura of righteousness forming a yin-yang Bagua diagram beneath his feet, ready to strike. Zhao the monkey, unwilling to be outdone, wielded his brush and flicked a drop of ink, poised to unleash destruction in all directions. Though he usually just wrote characters, practicing calligraphy had also honed his lethal techniques. Some wield poetry and books, while others counter with the music of the Qing. Truly, it's a case of when the 8 immortals cross the sea, each reveals their divine powers. The disciples of the academy generally live in harmony, so naturally, when faced with challenges, they stand together. Yet, among these disciples, the most eccentric is undoubtedly senior sister Shen Guangjing. She holds a peach blossom branch in her hand, seemingly ordinary at first glance, but these are peach blossoms she has meticulously cultivated. One could say it's a spiritual treasure in its own right. To be honest, seeing this scene before him, Su Yunzhang was deeply moved. He hadn't chosen a foundation establishment magical tool for himself after reaching the foundation establishment stage. Thus, he still couldn't fly on a sword, but at this moment, he wanted to soar. He wanted to stand in mid-air and join his fellow disciples in resisting the enforcement hall. Of course, if he were to reveal his true strength, he could naturally soar through the skies. Just as Su Yunzhang was consumed by this urgent thought, suddenly, the vast righteous energy of heaven and earth gathered beneath his body, as if sensing his will, transforming into a cloud that carried him aloft. For a moment, this sight left both the disciples of the academy and the members of the enforcement hall utterly stunned. Wang Shushu sighed with emotion. Little junior brother, you truly live up to being born with the righteous aura of the universe. You actually made the cosmic righteous energy condense into clouds for you. Such willpower is indeed formidable. This is incredible. Little junior brother's talent is truly exceptional. Who dares to say your talent is lacking now? They're just jealous. Breaking through to the foundation establishment stage in such a short time, how many geniuses could achieve that? Su Yunzhang also didn't know why he was able to do this. He guessed it was probably due to the heroine righteous chi technique within him. Seeing that the academy disciples refused to yield, senior brother Wu from the enforcement hall was also at a loss. Although there were many enforcement hall disciples present today, they were still outnumbered by the academy disciples. Moreover, while the academy disciples might not excel in combat, their defensive capabilities were extremely strong. Will you yield or not? The enforcement hall is carrying out its duties. How dare you academy people obstruct us? Exactly. How dare you obstruct the enforcement hall? What crime is this? Wang Shushu may look simple and honest, but his words were firm. What crime is there? You all know the saying, give a dog a bad name and hang him. My junior brother embodies noble righteousness. That is the best proof. He needs no one else to accuse him. Get out of the way. This, Wang Shushu, is the academy deliberately opposing our law enforcement hall. Seeing the situation reach a deadlock, Yang Xinwang, as a law enforcement hall elder, stepped forward with a furious roar. Junior, don't you dare act so arrogantly. Step back. Do you think this law enforcement hall elder doesn't exist? Wang Shushu and the others remained neither servile nor overbearing, refusing to yield. As the two sides were locked in a heated dispute, suddenly, the gluttonous little old man also appeared in mid-air, his hands clasped behind his back, his chubby body looking somewhat unsteady. Yang, why are you here again? What do you mean by that? Glutton, as the head of the academy, is this how you indulge and shield your disciples? In recent days, there have been rampant rumors within the sect. As the law enforcement hall, we cannot turn a blind eye or ignore the demands of the ordinary disciples. None of my business. So, you insist on standing in the way. What if I do? Good. Yang Xinwang curled his lips into a mischievous smirk, appearing utterly composed. Now that the enforcement house people had arrived today, he had already prepared a foolproof plan and wasn't afraid of the academy members obstructing him here. In the distance, Sun Horan could be seen leading a massive swarm of disciples, arriving above the academy. Most of these individuals were at the foundation establishment stage, while nearby the academy, many cultivators who had just entered the chi refining stage had also gathered. They let out an earth-shaking roar. Su Yuzhong is a demonic cultivator. Colluding with evil forces, he must be killed. Su Yuzhong is a demonic cultivator. Su Yuzhong intends to harm his fellow disciples. Such a person must not be spared. Indeed, he must not be spared. We implore the enforcement hall to uphold justice for us. We beseech the enforcement hall to intervene. Restore peace to our community. These people make no distinction between right and wrong, lack any sense of judgment, and simply parrot whatever they hear, choosing to believe others' slander. Su Yuzhong looked at the scene of the crowd gathered before him, feeling nothing but grievance. How is this any different from online bullying? He had originally thought that most cultivators in this world of immortal cultivation would be rather intelligent. Yet, it turns out they are also easily swayed and prone to being stirred up by rumors. Su Yuzhong smiled. Yang Xinwang watched this scene with great satisfaction and smugly said to the gluttonous old man, "Are your academy disciples really determined to stand in our way? This is the will of the people. Our law enforcement hall represents the will of all the disciples. Look at all these people. They all want our law enforcement hall to thoroughly investigate Su Yuzhong. Move aside!" Yang Xinwang shouted loudly, and countless disciples behind him, along with those arriving from the foot of the mountain, all joined in unison, yelling, "Move aside!" At this moment, with 1,000 pointing fingers, the disciples of the academy were somewhat at a loss. This was indeed the will of the people. But whose hand was guiding this will? Was this so-called will of the people truly correct? In the distance, Gu Qingqing, Elder Shen Jing, and others hurriedly arrived, gazing toward the scene. Elder Chen Jing glanced over and sighed. It seems the enforcement hall is determined to take Su Yuzhong away today. That lad had good relations in the academy, but now with rumors spreading everywhere, those ordinary disciples simply can't distinguish right from wrong. With so many people rallying behind them, it gives the enforcement hall strong support. No one can stop them, not even the sect leader. Even if the sect leader were to come, they would face questioning. Such is the nature of people's hearts. Gu Qingqing fell silent, gazing at Su Yuzhong in the distance. She had never doubted him for a moment. Moreover, all the elders and the sect leader had already verified the matter. She was just sad that she couldn't be of any help. "Junior brother Su, you've suffered. Su Yuzhong, surrender now." Senior brother Wu from the enforcement hall shouted sternly. Then, the gluttonous old man glanced over. He was quite fond of this disciple of his. Who cares about all that? Disciples of the academy, we cultivate a noble spirit within ourselves. How could we be swayed by others? Stop them. We have our own integrity, our own steadfast beliefs. Yes. The disciples of the academy had resolute gazes. At this moment, the vast righteous energy between heaven and earth gathered, resisting the stares of those people, standing firm against the condemnation of thousands. Of course, the chi refining cultivators of the academy were equally unwilling to back down. They, too, chose to stand on the side they believed in. This scene was truly moving. Su Yuzhong, while deeply moved, also felt a twinge of shame. His current body and identity were far too extraordinary. But he wasn't wrong in this matter. "Master, senior brothers and sisters, thank you for standing up for me. Su Yuzhong, I'm deeply grateful. But regarding today's matter, I can't drag you all into it and subject you to unnecessary insults. This matter I'll bear it alone. Junior brother, don't act rashly." Wang Shushu stepped forward, his face full of concern as he said, "Rest assured, with all of us senior brothers here, even if 1,000 fingers point at you, we won't hesitate to stand by you. How can we let you be wrong for no reason? We are people of the academy, how could we be swayed by rumors?" Su Yuzhong smiled and shook his head. "Senior brother, no need, you've already done more than enough. I'll take responsibility for my own actions and won't drag you all into this." Upon hearing his words, Yang Xinwang burst into laughter and loudly declared, "At least you know your place." With so many sect disciples questioning, the enforcement hall must act. "Man, move out. Arrest him and take him to the enforcement hall for severe interrogation." "Hold on." Su Yuzhong let out a loud shout, his voice filled with righteous indignation at this moment. as if he had gained some profound insight. Before this, he had also tried reciting the poems he had memorized or quoting some ancient texts, but none of it had any effect. Moreover, there seemed to be an invisible force restraining him, as if it were the power of the heavenly law. But now, it was as if he had entered the realm described in the heroine righteous art, and he couldn't help but feel the urge to express his emotions. What are you trying to do again, kid? Still thinking of resisting? Su Yunzhang stepped forward, his heroic posture upright, with an aura of righteous majesty surrounding him. For some reason, the heavens and earth seemed to respond. The originally clear sky instantly darkened with thick clouds, and lightning flickered. No, Elder Yang, I am merely a scholar. At this moment, I was moved to compose a poem, that's all. A poem? You people from the academy really have twisted minds. Will writing a poem prove your worth or make you stronger? Yang Xinwang cast a disdainful glance, while the disciples of the enforcement hall and other fellow sect members burst into laughter, their tone dripping with mockery. They all thought, is this Su guy out of his mind? Or has he been scared stupid? Through countless strikes from the mountain it came, unfazed by the raging flames. As the verse was recited, in an instant, a bolt of thunderous force struck down, aimed directly at the law enforcement hall's senior brother Wu, who had just been flying on his sword before being instantly knocked down. After all, he had only just reached the foundation establishment stage and couldn't withstand such thunderous power. This really startled all the disciples. What's going on? Why is there such a bizarre phenomenon in the sky? Could it be caused by this kid? Though my bones may be ground to dust, my heart remains untainted in this world. As soon as the words fell, massive bolts of heavenly tribulation gathered in the sky, even summoning thunderclouds. It was as if a cultivator was about to undergo a tribulation. Su Yunzhang recited this poem, which was a spontaneous outpouring of his emotions after enduring such humiliation and injustice, naturally carrying a different intensity. The righteous aura became tangible at this moment, enveloping Su Yunzhang. He felt an overwhelming surge of power within himself. His poem resonated like rolling thunder, each word vividly imprinted in the minds of everyone present. All were deeply moved by the poem's majestic spirit. Particularly the line, "To leave behind purity in this world," struck a profound chord. He was simply pouring out his grievances and proclaiming his innocence. He absolutely did not do such a thing. Under the influence of the vast righteous energy between heaven and earth, many people couldn't help but shed tears in sorrow, feeling as if they had lost their senses. The disciples of the academy were even more astonished. Their junior brother had a sudden burst of inspiration at this moment, and this poem gained the recognition of the heavenly Tao and the righteous energy of the world. The little old fool was also somewhat shocked, but his eyes were filled with pride. This was the disciple he had chosen. He had always known his little disciple wouldn't do such a thing. Su Yunzhang seemed to be influenced by the righteous aura in that moment, and with his grievances erupting, he roared, "Come on. Come at me. Come and get me. I've done nothing wrong. Su Mao has a clear conscience." Su Yunzhang shouted, and streaks of thunderous power lashed at the disciples of the enforcement hall, leaving them writhing in agony as their flying spiritual treasures plummeted to the ground. Among the many enforcement hall disciples, only Yang Xinwang remained standing at this moment. Who would have thought that Su Yunzhang, with only the initial stage of foundation establishment cultivation, could render all the disciples utterly defenseless against him? When has the enforcement hall ever been so humiliated? Yang Xinwang also flew into a rage. "You brat! How dare you lay hands on the enforcement hall disciples?" As a special division within the sect, the enforcement hall operates under its own set of rules. Daring to attack its disciples only adds to the severity of your crimes. But the Su Yunzhang before him disregarded this rule. Yang Xinwang was not affected by the solemn emotions of the poem. Instead, he was furious. With his golden core realm strength, he naturally acted without restraint. Yet, the righteous aura emanating from Su Yunzhang was overwhelming. Yang Xinwang wielded his flying sword and struck with full force, but it didn't harm Su Yunzhang in the slightest. Amid his astonishment, Yang Xinwang couldn't help but marvel. Su Yunzhang had truly given him a small demonstration of his prowess. It had been years since he'd seen anyone compose poetry capable of achieving such profound transformation. Is this someone favored by the righteous aura? Just a lousy poem. How powerful can you be? I refuse to believe it today. Winged Spirit Sword Technique. Gentle wind subdues demons. Yang Xinwang unleashed his full aura, releasing the full power of his golden core stage cultivation. He no longer hid his strength, no longer hesitated. This move, the Winged Spirit Sword Technique, was his signature skill. At this moment, he held nothing back. Seeing the situation turn dire, the gluttonous old man shouted loudly, "Yang Xinwang, you damn bastard, what are you trying to do? To deal with a foundation establishment disciple, you dare to use your full strength." Yang Xinwang sneered, "So what? This brat offended our law enforcement whole first." Just as the gluttonous old man was about to intervene, Su Yunzhang shouted loudly, "Master, I'll handle it myself." With righteous energy surging around him, Su Yunzhang felt he didn't need anyone else's help. Actually, he hadn't expected that the righteous aura could be used in such a way. Su Yunzhang's willpower became resolute at this moment, as a massive mountain, condensed from the righteous aura, took on a tangible form. Yang Xinwang's move, Enchanted Breeze, unleashed a torrent of sword energy intertwined with a hurricane, as if possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The ordinary disciples all began to retreat, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Su Yunzhang remained extremely calm. The small mountain he had condensed actually managed to block this strike, though he still suffered minor injuries. After all, it was a full-force attack from a golden core stage expert. Seeing that his full-force strike had failed to deliver a fatal blow to Su Yunzhang, Yang Xinwang felt utterly humiliated, his mood worsening and his anger growing fiercer. He shouted loudly, "Winged Spirit Surge!" At this moment, his sword techniques were unceasing, his stance constantly shifting, and the treasured sword in his hand began to swing relentlessly, the strongest strike of the Winged Spirit Sword Technique, Winged Spirit Surge. The Winged Spirit, formed from sword energy and the winds of heaven and earth, also known as the Sword Spirit, possessed a devastating strike equivalent to the late Golden Core stage. Yang Xinwang grinned coldly and sneered, "Kid, you're too arrogant." Su Yunzhang showed no trace of fear. At worst, it would be a fight to the death. The righteous energy of heaven and earth surged toward him once more, forming a rockery and a volcano. Two mountains stood by his side, their majestic aura once again empowering him. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand, but ultimately, a result would emerge. Su Yunzhang appeared remarkably composed, simply raising his hand slightly, exuding an awe-inspiring presence between heaven and earth. Many disciples witnessed this scene, and the solemn heroism in his poem just now moved quite a few of them. They all shouted in unison, "He's not wrong. Junior Brother Su is not wrong. We've wronged Junior Brother Su, he has a clear conscience. Anyone who can write such poetry is certainly no great demon. We've all been deceived. Junior Brother Su must have been wronged. The noble spirit of heaven and earth is drawn to him. How could such poetic verses come from a deceitful person?" The disciples of the various sects quickly changed their minds, feeling they had wronged Su Yunzhang, and one after another, they began to plead and shout in his defense. Yang Xinwang was also taken aback at this moment. What was going on? Were these people out of their minds? Had they gone mad? How can you plead for Su Yunzhang? Humph, too late. This brat is incorrigibly stubborn, and you still want to plead for him. Weren't you the ones who just had me arrest him? Do you think my enforcement hole is something to be trifled with? Kid, take my full-powered Winged Spirit Sword Technique strike. Let's see how you block it." Yang Xinwang's face twisted with a ferocious aura so intense it seemed he was draining every last bit of his spiritual energy, all to deliver a devastating blow to Su Yunzhang. His pride mattered more than anything else. In comparison, it almost seemed as though Yang Xinwang was the true demonic cultivator, having fallen into the path of darkness. Facing Elder Yang Xinwang's strike, which rivaled that of a late-stage Golden Core cultivator, Su Yunzhang remained unyielding and undaunted. What surprised him even more was that the disciples of the sect who had been influenced by him, those who had awakened in time, could also amplify his heaven and earth righteous qi. The two mountains seemed to have solidified from the righteous qi, directly blocking Su Yunzhang's path. Yang Xinwang snorted coldly. He refused to believe that his strike, comparable to that of a late-stage golden core cultivator, couldn't defeat a mere brat who had just reached foundation establishment. Boom! The strongest strike of the Wind Spirit Sword technique, Wind Spirit Surge, condensed into a sword spirit composed of sword energy and wind, carrying immense power as it crashed into the two mountains. The powerful air currents and oppressive force caused many disciples flying on swords to retreat far away, while the ordinary Qi refinement disciples standing on the academy's peaks couldn't resist the urge to kneel. As the energies of both sides clashed, the resulting shockwaves were even more astonishing. In the sky above, Su Yunzhang's figure could no longer be seen, as if he had been blasted into nothingness. Yang Xinwang stood in mid-air at this moment, laughing maniacally. Ha ha, you little brat. How dare a mere foundation establishment cultivator like you defy me, an elder? Do you really think possessing righteous energy allows you to do whatever you want? Many sect disciples witnessing this scene couldn't help but sigh. They all believed Su Yunzhang wouldn't survive Elder Yan's full-powered strike. After all, a newly established foundation cultivator has merely touched the threshold of immortal cultivation. How can they compare? But at that very moment, as a puff of white smoke cleared, it was revealed that Su Yunzhang still stood upon a cloud condensed from the righteous energy of the cosmos. His face was slightly pale, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Yet he remained upright, his posture unyielding, standing proud between heaven and earth. He was unharmed, he was alive. He was actually completely unharmed. At this moment, countless disciples erupted in celebration, all of them exclaiming in astonishment. My God, he's still alive. I thought Elder Yan's strike just now had already reduced him to ashes. Amazing, Su Yunzhang. How could he be so powerful? The noble spirit of righteousness is indeed a very unique cultivation method. Su Yunzhang, he's not wrong. He's definitely not a member of the demonic path. That's right. Su Yunzhang is a good person. He would never harm the sect or guide Wu Jizi. We've all been deceived. Su Yunzhang never expected that he could actually withstand a strike from a late-stage golden core cultivator. The vast righteous energy of heaven and earth was indeed terrifyingly powerful. Although he displayed only foundation establishment stage cultivation, his physical body was undoubtedly extremely robust. It's just that ordinary people weren't aware of it. In order to avoid being crushed to death by the protagonist, he had been constantly exchanging for elixirs that enhanced his physical body. Now, his physical body was so strong that even a late-stage golden core cultivator couldn't harm him, not even scratching a single layer of his skin. However, just now, the righteous aura blocked the attack for him, but he still suffered a minor internal injury. If he had displayed Wu Jizi's true strength, he would have been completely unharmed. You brat. You're actually alive. You're completely unharmed. Yang Xinwang was shocked 3 times in a row, truly not expecting this kid to be so formidable. He felt his dignity had been insulted. How could a dignified elder fail to defeat a mere foundation establishment cultivator? If word got out, others would surely laugh him to death. You little brat. Drop dead. Yang Xinwang seemed possessed, his eyes bloodshot, with a faint aura of demonic energy and murderous intent emerging. He was furious, so he had to teach this kid a lesson. But at that moment, streaks of rainbow light flew over as the heads of other peaks hurriedly arrived. They couldn't possibly be unaware of what was happening here. However, public opinion is formidable, and they were not suitable to appear. But now it's different. When Su Yunzhang wrote to leave innocence in the world, the rumors had already been dispelled. At this moment, the voice of the Qingjian sect leader also came through. Elder Yang, why resort to action against a junior? The enforcement hall is indeed the executor of our sect's rules, but there's no need to be so aggressive. Sect leader. Upon hearing the sect leader's voice, Yang Xinwang sobered up considerably. Deep down, he still held respect and fear for the sect leader. Disciplinary hall disciples, go back and reflect carefully. Elder Yang, you should also reflect carefully on whether this was the right thing to do. Let today's farce end here. The illusory figure of the Qingjian sect leader appeared in the sky, revealing a massive, imposing face filled with authority. Yet Su Yunzhang believed that letting these slanderers off so easily was utterly ridiculous. Why? Why should these villains be spared? He doesn't stir up trouble, but he's not afraid of it either. He is truly a great demon lord, the Wuji master who possesses the banner of 10,000 souls. At that very moment, Su Yunzhang's mind stirred, and he instantly appeared behind Song Haoren, who was standing behind Yang Xinwang. Song Haoren had long been stunned speechless by the previous scene, never expecting that Su Yunzhang would suddenly appear right in front of him. What do you want? Su Yunzhang spoke calmly, to teach you a lesson. Sect leader, save me, this kid is going to hit me. The Qingjian sect leader glanced over but paid no attention. Defaming fellow disciples should also be considered a violation of sect rules. Since the enforcement hall won't act, I'll carry out their duty in their stead. Su Yunzhang's expression was icy as his righteous aura firmly immobilized Song Haoren. With a heavy hand imbued with that same aura, he delivered a resounding slap. Of course, he didn't kill Song Haoren. Instead, he spared his life no rush. He would finish him off tonight. Song Haoren was left dazed and disoriented, his face swollen like a pig's head, his body swaying unsteadily. With a dashing turn by Su Yunzhang, a bolt of lightning struck down directly upon him, inflicting severe internal injuries to his vital organs. Witnessing this scene, Su Yunzhang calmly remarked, "See, even the heavens can't stand wrongdoing. Punishment must be meted out where it's due." This farce thus came to an end, and the various sect leaders dismissed their disciples, admonishing them thoroughly for being so easily swayed by slander. As cultivators, this was a clear sign of their impure detachment from worldly desires. As for Yang Xinwang, he was left gnashing his teeth, seething with anger. He swore that as long as this brat remained in the sect for even a day, he would make his life a living hell. The enforcement hall could easily fabricate charges against someone. It was all too simple. This whole affair was his own mistake. He had thought he could manipulate public opinion, but he never expected this kid to turn the tables and use it against him. Phew! Just you wait. You made me lose face, kid. I'll make sure you suffer worse than death. Su Yunzhang's fury still hadn't subsided at this moment. Who could possibly compensate for his grievances? He silently vowed in his heart, "Fine. If you call me a demonic cultivator, then I'll show you what a real demon lord looks like. Banner of 10,000 souls, my banner of 10,000 souls. Can you feel my rage? Good disciple, even I, your master, am somewhat impressed by you now." The gluttonous little old man said with a serious expression, stepping forward to examine his physical condition. His strength was still at the early foundation establishment stage, but with the empowerment and recognition of the righteous aura just now, he was able to withstand this blow. It must be said, this is absolutely unprecedented and unparalleled in the sect's history. At this moment, all the genius disciples paled in comparison before him. However, your sudden enlightenment seems to have lasted only for a short while. It hasn't brought any significant improvement to your strength. Walking the path of Confucianism is indeed difficult. I hope you keep pushing forward. The rice bucket old man left this side, and at the same time, the other senior brothers also came forward one after another to comfort Su Yunzhang. "Little junior brother, we truly admire you so much. Don't worry, with all of us senior brothers here, the enforcement hall won't dare to cause trouble again. Don't forget, we are all scholars. Our pens can kill just as well." Phew! The enforcement hall has gone too far. I'll write an article now to properly expose their ugly faces to all the disciples in the sect. Su Yunzhang nodded weakly and said, "Thank you all for your help, senior brothers and sisters. I am truly grateful. It's just that enduring that attack earlier has left me feeling a bit unwell. I'll take my leave now." "All right." Su Yunzhang returned to the small courtyard where he lived, gazing at the soul banner floating within his azure dragon bracelet. Sensing the demonic aura emanating from it, he could no longer suppress the turmoil in his heart. If the sect wanted to deliver justice, then he did take matters into his own hands. What did a great demon like him have to fear? At worst, his true identity would be exposed. The reason he chose to lay low was still with the hope of turning over a new leaf, adopting a different identity to atone for his past sins. But that doesn't mean he's afraid of trouble. Damn system, get the hell out here. What's going on? You want me to help someone and you're offering me 5,000 righteousness points. After all the good deeds I've done before, none ever gave this much. Do you know something fishy is going on? The system voice sounded. I'm sorry, host, the system does not know. Get lost. Damn system, stop pretending here. Soul banner, can you shield my aura for me? Let me kill successfully. System notification. The soul banner has been upgraded to a late-stage nascent soul artifact after the sacrifice of Qin's common people. According to analysis, the Lin Xiao sect has two grand elders, one at the early-stage nascent soul and the other at the mid-stage nascent soul. It can block all traces of breath for half an hour. Su Yunzhang suddenly understood, so overpowered. No wonder this supreme demon Wu Jizi dared to slaughter an entire nation. He truly had some skills. The banner of 10,000 souls really is something. Who knows where this great demon picked it up? Excellent, excellent. Sure. After nightfall, Su Yunzhang suppressed and isolated his Azure Dragon Bracelet, reducing his strength to the early Golden Core stage. Moreover, he took out the 10,000 souls banner to conceal his own aura. Let's go, 10,000 souls banner. I'll take you to kill. A bunch of insignificant ants. You still dare to provoke me? Don't you know I'm the ultimate villain? Su Yunzhang has gradually figured out the rules of this cultivation world. On the surface, it seems divided into various realms, but in reality, there are only three categories. Ants, fellow cultivators, and seniors. Anyone weaker than him is nothing but an ant. The enforcement hall of Lin Xiao sect. Yang Xinwang sat cross-legged in his cave dwelling, gnashing his teeth in frustration. Although the Qinjian sect leader didn't impose any overt punishment on him, merely ordering him to reflect in reality, he had issued a stern warning. If he were to repeat such behavior in the future, his position as an elder would be revoked. The enforcement hall was such a lucrative post, he couldn't bear to give it up easily. After all, the spirit stones he earned as the enforcement hall elder were several times, even over a dozen times, more than what other chief elders received. And his nephew, Sun Haoren, also relied on this connection to act tyrannically within the sect. Most importantly, he also took advantage of this opportunity to obtain quite a few spirit stones for himself. After all, their family, their relatives, what's wrong with helping each other out? Spirit stones not only speed up their cultivation but can also be exchanged for various elixirs and magical treasures. Why not take advantage of that? Men die for wealth, birds perish for food, so what if he's a bit greedy? At this moment, Sun Haoren walked in, seething with anger, and said, "Uncle, I'm so upset. I actually got lectured by that brat. If it weren't for the fact that I had plenty of healing pills, I might have suffered serious damage this time. Uncle, that kid made you lose face. We can't let him get away with it." Yang Xinwang clenched his fists and said gloomily, "Don't worry. As long as he stays in the set for even a day, he won't have it easy. Let's lay low for the next few days." Sigh. But just then, he felt as if the entire enforcement hall was shrouded in some kind of shadow, making him feel somewhat oppressed. A terrifying aura swept through the air. Yang Xinwang frowned. What's going on? Why do I keep feeling like something major is about to happen? Uncle, what nonsense are you talking about? In reality, the entire enforcement hall had already been locked onto by Su Yunzhang's banner of 10,000 souls at this moment. He was clad in a black robe, his face extremely gloomy. Though he bore no demonic aura, the 10,000 souls banner was enveloped in demonic energy, emitting eerie black smoke. Listening closely, one could hear countless tormented souls wailing and howling within the 10,000 souls banner. Su Yunzhang's 10,000 souls banner had cut off all external auras from the enforcement hall, and he had to resolve this matter swiftly. Hovering mid-air, he gripped the 10,000 souls banner and shouted loudly, "Yang Xinwang, Sun Haoren, and all the disciples of the enforcement hall, get out here now." The voice thundered like lightning, echoing throughout the enforcement hall's mountain peak. Hearing this familiar voice, Yang Xinwang, Song Horan, and the others hurriedly rushed out. Seeing the black-robed man hovering mid-air, gripping a banner of 10,000 souls that radiated overwhelming demonic energy, they all froze in shock. Yang Xinguang instantly realized, You are Wu Jizi? So it's you, the great demon. You dare show your face in our Linxiao sect? Have you grown tired of living? Why do I always feel like you're somewhat familiar? Su Yunzhang wasn't afraid of being discovered either. With a cold laugh, he revealed his face. What? Wu Jizi, you really are Su Yunzhang? Su Yunang, I was right, you truly are a great demon. Yang Xinguang widened his eyes in disbelief, while Song Horan and the others beside him were also shocked, even trembling all over. Who could have imagined that their rumors would actually come true, and they really managed to provoke this great demon? You guessed right, I am indeed a great demon. I am Wu Jizi. A bunch of insignificant ants, how dare you slander me? Today, my banner of 10,000 souls will ensure you never find rebirth. Kill them all. The overwhelming demonic energy released by the banner of 10,000 souls had nearly materialized, billowing with black smoke and exuding an immense sense of oppression. Moreover, the agonizing screams emanating from within the banner could be heard clearly, like a demonic voice piercing the ears, severely affecting the minds of the ordinary disciples from the enforcement hall. The piercing sound that penetrated their souls shattered their spiritual resolve, leaving them in unbearable agony. Although Yang Xinguang wasn't frightened into stupor, he was greatly shocked. He roared in fury, How dare you, you insolent brat! This is my Linxiao sect. How dare you act so recklessly here? Though unclear about Su Yunzhang's exact strength, the oppressive aura made it difficult for him to even breathe. There was still a tiny trace of fear in his heart. What is there to fear? Would a great demon like me be afraid of you? Insignificant ants! Yang Xinguang's face turned red with anger as he shouted furiously. With so many elders of Linxiao sect present, how dare you attack our law enforcement hall? Is that so? Sorry, but the aura here has been completely cut off. You can only wait obediently for death. Yang Xinguang froze for a moment, then grew agitated. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Demon! Even if the other elders are unaware, I can still kill you. I'll kill you, Yang Xinguang, and it will surely be a great achievement. As soon as the words fell, Yang Xinguang drew his treasured sword, Wind Spirit Sword Technique, Wind Spirit Surge. Yang Xinguang knew this great demon was extremely powerful, so he had to unleash his full strength. To ensure a one-hit kill, he sacrificed his vital essence to forcibly enhance his power. The Wind Spirit Surge he unleashed this time was incomparably formidable. The fierce wind, mingled with overwhelming sword energy, formed a sword spirit that charged toward Su Yunzhang. Same old trick again. Su Yunzhang sneered, as the 10,000 souls banner in his hand instantly expanded to an immense size, as if thirsting for blood, and rushed forward, effortlessly blocking Yang Xinguang's full-powered strike. How could an ant dare to compete with the brilliance of the bright moon? A treasure of the late nascent soul stage inherently possesses the power to instantly kill golden core cultivators. What did he have to fear? With just a light strike from the banner of 10,000 souls, Yang Xinguang was sent flying, vomiting blood incessantly. Under Su Yunzhang's control, the banner of 10,000 souls, shrouded in demonic energy, enveloped Yang Xinguang, Song Horan, senior brother Wu, and all the other disciples of the enforcement hall. Once the banner of 10,000 souls is unleashed, it can forcibly absorb the souls and cultivation of living beings. Not only is its lethality immense, but it also strengthens the banner itself. At this moment, the banner of 10,000 souls released the vengeful spirits within it, resembling a night parade of 100 demons. Their piercing wails filled the air as they devoured their victims' souls and flesh. Su Yunzhang had always operated this way. Not a single clue could be left behind. Naturally, everything had to be erased. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Su Yunzhang was deeply shaken, yet for some reason, he found himself relishing it. Could it be that he was born to be a demonic cultivator? But at this moment, his pent-up grievances were finally released. With utmost politeness, he uttered, "My apologies, but all of you must die. Not a single disciple of the enforcement hall is innocent." Feeling the power of the 10,000 souls banner, Song Horan was utterly terrified. As he sensed his own soul being devoured by malevolent spirits, he knelt on the ground and begged loudly, "Junior brother Su, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I beg you to spare me. I'm willing to be your slave, to be controlled by you. Please, let me live. Spare your life." Ridiculous. Su Yunzhong exuded a chilling aura as he glared at Song Horan. You truly don't live up to your name. Try being a good person in your next life. Oh, you won't get to be a good person in your next life either because you won't have one. Yang Xinwang was equally terrified, trembling uncontrollably. Though he refused to bow his head, he knew he would surely die here if he didn't beg for mercy. Please, Wu Ji, spare my life. I can be your loyal dog. I can be controlled by you. We can sign a soul contract. No need. Receiving such an icy response, Yang Xinwang completely lost his mind. Su, if you kill me, you'll die a horrible death. You'll never be reincarnated. Our Yang family and the Song family both come from cultivation clans. If you dare kill me, our blood ties will ensure the truth is uncovered. I advise you to spare my life, and when the time comes, my Lin Xiao sect will assist you. Even after the threat born of madness and despair, Yang Xinwang still hoped that Su Yunzhong would spare his life, considering the weight of his threat. Unfortunately, Su Yunzhong simply wouldn't listen. As a great demon, why would he care about such things? But being the ultimate villain, he naturally remained calm and meticulous in his schemes. Thank you, thank you. You just reminded me. Wildfires cannot burn it all away to eliminate weeds. You must uproot them. Your family. I'll handle it for you. Su Yunzhong calmly stated, thinking to himself, in public, he was the greatest philanthropist in the cultivation world, but behind the scenes, he was the dreaded demon lord that everyone feared. Cultivation was inherently brutal, which path of an immortal practitioner wasn't stained with blood. He didn't consider himself a good person either. He just wanted to survive. What was wrong with that? By then, your entire family will be reunited in my 10,000 souls banner. You! Yang Xinwang now felt not only despair but also the realization that he might have misspoken, potentially dragging his entire family into ruin. Su Yunzhong had no intention of wasting words with them here. With the 10,000 souls banner unleashed at full force, he swiftly resolved the situation, eliminating them all in an instant. To ensure no loose ends were left, Su Yunzhong carefully scanned the area with the 10,000 souls banner. Finding no issues, he promptly withdrew. But what about the overwhelming demonic energy filling the sky? Suddenly, at that very moment, the system's notification chime rang out. Congratulations, host! For assisting the disciples of Lin Xiao sect in eliminating evildoers, you have gained 50,000 righteousness points. In an instant, Su Yunzhong felt a bit dazed. What was going on? Could this also be considered a good deed? Killing can also be a good deed? Spare the wicked, give them a chance, and they will only harm more people. Eliminating evildoers can save countless lives. This is the greatest good deed in the world. At this moment, Su Yunzhong felt as if a sudden enlightenment had dawned upon him, and a faint understanding arose in his heart. To show even the slightest kindness or mercy toward evildoers and the wicked is itself an act of evil. I understand now. Damn system, can you help me erase the demonic energy here, as well as Wu Ji's presence? The system voice sounded again. Host, you've learned to answer before being asked. Sure. 40,000 righteousness points per use. Guaranteed that everything that happens here will go unnoticed, leaving no trace. No one will suspect you. Su Yunzhong's lips twitched. He had just obtained 50,000. Yet this damn system was about to take 40,000. He had originally thought that with these 50,000 righteousness points, he could exchange for more elixirs and magical treasures. Now it seemed there was simply no way to save them. I want to exchange. Exchange successful. All that could be seen was a talisman emanating a sacred aura appearing in Su Yunzhong's hand. Without hesitation, he threw it downward. In an instant, a radiant holy light erupted, forming a grand formation that began purging all traces of energy from the area. Every trace of demonic energy lingering on the enforcement house mountain peak, along with his own residual aura, was completely eradicated. Even if the sect elders, the sect master, or even the grand elders attempted to deduce what had transpired here, it would be impossible. Just as Su Yunzhang was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a faint glimmer of light in the corner of the 10,000 Souls banner, followed by the emergence of a peculiar crimson pattern. He didn't look carefully. The pattern flashed by in an instant. What was that? Su Yunzhang was puzzled but didn't dwell on it too much. In any case, this was no place to linger, better to leave quickly. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry to return to the academy. He still needed to visit the cultivation families, where Yang Xinwang and Song Haoren resided. He couldn't leave behind any traces. Only these two major cultivation families would have such capabilities. To save time, Su Yunzhang specifically used his righteousness points to exchange for a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman in the store. The ability to teleport to wherever one desires. In an instant, he arrived at Tianqin City, which was not far from Linxiao sect. This was no ordinary mortal city, but a cultivation city controlled by the sect. A cultivation city refers to cities managed by cultivation families, where most inhabitants practice cultivation to some extent. These cultivation families must offer tributes to the sect. In return, the sect not only provides them protection but also recruits many exceptionally talented individuals from their ranks. For these cultivation families, having their clan members train at a major sect like the Linxiao sect is already a great honor. If any clan member were to become a chief elder or even an inner disciple, they would undoubtedly be treasured as the apple of their family's eye. It would also enhance the strength of these families. Ultimately, these cultivation cities exist as dependencies of the sects, mere vessels to them. Su Yunzhang silently appeared above Tianqin City, using the myriad soul banner to conceal his aura, making it naturally difficult to be detected. Coincidentally, at that moment, an elderly man with snow-white hair was struggling to walk forward on the street, supported by a young cultivator. Su Yunzhang sensed that both of them actually possessed the strength of the qi refining stage. However, such strength was truly as weak as it could possibly be. Cultivation is inherently harsh, especially in the northwest, where spiritual energy is scarce. Many people can't even reach the foundation establishment stage. To become a foundation establishment cultivator is to stand as a dragon or phoenix among men, an immortal in the world of cultivation. At that moment, the two individuals supporting each other were suddenly swept away by a dark wind, landing in a secluded corner. Both the old man and the young cultivator were taken aback, a sense of dread rising within them. Impossible! Could it be that the young family intends to wipe us out completely? What should we do? As he spoke, the figure of Su Yunzhang clad in black robes emerged, his face still concealed. His tone was icy as he inquired, "What's wrong with you all?" "Immortal. Immortal Lord. We were beaten by the young family." "Why?" The young cultivator hurriedly explained, "Honored Immortal, my sister was forcibly taken away by a member of the young family. She had just begun her cultivation and was supposed to have a chance to join the Linxiao sect. But unexpectedly, she was humiliated. She was too young and couldn't bear it, so she took her own life. We wanted to seek justice from the young family, but ended up being beaten and thrown out." Su Yunzhang pondered thoughtfully. It seemed the young Xinwang family was also a group of utterly wicked people, committing evil deeds everywhere. "Immortal, is there something you need?" Su Yunzhang spoke calmly. "I'd like to learn more about the two cultivation families in Tianqin City, the Yang family and the Song family." "Immortal, isn't this common knowledge? Tianqin City is a cultivation city managed by the Linxiao sect. The Yang and Song families formed a marriage alliance, and with a senior elder from the enforcement hall in their ranks, they can suppress any matter they wish, never facing any punishment. Thus, their clansmen act with utter lawlessness, often tormenting and killing ordinary cultivators. Several cultivation families have been completely wiped out by them. They are ruthless and cruel, yet we are powerless to do anything about it." "Ha!" Su Yunzhang was stunned. So, both the Yang and Song families were utterly wicked, and they were exterminated. Cultivation is indeed brutal. So-called righteous sects aren't much better, utterly rotten at the core. In the end, it all comes down to human relationships and worldly affairs. Having an elder in the enforcement hall sure is convenient. You can do whatever you want. Immortal, the Yang and Song families are no ordinary forces. They have foundation establishment cultivators, and with an enforcement hall elder backing them, it's best not to provoke them lightly. Su Yunzhang smiled faintly. Today, he would act on behalf of heaven's justice and teach these two great families that arrogance has its limits. The so-called bloodline deduction method is simply using the blood of clan members, combined with divination-savvy cultivators performing blood sacrifices to deduce the deceased's condition before death. If it were just 1 or 2 clan members, it would be useless. Many are needed for the deduction to work. To be honest, this whole process wouldn't have been necessary if he hadn't revealed his face while disciplining Yang Xinwang. There was no other choice. This had to be done. Yang Xinwang, I'm truly sorry. Without your threats, I might not have thought of so much. I don't want my identity to be exposed. Su Yuzhang knocked both men unconscious, then used soul extraction to erase their memories of this incident. After that, he precisely located the Yang family, where Yang Xinwang belonged. He directly shrouded the entire Yang family with the 10,000 souls banner. As the banner was unleashed, overwhelming demonic energy enveloped the Yang residence. What's going on? What happened? What's that flag? Such terrifying demonic energy. I feel like I'm about to die. Just as many members of the Yang family were puzzled, suddenly, the 10,000 souls banner unleashed malevolent spirits to harvest souls, continuously absorbing the spirits from this side. The Yang family members couldn't resist in the slightest. They were all cultivators with some level of strength, yet they couldn't unleash even a fraction of it. The patriarch of the Yang family, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, couldn't withstand it at all. Even their old patriarch, who had barely reached the false core realm, was instantly annihilated, his soul scattered and body turned to ashes. Before his death, he left behind one last question. Why must you exterminate my clan? Su Yuzhang responded indifferently. Did you ever consider this day when you were exterminating other clans? I'm merely carrying out the will of heaven. Besides, your entire family can reunite in my banner of 10,000 souls. Alas, I was still too merciful, giving you the chance to meet one last time. Soon, the Yang family, engulfed by the banner of 10,000 souls, turned into a ruin. He also took the opportunity to plunder the Yang family's treasures. Good heavens, ignorance is bliss. Seeing the Yang family's hoard was a shock. Thanks to Yang Xinwang's status, they had amassed quite a fortune. The spirit stones were piled up to the brim, numbering in the millions. As for the elixirs and such, though they were all basic ones, there were quite a few. There were also all sorts of peculiar magical artifacts and cultivation techniques. Though they couldn't compare to the Lingxiao sect, it was still quite terrifying. Thinking again, it was truly pitiful that after a month of hard work in the sect, one could only earn 300 spirit stones. Do these cultivation families really have so many spirit stones? Or are cultivation families just that lucrative? At this moment, the system's voice chimed in. Congratulations, host. For eradicating the thoroughly corrupt Yang family, a righteous deed that speaks for the grievances of cultivators, you have gained 30,000 points of righteous energy. Reward, a fragment of the innate sage body of the Confucian path. Current progress, 1%. What the hell? Su Yuzhong was completely dumbfounded. I've heard of incomplete texts, but never incomplete bodies. Damn system, if you don't want to give it, then don't. You're really a piece of work. Sorry, I'm not a piece of work. Using the formation exchanged from the system, Su Yuzhong cleared away the residual aura here and left with practiced ease. When he appeared again, he arrived at the Song family in Tianqing City and repeated the same method, directly absorbing their souls, leaving only one sentence behind. See you in my 10,000 souls banner. I'm still quite merciful. Of course, he also looted a considerable amount of spirit stones, as well as magical artifacts and cultivation techniques. It must be said that these things were of little use to him for the time being, as he could exchange for anything he wanted in the system store. But just then, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations, host. For upholding justice and punishing evil, You have received 30,000 righteousness points. System reminder. The host has obtained many spirit stones and treasures, all of which can be exchanged for corresponding righteousness points through the system. Would you like to exchange? Su Yunzhang was taken aback for a moment. Just as he was troubled over how to resolve these issues, the system suddenly popped up and handled the matter for him. Alright then, exchange. While instructing the system to exchange most of the spirit stones and treasures, Su Yunzhang simultaneously used an array to erase traces of his presence here, ensuring no one could detect him. Soon, the system completed the settlement and exchanged for righteousness points. Exchange complete. This transaction has earned you 100,000 righteousness points. Su Yunzhang was thrilled upon hearing this news. Good heavens! 100,000 righteousness points, that's more than enough for him to splurge. However, having received a proper education, he carefully calculated and realized something didn't add up. By converting righteousness points into spirit stones, the total value of these stones alone exceeded 100,000 righteousness points. You're scamming me. Damn system. Why don't the numbers match? Sorry, host, the system exchange cannot purchase items at the original price. Su Yunzhang's expression turned ugly. You profiteer. Even you, this damn system, are bullying me. After resolving the matters in Tianqin City, Su Yunzhang then used a teleportation talisman to silently return to the sect without being noticed. To be even more cautious, he also exchanged for another use of the supreme grade immortal artifact, the celestial compass, which could sever the karmic ties he carried. Having resolved these matters, Su Yunzhang regained his gentle smile, transforming back into a scholar. In truth, only half an hour had passed since he left Linxiao sect. His movements were swift, and with the aid of teleportation talismans, travel time was practically negligible. The soul banner made dealing with those people incredibly simple, so naturally, it was quick. Now, the Linxiao sect is peaceful and quiet, and no one has noticed anything yet. After all, Su Yunzhang has already purified the area using formations. It was until the next morning that the abnormality in the entire law enforcement hall spread throughout the sect, prompting sect leader Qingjian and the various elders and heads to rush to the scene. The incident even alarmed a grand elder, who released his divine soul to inspect the area. What happened? Did everyone in the law enforcement hall vanish overnight? Sect leader Qingjian widened his eyes, his expression one of utter disbelief. Are we haunted? What kind of joke is this? We're cultivators, since when do we fear ghosts? Then who can explain what's really going on? Everyone's vanished, not even a corpse left behind. Not a single message was sent out. With so many elders and sect leaders present, we would have detected any enemy immediately. The enforcement hall is right within our sect. Master, this is indeed quite bizarre. At this moment, an early-stage nascent soul elder from the Linxiao sect manifested his slightly translucent soul to carefully inspect the area. How strange, it seems nothing has happened here. It goes without saying that they must already be dead, but to die so silently is terrifying. It's as if our entire Linxiao sect has been made a fool of. Ancestor, we truly cannot detect any traces. Perhaps our cultivation is insufficient, and only you can examine this, said sect leader Qingjian with great reverence, as the other elders also bowed their heads. Good! The early-stage nascent soul ancestor formed hand seals, conjuring a Taiji yin-yang diagram in his palms, continuously deducing the events that had transpired here. It's completely useless. There's nothing visibly wrong at all. What's going on? The nascent soul elder was baffled. Not a single clue could be found. How was he supposed to investigate this? He also felt puzzled and quickly took out his compass. Seeing this, the Qingjian sect leader whispered, "This is the mysterious compass that the ancestor obtained during his youthful travels through mountains and rivers. It is extremely powerful for deducing the ways of heaven." Under the gaze of so many people, even the nascent soul ancestor seemed somewhat nervous. He controlled the compass, which spun rapidly, and then a yin-yang bagua diagram enveloped the entire enforcement hall peak, forming a massive phantom image of the compass. Upon closer inspection, one could even see faint red threads connected to the compass. These threads symbolized the karmic ties of the world, and through them, one could also uncover the answers they sought. Yet this nascent soul elder exhausted his spiritual power without detecting any trace of information. His mind remained completely blank. What? My compass actually found no clues whatsoever. No! I refuse to believe it. This can't go unresolved. Even if it's an old monster at the late nascent soul stage, or an even stronger immortal, my mystic compass would never fail. The nascent soul ancestor roared, and a drop of his vital essence flew out from his cave abode, dripping onto the compass. The mystic compass instantly erupted with an overwhelming pressure, operating at full power. Under the watchful eyes of the Lin Xiao sex leader and the elders, cracks began to appear on the compass in the nascent soul ancestor's hand, the fissures growing larger and larger. With that, there was a loud bang as the mysterious compass exploded, shattering into countless fragments. As for the nascent soul ancestor, he was also struck by the backlash from the compass's destruction and the karma incurred from forcibly inspecting it. The divine soul manifested by the nascent soul ancestor also became listless in that instant, his expression extremely grim, even noticeably dimmer. Meanwhile, his true form within the cave abode also spat out a mouthful of blood due to the immense backlash, causing his strength to regress somewhat. Terrifying indeed. To think I would suffer such severe karmic backlash, unable to trace even a single clue. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could it be that our Lin Xiao sect is facing imminent disaster? Could it be that they offended some supreme being, which is why the enforcement hall was annihilated? The nascent soul ancestor looked flustered and utterly at a loss. The scene that had just unfolded also left Sword Peak sect leader and the others terrified beyond measure. The fact that the ancestor suffered a backlash was enough to imagine what kind of supreme being the enforcement hall had provoked, vanishing overnight without a trace. Who exactly has the enforcement hall offended? At this moment, Elder Shengjin hurriedly flew over, shouting, "Sect leader, something terrible has happened." What happened? Sect leader Qingjian turned around and asked with confusion, feeling uneasy in his heart. It seemed as though something major was about to occur. Master, a great upheaval has occurred in Tianqing City. The cultivation families where Elder Yang and Son Haoren resided were nearly annihilated overnight. All have vanished without a trace, including their family treasures. What's even more bizarre is that we couldn't detect any traces of aura there. We have no idea who could have done this. Sword Master Qin was stunned for a moment before turning pale with shock. 2 cultivation families were completely wiped out overnight, disappearing without a trace. Who wouldn't be terrified upon hearing such news? Who wouldn't be filled with fear? The crucial point is, there isn't the slightest clue, and it even managed to evade the detection of their Lin Xiao sect. It might very well be someone even more powerful than the ancestor. Elder Yang and all the disciples from the enforcement hall were wiped out, and now his family has been implicated as well. The only explanation I can think of is enemies coming for revenge. Elder Yang and Son Haoren must have offended someone, which led to this catastrophe. Before sect leader Qingjian could recover from the shock, he was plunged into hesitation and fear. He turned to look at the nascent soul ancestor, whose spiritual light had dimmed. Ancestor, what should we do? Our Lin Xiao sect and the affiliated cultivation families have suffered such a great calamity, yet we can't find even a single clue. Isn't this just inviting ridicule? The nascent soul ancestor glanced over, his expression grave as he said, "At this point, there's only one method left. The bloodline divination technique. By tracing the bloodlines of close relatives and clan members, we might uncover a thread of truth. But this method requires an immense amount of bloodline and consumes tremendous energy." Upon hearing this, the Qingjian sect leader sighed and said, "Ancestor, then it's over. Both of their clans have been wiped out. Where can we gather so much bloodline now? Moreover, even if we use the bloodline deduction method, such great karma is not something ordinary people can bear. Even you, ancestor, couldn't handle it. The mystic compass has already shattered." The nascent soul ancestor shook his head helplessly, speaking weakly, "Qingjian, I sustained severe injuries just now. This forced inspection has caused me to suffer a heavy backlash. I'm afraid it will take a long time for me to recover. In my opinion, this matter should not be disclosed. Let it pass as if it never happened. Yang Xinwang might have offended some supreme being. It has nothing to do with our Linxiao sect. Otherwise, the entire sect could face annihilation. The nascent soul ancestor had no other choice but to leave with these words and return to secluded cultivation. At this moment, above the enforcement hall's mountain peak, the elders and the sect leader were left bewildered and terrified. Suddenly, Lu Ruoshuai, the leader of the Sword Peak, stepped forward and proposed a bold conjecture. Could it possibly be that great demon, Wu Jizi? Wu Jizi possesses the banner of 10,000 souls and that mysterious demonic technique, which allows him to absorb others' souls. That's how he wiped out 2 major cultivation clans and the disciples of the enforcement hall overnight. Qin Jian and the others fell into deep thought upon hearing these words. Possible, but highly unlikely. No matter how powerful the 10,000 souls banner is, it couldn't possibly do such a thing within our Linxiao sect without leaving a trace. Moreover, it would have to erase all traces of its presence here. Besides, what conflict could there be between that great demon Wu Jizi and Elder Yang? Did they have any prior interactions? This! Everyone present was stunned, and at that moment, one of the elders whispered, "It seems that Elder Yang Xinwang and Song Haoren just offended that academy disciple, Su Yuzhong, yesterday. Could this matter be related to him? Does that mean the previous rumors about his connection with Wu Jizi are true?" As soon as the words were spoken, it was like a bolt of lightning striking the hearts of the elders. Indeed, Yang Xinwang had just clashed with Su Yuzhong, and the two had confronted each other in front of so many disciples in the sect. To be honest, this grudge was quite significant. But just one night later, he was dealt with, and even his family was implicated. Just as they were doubting, the head of the academy, a short old man nicknamed Rice Bucket, stepped forward and shouted loudly, "What nonsense are you spouting? Let me tell you again. My disciple is filled with righteous integrity. Didn't you see what happened yesterday? A foundation establishment early-stage cultivator could withstand a strike from a golden core expert. Doesn't that prove anything? I warn you, if you dare doubt my disciple again, believe me, I'll turn you into chicken legs and eat you right now." Hearing the words of the gluttonous old man, the elder who had just spoken shut his mouth. "Enough, all of you shut up. How could this possibly be the doing of a mere foundation establishment stage disciple? If there really was contact with Wu Jizi, we would have known about it that day." Qin Jian coldly stared at the crowd, still pondering in his heart whether it was Lin Xiaosong who had offended some great power or if it was Elder Yang alone. If it were only Yang Xinwang who had offended the powerful figure, then this matter would be understandable. It would merely be a slight to his pride. Now that the enforcement hall has been destroyed, its disciples are vacant. Elder Sheng Jin, from now on, you shall serve as the elder of the enforcement hall. Select new disciples for the enforcement hall, and remember not to repeat the mistakes of Elder Yang from before. At your command. Thank you, sect leader. Cheng Jin was also thrilled. After serving as an elder for so many years, he had finally caught the sect leader's attention and could now become the head of a division. The position of enforcement hall elder held significant authority. Additionally, the Linxiao sect's inner disciple selection will commence in a few days. By then, all cultivators at the foundation establishment stage or above must participate. After you leave, make sure to prepare thoroughly. By the way, inform the disciples under your command not to pay too much attention to what happened in the enforcement hall. Yes, sect leader. Linxiao Sect Academy. Ever since returning last night, Su Yuzhong had been using the Azure Dragon Bracelet to conceal his aura, entering his daily slacker mode. It must be said, this time the harvest was bountiful. Initially, he had thought of relying solely on performing simple good deeds every day to accumulate righteousness points. But now it seems that upholding justice and punishing evil while promoting good is the fastest and most convenient way. Ha ha ha! With so many righteousness points and so much money, how should I spend it all? Yes, first exchange for a technique that can make my body extremely tough. By then, no matter what the protagonist does, they won't be able to kill me. Su Yunzhong had actually considered whether to take this opportunity to find the protagonist who hadn't fully grown yet and kill them outright. But the system quickly poured cold water on his idea. Sorry, the protagonist is blessed with great fortune. If you try to attack and kill them now, you'll face interference from the heavenly Tao. And what's more, it'll only make the protagonist hate you even more in advance. Host, you'd better just lay low and play it safe, don't you know that? Su Yunzhong curled his lips and said, but you can't be too cautious either. If you're too careful, you'll just end up being a coward. Su Yunzhong browsed through the system store and suddenly came across an incredibly impressive sounding technique name. Heaven and Earth share the same lifespan, immortal and invincible longevity technique. Damn, such a long name, every extra inch adds power. This technique must be amazing. He clicked on this technique and only saw the introduction. This technique is a body refining art. When mastered to its peak, one can live as long as heaven and earth, achieving immortality. Just a drop of blood or a strand of hair is enough to exist eternally in the mortal world. Upon reading this introduction, Su Yunzhong's eyes instantly lit up. This was the technique he had been desperately searching for. Why should only the protagonist get to cheat? Couldn't he have his own advantage? The protagonist cheats and gains so much luck. What if, in the end, he still becomes the great villain, opposing the protagonist and being tortured to death by him? Wouldn't it be better to cultivate this body refining technique, ensuring he could never die? This is the one. Su Yunzhong immediately exchanged for it. It must be said that it cost him a considerable amount of righteous energy, instantly making him somewhat poor. Congratulations, host. The heaven and earth coexist, immortal and invincible longevity technique has been successfully exchanged. Soon, the complete contents of the heaven and earth coexist, immortal and invincible longevity technique appeared in his mind. This technique first cultivates the body, then refines the soul. At that time, he can be made immortal and indestructible. Body tempering is divided into 5 realms in total. The first realm is tempering the skin. That is, to greatly enhance one's defense. The first realm, tempering the skin, requires continuously consuming body tempering pills and relying on cultivation techniques to reach the peak of the first realm. The first realm, perfected skin refinement, maximizes defense, with flesh wounds healing instantly. Su Yunzhong felt much more at ease after reading this. However, it required continuously consuming body refining elixirs for absorption. Good grief! What kind of joke is this? Where would one find so many elixirs? This is probably something only the top-tier wealthy second-generation cultivators could afford to indulge in. Fortunately, I have a system, otherwise, I really couldn't afford to cultivate, I'd be broke to death. Damn, what kind of crappy cultivation technique is this? Could it be tailored for the top-tier rich second-generation cultivators? Su Yunzhong muttered under his breath, though deep down, he still felt that as long as it could keep him alive, nothing else mattered. Anyway, with the system in place, he could use righteousness points to exchange for elixirs. I wonder how many body refining elixirs this first stage will consume. Su Yunzhong sighed. Suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice rang out from outside. It was a girl, and a familiar one at that. Junior brother Su, are you in there? Su Yunzhong hurried out, wearing a warm smile that radiated joy. At a glance, he realized it was Gu Qingqing. Senior sister Gu, what brings you here? Sigh. I just wanted to check on you. You suffered an injustice yesterday, and I couldn't do much to help. Gu Qingqing was dressed in a light green robe today, her slender waist accentuated by the flowing fabric. Her long hair cascaded down her back, giving her an air of serene elegance truly deserving the title of a fairy maiden. It's fine, as long as you don't suspect me, senior sister. Su Yunzhong casually remarked, yet his words sent a tremor through Gu Qingqing's heart. She lowered her head in shame. She had come today with a trace of doubt in her heart, and a slight suspicion toward junior brother Su. If it had been yesterday, she truly wouldn't have doubted this fellow countryman of theirs, a remnant of the Qin kingdom. But today, the timing of the law enforcement hall's elder and disciples, it was too much of a coincidence. Junior brother Su, I need to ask you something, and you must answer me truthfully. A sense of unease inexplicably rose in Su Yunzhang's heart, as if Gu Qingqing was about to ask something concerning him. Junior brother Su, do you know that Elder Yang of the Enforcement Hall, along with all the disciples of the Enforcement Hall, vanished overnight, or rather, they are already dead? Su Yunzhang's eyes widened in shock before he shook his head. Oh, what happened? Are they all dead? How could this happen, overnight? Hasn't the sect investigated it? Gu Qingqing didn't know whether Su Yunzhang was telling the truth or not, but it didn't seem like a lie. Elder Yang and the disciples from the Enforcement Hall just provoked you yesterday, and today they've all disappeared. I was just asking. Before he could finish speaking, Su Yunzhang angrily blurted out, disgusting. They deserved it. They deserved to die. Who told them to wrong me? How could they do this? Senior sister, they died well. Think about it, the Enforcement Hall is responsible for patrols. If those people from the Enforcement Hall hadn't been slacking off, the atrocities committed by that great demon wouldn't have gone unnoticed. Gu Qingqing came to her senses and realized that Su Shidi's reaction was perfectly normal. Perhaps he truly knew nothing at all. He's from my hometown, how could I suspect him? Junior brother Su is such a good person. She had heard from the academy disciples that he often helped them, being both simple and kind-hearted. Indeed, they deserved it. How dare they slander you? And that Song Horan with a name like that, yet choosing not to be a good person. Don't you worry, senior sister will take good care of you from now on, Gu Qingqing said, her resolve growing firmer. Then, with another sigh, she added, I wonder how things are in the Qin kingdom now. Back then, the entire population of the country was sacrificed, but there must still be some of our Qin compatriots scattered abroad. The question is, are there any descendants of the Qin royal family left? If those ordinary people could gather together, perhaps they could restore the kingdom. But I reckon other mortal nations would directly occupy and annex our Qin state. Since we've embarked on the path of cultivation, we shouldn't interfere too much in such matters. Indeed, Su Yunzhang said with a melancholy expression, feeling distressed whenever this topic came up. After all, the misfortunes of the Qin state were all caused by this very body of his. Junior brother Su, I've never had the chance to explore your academy. Why don't you accompany me for a stroll? There's nothing pressing to attend to today anyway. Gu Qingqing put away her sentimental expression and took the initiative to speak. Su Yunzhang didn't refuse, thinking that since Gu Qingqing wanted to stroll around, he might as well accompany her. To be honest, the academy was considered the most scenic peak in their Linxiao sect. After all, it was a gathering place for scholars, so having certain hobbies was normal, unlike the other peaks, which were all about fighting and killing. The two of them walked up the mountain like ordinary mortals, neither flying on swords nor using any spells. From time to time, she would come across senior disciples playing the qin, practicing calligraphy, or painting. There was no limit to their activities. It had to be said that this unique cultivation method made Gu Qingqing view the academy in a new light. As for the senior brother and the others, they also mentioned the Enforcement Hall and the Yang family to Su Yunzhang, believing they got what they deserved. Elder Yang and his group had it coming, they probably offended someone. In any case, they offered Su Yunzhang all kinds of comfort to help him calm down, and no one suspected him. At most, they might say he was very lucky, or perhaps blessed by heaven, and that those who opposed him would be punished by the gods. After a long while, the sun set in the dusk. Gu Qingqing hadn't experienced such tranquility in a long time, so she couldn't help but feel emotional. Unconsciously, it seemed like ages had passed since she embarked on the path of cultivation. Gu Qingqing and Su Yunzhang sat on a hilltop of the academy's mountain range, with an ancient tree of unknown age standing tall behind them. Senior sister Gu, you didn't come today just to see me, did you? No. Su Yunzhang pretended to be naive while fully aware, giving a silly smile. Senior sister, you still suspect me, don't you? Gu Qingqing froze for a moment, her expression stiff as she replied, I don't. Oh, senior sister, I was just asking casually. Su Yunzhang quickly changed the subject to avoid making Gu Qingqing feel awkward, smoothing things over. Su Yunzhong also understood that the situation was quite coincidental, so it was only natural for Gu Qingqing to suspect him. It's just he felt a bit uncomfortable about it. It was as if he were all alone in this world, with no one he could truly trust. He now finally understood why Wu Jizi, that great demon, became the ultimate villain. Being so lonely and mentally unstable, it was somewhat understandable. Gu Qingqing could be considered the first living person he had met since crossing into this world, so naturally, he still felt a considerable sense of familial affection toward her. By the way, junior brother Su, I hadn't he asked, do you not have any relatives? Gu Qingqing suddenly asked sharply, her tone filled with curiosity. This left Su Yunzhong utterly speechless, unsure of what she meant by it. Why are you asking this, senior sister? Junior brother Su, I'm just curious because I only sense fear and dread from you, not the grief and pain of losing a loved one. Su Yunzhong was taken aback. How would he know whether the great demon Wu Jizi even had any relatives? After all, the original novel he read never mentioned it. All he knew was that this guy was utterly wicked, hated to the core. The righteous protagonist had clashed with him many times before finally dealing with this great demon a brutal end. I've been an orphan since childhood, with no father or mother. I relied on my own efforts to learn to read and write, dreaming that one day I would become the top scholar and have a family of my own. I never expected everything came so suddenly, that a mere mortal like me could become an immortal cultivator. Sister Gu, you still doubt me, don't you? I'm not really grieving, just terrified. It can't be helped I've been an orphan since childhood, so I don't know the pain of losing a loved one. Ah! Gu Qingqing's face flushed with shame. She never imagined that junior brother Su's background was so pitiful, an orphan since childhood, without father or mother. What kind of nonsense is this? I seem to have done something utterly unforgivable. How could I harbor such suspicions against poor junior brother Su? I truly deserve to die. I'm sorry. You shouldn't have said that to you. I shouldn't have doubted you either, junior brother Su. This instantly made Gu Qingqing radiate a maternal glow. Though she had never been a mother, seeing such a pitiful background, she couldn't help but feel concerned. Junior brother Su, you're so pitiful. Gu Qingqing looked at him sadly, as if overcome with an impulse to pull him into her arms and comfort him properly. It's okay, I'm used to it. Sister Gu, I don't blame you. After all, you didn't know the whole story. Su Yunzhang's tone was full of grievance, truly heartbreaking, making Gu Qingqing feel even more embarrassed. Woo, senior sister Gu, hearing you say that suddenly makes me feel so sad. So heartbreaking, no one has ever cared for me since childhood. I also wish I could receive the same love and affection from parents like others do. How I wish someone could just give me a hug. Su Yunzhang thought that since he was acting, he might as well go all out and let Gu Qingqing believe he was truly an orphan, the kind who had never known love or care since childhood. By then, Gu Qingqing probably wouldn't have the heart to doubt him anymore. After all, with such a pitiable background, how could he still be subjected to suspicion? Sure enough, Gu Qingqing felt even more guilty and, disregarding the boundaries between men and women, gently patted Su Yunzhang at shoulder. Junior brother Su, don't be sad. It's alright. If you're really upset, I can give you a hug. Su Yunzhang was stunned upon hearing this. Could it really be this good? Could it be that Gu Qingqing has fallen for him? Or is she just trying to radiate her maternal glow? Really, junior brother Su. I think you're so pitiful, I can't help but want to hug you. This is really too kind of you. Though his words said one thing, his thoughts were quite another. Without hesitation, he embraced Gu Qingqing, resting his head on her shoulder. Feeling the warmth of the beauty in his arms and her faint, intoxicating fragrance, he couldn't help but feel utterly delighted. I have to say, senior sister Gu is truly beautiful, just like a fairy. It's a pity that I can't afford to think about romantic relationships, given that my identity as the great demon lord would bring me nothing but trouble. If I could cultivate to a certain level and escape this world, perhaps my deeds wouldn't be known to anyone. Unfortunately, I don't have that ability yet. Oh. Su Yunzhang sighed, feeling quite guilty towards Gu Qingqing. After all, the actions associated with his identity were truly inhumane. Not to mention, he had deceived her. He decided to take extra care of her whenever possible. After all, she was from the Qing kingdom, and in a way, this was his way of atoning for the sins committed against its people. He opened the system store and began carefully browsing through the items. Suddenly, his eyes landed on a jade pendant plain in appearance but intriguingly unique. Seize the Heaven-Blessed Talisman. After the blood oath is completed, it can seize the creation of heaven and earth, slowly enhance one's fortune, and also greatly increase cultivation speed. The blessing token can only be used by women. When Su Yunzhang saw this description, he was instantly stunned. At first glance, he thought this item was incredibly powerful and that he could use it too. After all, it could seize the creation of heaven and earth. But then he read further only women could use it. What kind of blessing was this supposed to be? Damn it! But when he glanced at the price, he was even more stunned. He never expected that this tiny jade pendant would cost him his entire fortune. Good grief, if he bought it, wouldn't that leave him completely broke? Su Yunzhang hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to make the exchange just to ease his conscience a little, to ensure senior sister Gu would remember his kindness. If the truth ever came out in the future, he hoped it wouldn't be too ugly. The system prompts, "Host, would you like to exchange?" Exchange. Exchange successful. Congratulations, host, you are now completely broke. Su Yunzhang gritted his teeth and glanced at the system panel, cursing inwardly, damn system, this thing is so expensive. The system's innocent voice rang out, sorry, host, this is already very cheap. This blessing talisman is so incredible. It can subtly change a person's fortune, isn't that great? Besides, the reason it's so cheap is that there's only one left. Once it's sold, it's gone. Su Yunzhang suddenly understood. After purchasing it successfully, he immediately took it out. Senior sister, it's been so long, and I haven't given you anything. Thank you for taking care of me. Please keep this jade pendant. It should have been passed down from my ancestors. It was placed in my swaddling clothes, just an ordinary piece of jade. Ah! Gu Qingqing was stunned. Having come from the mortal world herself, how could she not know how precious family heirlooms are? She quickly shook her head. No, I can't accept this. Senior sister, just take it. It's just a very ordinary jade pendant. Su Yunzhang directly stuffed the jade pendant into Gu Qingqing's hand, his tone quite insistent, saying, keep it. Gu Qingqing looked at the jade pendant in her hand, thinking it was quite ordinary, yet her face flushed with embarrassment. She recalled that junior brother Su had been an orphan since childhood, and this family heirloom must have been left to him by his parents. Yet now he was giving it to her. What did this mean? Another thing is, family heirlooms are usually given to future daughters-in-law. Could it be that junior brother Su has some intentions by giving this to me? No, junior brother Su is so pure-hearted, he definitely would think that way. He probably just wanted to give me a gift out of kindness. But junior brother, what if your parents are still alive? Once you become an immortal and grow stronger, you might be able to find them. Su Yunzhang shook his head. No need. In my heart, I already consider them dead. By the way, senior sister, don't we cultivators all believe in bloodline recognition? Just drip your blood on it, and consider it my gift to you. Su Yunzhang chuckled, putting on a very amiable expression. To trick Gu Qingqing into performing the bloodline recognition, he had racked his brains to come up with this line. Alright, as you wish. Congratulations, host. You have gifted Gu Qingqing the Heaven-Blessed Talisman to aid her cultivation. The righteousness points have been refunded, and you are rewarded with 5,000 righteousness points. As soon as the words fell, Su Yunzhang immediately felt excited. Wow, can I really do this? Gifting someone else the magical artifact I just exchanged, and then getting all these righteousness points and money back, plus an extra 5,000, this is amazing. Why would I even bother doing good deeds in the future? I can just exploit the system's bug like this. However, Just as Su Yunzhang had this thought, the system chimed in. If the help isn't sincere, the righteousness points won't be returned. Don't even think about it. At this moment, Gu Qingqing put the jade pendant around her neck. Her face flashed as she said, Junior brother Su, thank you. Don't worry, I promise to look after you in the Lingxiao sect from now on, so you won't suffer any more grievances. Senior sister, with your words, I can rest assured. I will definitely make myself a powerful immortal cultivator and eradicate that great demon, Wu Ji. But the moment those words were spoken, Su Yunzhang's expression instantly darkened, filled with extreme awkwardness. How could you just turn around and plan to take me down after I helped you? Sigh. This identity of mine as a great demon is really troublesome. Gu Qingqing summoned her flying sword and rolled it through the air, landing lightly above as she called out to him. By the way, Junior brother Su, in a few days, it will be the inner sect selection, as well as the competition for the title of Heavenly Pride. If you can become a Heavenly Pride, you'll receive the full support of our Lingxiao sect's resources. A sect's Heavenly Pride represents the future of the entire sect. You must give it your all. I believe in you. Your talent surpasses mine. Gu Qingqing was self-aware in this regard. She understood that her own aptitude wasn't particularly outstanding. Without her master's guidance, even reaching the foundation establishment stage would have been difficult for her. But junior brother Su is different. He had just joined the Lingxiao sect not long ago, yet he was able to forcefully advance to the foundation establishment stage by relying on his own righteous aura. It was truly no easy feat. Watching the fading rainbow left by Gu Qingqing, Su Yunzhang stood in place and sighed. What inner sect selection? What sect prodigies? I don't want any of it. As a transmigrator who had read so many novels, how could he not know the saying, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down? He had no desire to stand out too much though. Admittedly, he had already become a hot topic of discussion within the sect. Yet many still believe he was merely lucky and not truly strong, thinking this so-called genius selection is just an opportunity to muddle through. In the northwestern cultivation world, including its subordinate mortal nations and the entire northwestern continent, news spread in recent days about the destruction of Qin, one of the mortal nations. Mortal nations are the foundation of cultivators. After all, the disciples of cultivation sects either come from mortal backgrounds or cultivation families. Moreover, mortals also offer them worship, which subtly enhances the fortune of these cultivators and their sects. And the mortal nations grew even more panicked upon learning that the Qin kingdom had been annihilated overnight. Some even refused to believe in the protection of the immortal sects. An entire mortal nation was slaughtered, wiped out just like that. What were our immortals doing? Exactly. Aren't the immortals supposed to protect us mortals? Then why was the Qin kingdom destroyed overnight without anyone stepping in to stop it? Could it be that the immortals have abandoned us? Can we still rely on our immortals? A single great demon slaughtered an entire mortal kingdom, how terrifying. Faced with the panic among many mortals, the northwestern cultivation world quickly responded. As the leading sect, the Sun and Moon sect was also deeply angered. He couldn't understand why the Lingxiao sect was so incompetent, causing panic among many mortals, which would greatly reduce their dependence on the immortals. No! He had to step forward and give a proper explanation. On this day, a phantom figure appeared in the skies above the mortal nations under the jurisdiction of the Northwest Cultivation World, the figure of the sect master of the Ryu sect. Seeing this, many mortals immediately knelt in worship. Though they had some grievances against the immortals, they were powerless to resist, and the immortals had indeed protected them. If there were no immortals, then there would be even more demons in this world. The immortals have descended. We beseech the immortals for blessings. Begging the immortals for blessings. The leader of the Sun Moon sect quickly explained, Good people, I am the leader of the Sun Moon sect from the northwestern cultivation world, the immortal you speak of. The sudden overnight destruction of the mortal kingdom of Qin was indeed a failure on our part, the immortals of the northwestern cultivation world, to provide proper protection. This was our mistake. Please rest assured that as immortals, we will certainly protect you mortals and ensure you come to no harm. have no fear. We, as immortals, will undoubtedly capture this great demon and restore peace to your lives. Thank you, immortal. May the immortal protect us mortals from the slaughter of the demon. May the immortal protect us. Receiving the precise answer from the immortal, these mortals finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the great demon's blade did not turn toward the people of their other nations, it was acceptable. Under the protection of the immortals, the subordinate mortal nations also began to harbor their own schemes. After all, with such vast lands and cities of the Qin kingdom now vacant, each surely had their own ambitions. For mortals, land and cities were the most important. As long as those cultivators did not strike at them, everything else was negotiable. Lin Xiao sect. Yang Xinwang and the matter of the discipline hall disciples also came to nothing. Although the sect's disciples still whispered about it behind closed doors, most could only let the matter gradually fade away. Mainly because it was embarrassing such a large sect, with the discipline hall elder being killed, and no information whatsoever. If word got out, wouldn't it be laughable? One day, at the academy, just as Su Yunzhang was hastily swallowing pills to cultivate, senior brother Wang Shushu hurriedly ran in and glanced at him curiously. Ah, junior brother Su, why haven't you figured out how to cultivate the righteous aura yet? Could it be that you're really thinking of relying on writing articles to cultivate yourself? Su Yunzhang scratched his head, thinking to himself that he was struggling every day just to survive. How could he possibly have the energy to worry about cultivating noble righteousness? Senior brother, no need to rush. I think writing articles could work too. That's true. By the way, the inner disciple assessment is coming up soon. You should know that becoming an inner disciple is an unparalleled honor. Moreover, you'll gain access to the sect's resources. I have high hopes for you, junior brother. Senior brother, are you also an inner disciple? Wang Shushu nodded, of course. Don't let my position in the academy fool you. I'm also a key cultivation target of the sect. But to be honest, our academy is still too weak. Compared to disciples from other peaks, you're not at an advantage in combat, and there are fewer inner disciples. Your crybaby senior sister counts as one. Don't you think that being an inner disciple is just an added title? It really comes with a lot more resources, mainly because it brings honor to the peak master. The more inner disciples a peak master has under their command, the more their strength is recognized. If an inner disciple excels in the selection, they can even receive guidance from the grand elders. An elite disciple's status is on par with that of a sect elder. Any elite disciple is destined to become an elder in the future, or even the sect leader. Su Yunzhang was lost in thought at this moment. To be honest, he wasn't particularly interested in these inner sect elites or so-called prodigies. Despite his senior brother's lengthy explanation, he still felt it was better to lay low. But senior brother, I've just started on the path of cultivation. Maybe I should skip this one. As soon as the words left his mouth, the gluttonous old man appeared mid-air, holding a chicken leg in his hand. Munching on it, he scolded angrily, "You little brat, still trying to slack off? Where's your ambition? Our academy hasn't seen a disciple as talented as you in ages, and you want to skip it. You must participate. Bring some glory to your master and me. Don't let those old fogies look down on our academy." Su Yunzhang, who had originally intended to fish in troubled waters, reluctantly participated under the persuasion of his master and senior brothers. However, he still chose to lay low during the selection process. It would be best to secure the title of an inner sect disciple, but if not, there's always next time. Why bother competing so fiercely? What use were cultivation resources, glory, or noble status to him? He had everything he needed and only wanted to survive. With the system in place, why worry about these things? A few days later, the inner sect selection of Lin Xiao sect begins. Within the sect, all foundation building disciples are eligible to participate in the inner sect selection. However, those who are already inner sect disciples must take part in the elite selection instead. The elite selection only accepts 3 individuals. It is extremely rigorous and highly competitive. To choose just 3 elites from so many candidates is no easy task. At the main peak of Lingxiao sect, there stands a massive martial arts platform. Their inner sect selection process is straightforward. It's determined through continuous battles to decide the victor. Whoever wins advances to the next round. I wonder how intense the competition will be this time. Generally speaking, disciples who have just entered the foundation establishment stage and recently joined Lingxiao sect have no chance of entering the inner sect. One reason is their weak foundation, and another is their lack of sufficient strength. If one can become an inner disciple immediately upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, they are undoubtedly a prodigy of their generation. In the minds of most, someone like Su Yunzhang, who has just entered the foundation establishment stage, is indeed seen as cannon fodder merely there to gain experience and broaden their horizons. At this moment, Su Yunzhang followed Wang Shushu and the others to the martial arts platform. After their group appeared, the murmurs among the disciples noticeably grew louder. Look, aren't those the academy disciples? Did they send so many people for this inner sect selection? Ah, the academy is always just for show. Don't he be fooled by their numbers? There are hardly any real fighters among them. They fail every time. The entire academy has only 2 inner sect disciples. Ha ha ha, they're really weak. Might as well give up cultivating righteous chi. ISNT spiritual energy much better. ISNT that's Su Yunzhang. He has just reached the foundation establishment stage, and he is joining the selection too. Su Yunzhang was considered a rising star in their Lingxiao sect. He had bravely faced a golden core stage expert in front of so many disciples and withstood Elder Yang Xinwang's full force strike unscathed, which naturally left everyone astonished. Moreover, the articles he wrote had indeed left a deep impression in their minds, earning their admiration. Over time, whether it was the inner disciples or the ordinary ones, Su Yunzhang's name became widely known, like a clap of thunder. What's more, the incident involving the deaths of the law enforcement hall disciples and elders happened rather coincidentally just the day after that event, which naturally made many even more curious about Su Yunzhang. Don't underestimate him. He's just entered the foundation establishment stage, yet he managed to withstand Elder Yang with his own righteous aura. This person must not be taken lightly. His strength might truly be formidable. Come on, my master told me it was just a coincidence that day. He relied on his righteous aura and that article, which summoned literary energy from the heavens, allowing him to hold his ground. Such opportunities are rare and unpredictable. Many cultivators who practice righteous aura may only get to use it once in their lifetime. Once used, it's gone. So, his real strength is only at the early foundation establishment stage. What do you think? He's pathetically weak. Even worse than a chi refinement great perfection disciple. In the eyes of many, Su Yunzhang only managed to withstand Elder Yan's attack by sheer luck, so he was hardly a threat. Moreover, many people believe that Su Yunzhang didn't lay a solid foundation during the chi refining stage. Due to his innate righteous energy, he forcibly advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Thus, his foundation isn't very stable. Perhaps his true strength isn't even comparable to that of some ordinary cultivators. At this moment, a rough-looking man in the crowd stroked his small mustache and shouted disdainfully, "The academy folks are here to embarrass themselves again. Could it be that not a single one will make it to the inner sect this year? What a waste of Chief Fan's efforts. A bunch of disgraceful losers. Hurry up and go home, write your essays and play your instruments." As soon as the burly man finished speaking, the onlookers around burst into laughter, their faces full of mockery. There was no helping it in the minds of these cultivators. The academy disciples were nothing more than a bunch of bookish weaklings with no real strength. Hearing this, Zhao Houzi immediately got angry, his face turning red as he shouted loudly, "Hey, you big ape! What the hell are you talking about? You're the disgraceful one. What's so special about being an inner disciple? Does that give you the right to spout nonsense?" The gorilla Zhao Houzi mentioned flew into a rage upon hearing this and roared furiously, "Shut your mouth, you brat. You're the gorilla. I have a name, you know. Zhu Hong from Shangyun Peak. Oh, so being an inner disciple makes you so great. Bite me if you dare. I just look down on you people." Listening to the others' taunts, Wang Shushu remained remarkably composed, his tone calm and steady. Senior brother Zhu, is this really necessary? Our academy may not be strong, but we still have the right to participate. At this moment, Shen Guanjin's previously dejected expression instantly turned icy cold, while a faint trace of killing intent flashed in her eyes so subtle it was almost imperceptible. However, Su Yunzhang's sharp eyes caught it. Who would have thought that the senior sister, usually known only for her tears, could reveal such a side? It seems the senior sister hides her depths well. Who says these academy folks only know how to write essays? They can also wield a brush to kill. Humph, we'll see about that. Let me put it this way, this year's candidates for the inner sect disciple selection are stronger than in previous years. It'll only be harder this time. If your academy manages to get even 3 people in, I'll count it as your victory. Ho 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 ho. Zhu Hong was extremely arrogant when he said these words, and he had also calculated that 2 people were actually the limit for their academy. 3? That was simply impossible. Don't even think about it. Let me put it this way, if your academy manages to get 3 inner disciples this year, I'll kneel down in public, kowtow to you, and call you dad. The wager proposed by Zhu Hong was seen by them as utterly shameless. Even the disciples of the academy believed it was nearly impossible. In truth, they had self-awareness and knew that the inner sect selection was, for their academy, merely a formality. This year's disciples were exceptionally strong. What's the matter? All gone mute? Scared already? I knew you academy cowards wouldn't dare accept my bet. If your academy disciples can't do it, then shout out loud for everyone to hear. The academy is full of trash. Besides, aren't you supposed to be masters of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? How about putting on a nice little performance for us disciples from the other peaks? Not too hard for you, right? After all, it's what you're good at. The mocking laughter from the other peaks disciples was relentless. For the academy disciples, this was an unbearable humiliation. Being forced to perform talents for others was no different from the entertainers in brothels. How can we accept this bet? Senior brother Wang Shushu also knew that agreeing at this moment would be like riding a tiger, impossible to back down from. After some thought, he could only endure their mockery. But Jiao Houzi was different. He was young and impulsive, lacking the steadiness of the senior brother and the melancholy of Shen Guanjing. In truth, he had a ruthless streak. Fine, we'll take the bet. What does our academy have to fear? It's just a spot for an inner disciple, isn't it? If we succeed, we'll add one more condition. You, Zhu Hong, must dance in public at the training ground. Ha ha, what's there to be afraid of? I accept. Zhu Hong grinned, feeling quite pleased. These academy folks really couldn't stay composed after all. Especially the younger generation. If they were like their senior brother Wang Shushu, remaining unmoved no matter how others mocked, then what I just said would be nonsense. Su Yuzhang watched as many of his senior brothers clenched their teeth, united in their hatred, and sighed inwardly. Indeed, even among these cultivators, there existed all kinds of competition. The key was, there were also many who would kick someone when they were down and mock them. Since the senior brothers had all agreed, then perhaps he could lend a hand too. Seize this opportunity to do some good deeds and earn a bit of righteous energy in the process. Since cultivating the Haoran righteousness technique, others have mistakenly believed that he possesses innate Haoran energy and is highly skilled in utilizing the Haoran energy of the world. Perhaps he could try using Haoran energy to help others without being detected. It's like a group enhancement ability. Moreover, he now possesses 1% of the innate sage physique of Confucianism. Senior brothers, you must believe in yourselves. If disciples from other peaks look down on us, then we'll prove to them that our academy is just as capable. Su Yunzhang stepped forward to encourage his senior brothers. Listening to Su Yunzhang's words, for some reason, their hearts grew even more resolute in their determination to enter the inner sect. At this moment, accompanied by the cry of a phoenix, an old man with silver hair and a somewhat weathered face, dressed in a Taoist robe, stood atop the back of a fire phoenix, looking quite ostentatious and imposing. However, this was not a true phoenix of the Phoenix clan, but rather a chicken born with innate fire attributes. Through relentless cultivation and the nourishment of elixirs, it had transformed into the fire phoenix it was now. In reality, it still carried the bloodline of a chicken, having merely awakened a trace of phoenix power within its lineage. Though Su Yunzhang didn't understand these things, Wu Jizi did. He could actually discern the truth. I am the elder of Shangyun Peak, responsible for overseeing the selection of inner disciples. At this moment, Elder Shengjin also appeared in mid-air and said slowly, the enforcement hall will also supervise the selection of inner disciples. Anyone who dares to violate the rules will face the severe consequences of our enforcement hall. Yes. The disciples all responded in agreement. Su Yuzhong looked up at Elder Shengjin in the sky and thought to himself, after that old scoundrel Yang Xinwang left, Elder Shengjin became the elder of the enforcement hall. This was largely thanks to me, but this old man is quite decent after all. He did help me out. Meanwhile, not far away on Jianfeng Mountain, the elders and leaders from other peaks had gathered together, sipping immortal tea while discussing recent events. Esteemed colleagues, which peak do you think will have the most disciples entering the inner sect this year? Elder Lu Ruoshui, never one to shy away from stirring the pot, suddenly posed this question in front of everyone. The expressions of several elders stiffened, until one middle-aged man chuckled and said, naturally, it would be your Jianfeng Mountain disciples who are the strongest, with the most entering the inner sect. I estimate that Gu Qingqing, the personal disciple of Elder Ruoshui, will be the top contender in this inner sect selection. She will undoubtedly join the ranks of the elite. Yes, indeed. Under Elder Ruoshui's guidance, junior sister Gu's strength has significantly improved. She likely has several hidden cards up her sleeve who could possibly surpass her. Lu Ruoshui smiled faintly, already accustomed to such flattery. Elders, there's no need for such courtesy. In my opinion, Shangyun Peak will have more disciples entering the inner sect this year. After all, Shangyun Peak's strength has always been relatively superior. But just then, an unpleasant voice chimed in. We can't speak for the strongest, but the weakest is probably still the academy. To be honest, the disciples of the academy, their daily training is hard to understand. It feels like a waste of time. The academy has always been like this. For years, they've only had 2 inner disciples, failing to make progress every year. After all, the Haorenqi is at a serious disadvantage in duels. Listening to their remarks, the gluttonous old man, gnawing on a pig's trotter in his hand, snorted coldly, they're bad-mouthing our academy again. Our academy's disciples are exceptionally strong this year. Just you wait and see. Oh my, Elder Fan, what brings this on? Speaking of which, that new disciple you took in is indeed quite strong, but luck like this tends to run out sooner or later. Why don't you pass on your cultivation methods to your disciple? Ha ha ha, Su Yunzhang clearly doesn't have much of an appetite. Unlike our elder fan here, even as an immortal, he still indulges in mortal food every day. TSK, this old man doesn't want to answer. The little gluttonous old man thought to himself, how could my disciples be as weak as you say? This year, at least 2 of our academy's disciples have entered the inner sect. They must be quite extraordinary. Main Peak Dojo. The inner sect disciple selection officially began. All participating disciples would draw lots and then compete against each other. Winners advance to the next round, while losers are eliminated, no second chances. Su Yunzhang's luck was fairly decent, as he drew Cui Yuan, a foundation establishment stage disciple from Sword Peak Mountain. Junior brother, who did you draw? Shen Guanjin held a peach blossom branch in her hand, her face carrying a faint trace of melancholy as she inquired. At the sight of his senior sister, Su Yunzhang couldn't help but recall the sorrowful demeanor of Lin Daiyu, and the peach blossom in her hand made the resemblance even more striking. Senior sister is just a foundation establishment stage disciple from Sword Peak Mountain. Alas, why must the disciples of the academy suffer so? Junior brother, you must win for sure, Shen Guanjin lamented with worry. Just at that moment, a figure riding a flying sword appeared in mid-air like a streak of rainbow. His expression was cold and aloof, exuding arrogance as he looked down upon the crowd, appearing as unapproachable as a block of ice. As soon as he appeared, the female disciples in the entire training ground all began to gaze at him with starry eyes, and waves of exclamations erupted. Wow, so handsome! Truly worthy of being the top genius of the sect. Senior brother Hong, it's been a long time since we last met. After this seclusion, your strength must have reached new heights. As a true prodigy within our sect, he is the future of our Lingxiao sect. If I could become senior brother Hong's cultivation partner, I would die without regrets. Who is this senior brother Hong? Su Yuzhong asked with a curious expression, wondering how a character with such protagonist-like traits had suddenly appeared handsome wherever he went, with everyone fawning over him, saying, "Senior brother, I want to marry you." No, this kind of character archetype is also that of a major villain. Damn it! Why don't I have that? Su Yuzhong thought to himself that as a major villain, shouldn't he be the type adored by countless young women, the kind who would swoon at the mere sight of him? It has to be said, it's quite enviable. A guy like that definitely wouldn't lack for romantic partners. He could even change them daily without issue. Shen Guanjing glanced over and said with a sorrowful expression, "His name is Hong Guangshuai, the most formidable prodigy of our Lingxiao sect bar none. If the elite among the inner disciples represent the future and legacy of the Lingxiao sect, then Hong Guangshuai, as the top prodigy, embodies the sect's ascent. He is the object of boundless favor. Even the elder leaders must tread carefully around him. After all, as the foremost prodigy, he is the personal disciple of the Grand Elder." Ha! Su Yuzhong pondered thoughtfully. A small sect like Lingxiao sect has so many rules and so many prodigies. Cultivating immortality is already this cutthroat, what's the point of even trying? Junior brother Su, this guy is incredibly arrogant. It's best not to provoke him. MHM. Su Yuzhong nodded. He wasn't a fool as long as the other party didn't provoke him first. He wouldn't go out of his way to antagonize them. Someone like Hong Guangshuai was clearly arrogant and haughty to the core, with nothing but condescension flowing through his veins. But at that moment, Hong Guangshuai coldly swept his gaze over the crowd below, glancing at the academy members, and without a word, unleashed his oppressive aura. He had not yet reached the Golden Core realm, but his strength was at the peak of the False Core stage. A False Core is essentially on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core. As one of the top prodigies, to pave a smoother path for his future cultivation, his Golden Core formation would be slower, and he would forcibly suppress his own strength to further consolidate his foundation. Thus, in terms of combat prowess, he was virtually unmatched among peers of the same level. Most of the disciples within these sects couldn't withstand his oppressive aura either. Hong Guangshuai's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he stared down at Wang Shushu from above. Suddenly, a massive palm imprint, shimmering with a cyan glow, came crashing down heavily toward Wang Shushu. Wang Shushu hurriedly used his own righteous energy to resist, forming a yin-yang bagua diagram. Unfortunately, before he could even put up a defense, the diagram shattered instantly, sending him flying backward. His face turned deathly pale. Seeing this, Su Yuzhong grew extremely concerned. Wang Shushu was his senior brother, who cared for him meticulously in the academy. The senior brother always had a kind and amiable demeanor, greeting everyone with a smile and stepping forward without hesitation when trouble arose. Naturally, he felt deeply grateful. Seeing his senior brother beaten pale and weak by this scoundrel, suffering severe injuries, he couldn't help but feel furious. Su Yuzhong rushed forward to support Wang Shushu, anxiously pulling out a top-tier healing pill, the Mystic Origin Elixir, and stuffing it into his mouth. Wang Shushu glanced gratefully and said, "Thank you, Junior Brother Su." System notification, assisting Wang Shushu has earned righteousness points. Su Yuzhong didn't bother checking how many righteousness points the system had given him. All he knew was that someone he cared about had been hurt. He stood tall and straight, supporting Wang Shushu with one hand, and loudly demanded, "Hong Guangshuai, why would you do this? You attacked my senior brother without any reason. It seems you're trying to kill him." Hong Guangshuai laughed heartily and said disdainfully, "So what if I am? Even if I kill him in public, what can you do to me? As the top prodigy disciple, I have that right." His eyes showed a disregard for life, and his tone was extremely arrogant. Because in his eyes, the lives of these ordinary disciples were completely insignificant. For him, those who comply will prosper, while those who oppose will perish. Young man, your face is unfamiliar. Daring to call me by my full name, it seems you have a death wish. Han Guangshuai's expression turned cold, deeply displeased that Su Yunzhang had addressed him so directly. Suddenly, a woman emerged from the crowd, dressed in a flowing pink silk gown, her beauty so striking she could undoubtedly be considered a peerless beauty. Though not as stunning as her senior sister and Gu Qingqing, she was still a breathtaking beauty. The woman's eyes were filled with sorrow and anxiety, her brows tightly furrowed as she hurried forward and embraced Wang Shushu. Brother Wang, are you alright? It's all my fault, it's all my doing. Su Yunzhang was quite puzzled by the scene before him. What was going on? Wang Shushu looked at the woman before him with a blissful expression, his originally pale face now tinged with a shy flush. Lana, you're here. MHM. The woman named Lana seemed to share a rather unusual relationship with the eldest senior brother. Gazing up at Han Guangshuai, who stood above and overlooked the crowd, she loudly reprimanded him. Why are you like this? Han Guangshuai wore an indifferent expression. Though women are like clothes to me, easily discarded at any time, the ones I set my sights on, even if I haven't claimed them yet, I won't allow others to lay a finger on. Wang Shushu is so bold as to dare fancy you. I, Han Guangshuai, will never permit it. Lana was furious, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Han Guangshuai, you're too outrageous. Is there no one in the sect who can rein you in? I, Li Ruolan, swear that in this lifetime, I will have no entanglement with you whatsoever. Li Ruolan responded with unwavering determination. Su Yunzhang hadn't expected that the woman before him would have such a connection with the senior brother, and it was because of her that the senior brother had been injured. This Han Guangshuai is simply too domineering. Even as the top prodigy of his generation, he shouldn't treat fellow disciples like this. From his tone, it sounds like he's had many partners. Isn't this just pure evil cultivation? How shameless of the sect to allow such a person to exist. Filth! Li Ruolan, since you insist, I won't force you. Then die together with your Wang Shushu. After you go to hell, you can keep each other company on the Yellow Springs Road. Han Guangshuai's eyes turned fierce. At this moment, he directly issued a threat. He wouldn't allow such a thing to happen to him. With his status as the top prodigy, he believed winning over any woman in the sect should be effortless. He even thought that, in the future, Elder Lu Ruoshui would also become his partner, even though the relationship between Elder Ruoshui and the sect leader was far from simple. So what? His future achievements would surely surpass those of the sect leader. Elder Lu Ruoshui would definitely come to like him. Han Guangshuai was very confident. As the top prodigy and a disciple of the Grand Elder, he had the right to do such things. You! How can you be so shameless? Li Ruolan shouted loudly, feeling utterly desperate at this moment, as the title of the top prodigy weighed heavily on her, making it hard to breathe. Wang Shushu was also agitated. Senior brother Han, if you have any grievances, direct them at me. This has nothing to do with Lana. Han Guangshuai grew angrier the more he saw their affectionate display. The woman he had set his sights on was being so intimate with someone else before he could claim her. This was nothing short of an unforgivable defiance to him. As the top prodigy, he would never allow such a thing to happen. Fine. I'll grant you both your wish. Seeing that he was about to take action, Su Yunzhang was also extremely tense. He absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to bully his senior brother like this. But just at that moment, Elder Cheng Jin from the enforcement hall and the leader of Shangyun Peak stepped forward. The two exchanged a sigh and said, Disciple Han, today is the first selection for the inner sect. Let's discuss your matter later. Don't interfere with official business. Han Guangshuai's arrogance was such that even the two elders could do nothing about it. They merely advised him to handle matters privately, making it clear that he must not disrupt the inner sect selection process. But the issues between you are yours to resolve. They can't control it. Han Guangshuai truly lived up to his reputation as the top prodigy of the sect, doing whatever he pleased without any restraint. At this moment, Su Yunzhong also had a moment of enlightenment in the world of cultivation. The line between righteousness and villainy is not so clearly defined. Anyone can be righteous, and anyone can be a villain. Of course, someone like Wu Jizi, who slaughtered an entire nation of mortals, is undoubtedly a great villain, an evil one, and there is no room for argument on that. Han Guangshuai glanced over and nodded silently. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, Zhu Hong from Shangyun Peak shouted loudly, "Boss Han, I have something to report to you." "Speak." Han Guangshuai recognized Zhu Hong. Both were inner sect disciples, and though not among the top talents, Zhu Hong had always addressed him as boss, which was no small matter. "That arrogant brat who just called you by your full name is Su Yunzhong from our sect." Han Guangshuai had been in seclusion recently and hadn't met Su Yunzhong, but he had heard about the major events in the sect since emerging. Especially this Su Yunzhong, who was born with the Haoran Qi and was a survivor of the fallen Qin kingdom. With the strength of the early foundation establishment stage, he was able to withstand a full force strike from a golden core elder. His power should not be underestimated. He suddenly understood. No wonder he dared to speak to me like that. "So it's that Su Yunzhong." "Exactly. Boss Han, Su Yunzhong has been getting unusually close to junior sister Gu lately. There are even rumors in the sect that Su Yunzhong has feelings for her, and their behavior toward each other is quite ambiguous." As soon as the words were spoken, Su Yunzhong felt utterly speechless. He was baffled. What ambiguity? Isn't this just a normal relationship between a man and a woman? When did I ever have feelings for Gu Qingqing? That's completely absurd. Just because I gave her a blessed jade pendant. But that was just guilt, an attempt to atone for the sin in my heart, nothing more. Hearing these words, Gu Qingqing felt all eyes turn toward her. Her face flushed slightly with embarrassment. "Zhu Hong, stop talking nonsense. Junior brother Su is just naive, not as filthy-minded as you think. Did I say something wrong?" Zhu Hong grinned. Ever since Gu Qingqing arrived at the sect, she had been the focus of attention for many cultivators. Especially after being taken in as a personal disciple by Lu Ruoshui, Han Guangshuai had noticed this junior sister Gu. With both master and disciple being so strikingly beautiful, how could Han Guangshuai, who already harbored ill intentions toward elder Lu Ruoshui, possibly let Gu Qingqing slip by? He had even entertained thoughts of having both master and disciple together. Just thinking about that scene makes Han Guangshuai very excited. He has also been trying every possible way to get close to Gu Qingqing, but she simply ignored him. Just like Li Ruolan, she has always been an object of Han Guangshuai's pursuit. Upon learning about this, he flew into a rage, gritted his teeth, and coldly said to Su Yunzhong, "Su, you dare to have designs on the woman I'm interested in. Just you wait. If you don't want to end up like your senior brother, you'd better wise up and get lost. After all, you're just an ordinary disciple who hasn't even made it into the inner sect." Su Yunzhong clenched his fists quietly upon hearing these words. How dare he use such a thing to threaten me? And to lay hands on my senior brother, this debt will never be forgiven. Of course, if you treat life as worthless as grass, then I have no reason to hold back either. Senior brother Han, don't think that just because you're the top talent in the sect, you can act with impunity within the sect. What if I do? If you could become the top talent, you could do the same. Unfortunately, you're not capable of it. In the end, your academy disciples are just trash. Han Guangshuai swaggered out of the training ground, watching from a distance. After all, there was no need for him to participate in this inner disciple selection. At the same time, the head of Shangyun Peak immediately announced, "The inner disciple selection begins now. The winner stays, the loser steps down." In sparring among fellow disciples, no lives are to be taken. Stop at the point of contact. First match, Lu Xiong vs Zhao Hou. Upon hearing his name called, Zhao Hou hadn't expected to be the first one up. Truth be told, he was a bit nervous. The moment he drew the lot, Zhao Hou knew this opponent would be tough to handle. After all, he is a master at the mid foundation establishment stage, having reached this level for quite some time, so he won't be easy to deal with. Seeing this, Su Yunzhang stepped forward and patted Zhao Ho's shoulder. Senior brother, I believe in you. You must believe in your heart. Don't forget, as vast as your heart is, so too is the world within it. If even you don't believe in yourself, how can the noble spirit help you? Su Yunzhang said this precisely to boost Zhao Ho's confidence. As long as he is confident, Su Yunzhang can then harness the righteous energy of heaven and earth to assist Zhao Ho. If his heart wavers and he believes he is bound to lose, even the righteous energy won't be able to help him. Zhao Ho seemed to be moved and inspired by his words. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable affinity in junior brother Su's speech. Alright. I must secure the first inner sec spot in today's selection. Let the disciples from other peaks see the strength of our academy. Zhao Ho stepped onto the stage with great confidence, arriving at the center of the dojo's platform. He directly retrieved his magical artifact from his Qiankun bag, a brush. This brush was a treasure he had painstakingly crafted after saving up a considerable amount of spirit stones. He used this brush daily for writing and practicing calligraphy, so naturally, he felt a deep connection with it. Opposite him stood a young man holding a precious sword, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips. With his hands on his hips, he laughed heartily and said, "You academy disciples are the same every year. You think you can fight me with just a pen? Are you kidding me?" Zhao Ho said calmly, "Then give it a try." Zhao Ho swiftly brought his pen down, and with a stroke as fluid as a swimming dragon, he quickly wrote a line of characters, launching them toward Lu Xun as an attack. Lu Xun, seeing this, also employed his sword techniques to resist for a moment. Although these words carried some lethality, dealing with them was almost too easy for Lu Xun. Zhao Ho didn't let up, his brush tip dancing as numerous characters formed from ink and strokes appeared before him, each harboring deadly intent. Unfortunately, the opponent effortlessly blocked them, showing no sign of weakness. At this very moment, a thought stirred in Su Yunzhang's mind, and a surge of the vast, righteous energy of heaven and earth quietly enveloped Zhao Ho. In an instant, Zhao Ho felt refreshed and invigorated. He also became more confident. Kill! Zhao Ho wielded his brush to write a single, menacing character kill. This was a technique he had comprehended, the kill character technique. A massive kill character, brimming with overwhelming killing intent, surged toward Lu Xun on the opposite side. Lu Xun stared at the character, feeling equally astonished, as if he were trapped and unable to move freely. He struggled with all his might, unleashing all his spiritual energy, and swung his sword. Unfortunately, the killing character effortlessly devoured his sword technique before crashing heavily onto him. The blow sent Lu Xun coughing out blood, as if he had suffered severe injuries, leaving him completely unable to stand. I lost. The scene before them truly shocked the disciples present. After all, when had they ever seen a disciple from the academy be so fierce? Moreover, Zhao Ho had killed someone with just the tip of his brush. Zhao Ho of the academy, victorious, proceeds to the next round. Zhao Ho wore an expression of sheer excitement, never having imagined he could actually win. He felt the recognition of the vast righteous energy between heaven and earth, perhaps stemming from his own indomitable spirit. Having successfully advanced to the next round, he felt his chances of entering the inner set were growing ever higher. Senior brother, impressive. After Zhao Ho came down, Su Yunzhang gave him a thumbs up and said encouragingly. Zhao Ho chuckled, "It's all thanks to your concern, junior brother. Your encouragement means a lot to me." And so, the competition continued. Whenever it was the academy's disciples' turn, Su Yunzhang would do his utmost to help, quietly using his own willpower to channel the righteous energy. The world naturally possesses this righteous energy, and with his subtle assistance, it naturally provided significant benefits to these senior brothers. During this time, Su Yunzhang quietly accumulated a considerable amount of righteous energy, all of which was the reward for helping these senior brothers. It must be said that this dam system is quite humane in this regard. On the arena, some senior brothers held long zither, gently plucking the strings. The sound waves emitted were originally not very powerful, but suddenly, With the infusion of righteous energy, the sonic attacks became incredibly strong. Other senior brothers held chess pieces in their hands, using the arena as a chessboard. The attacks generated by the collision of black and white pieces, driven by the righteous energy, were also devastatingly powerful. Unexpectedly, all the disciples from their academy who participated somehow made it to the second round. This left them utterly shocked. Zhu Hong's expression also turned somewhat grim. How could this happen? Are the academy disciples this fierce this year? If this trend continues, more than 3 of their academy disciples will definitely make it into the inner set selection. What about our bet then? Zhu Hong was somewhat worried, but upon closer thought, this was only the first round. By the second round, their strength would surely falter. They definitely wouldn't hold up. No need to worry about that at all. He could only comfort himself in his heart like this. Now it was Gu Qingqing's turn. As the direct disciple of first seed Lu Ruoshui, although she was only at the early foundation establishment stage, with the enhancement of her cultivation technique and the aid of magical treasures, she naturally could win effortlessly. Gu Qingqing effortlessly advanced to the next round, her gaze involuntarily drifting toward Su Yunzhang. Junior brother Su, do your best. Let us show the people of Qin State what we're made of. All right. No sooner had Gu Qingqing stepped down than Su Yunzhang's name was called. His opponent was Cui Yuan, an early-stage foundation establishment disciple from Sword Peak Mountain. Though Cui Yuan was only an early-stage foundation establishment disciple, his comprehension of sword techniques was extraordinary, placing him among the top early-stage foundation establishment disciples in all of Sword Peak Mountain. Moreover, when his swordplay was at its peak, combined with his near mid-stage foundation establishment strength, even many mid-stage foundation establishment disciples found him difficult to handle. Cui Yuan stepped onto the stage with great confidence, his posture upright and proud. Junior brother Su, your academy has been quite impressive this year. All participating disciples have advanced to the second round, but you won't be able to. Although you once fought against the elder of the enforcement hall and managed to hold your ground, that was merely a stroke of luck. While the heroine of heaven and earth is indeed miraculous, it holds no advantage in one-on-one combat. Come on! Cui Yuan drew his sword, which was entirely crimson, resembling a glowing red gemstone. He swiftly channeled his spiritual energy, unleashing his sword technique. A red rainbow appeared before him, looking immensely powerful and incredibly fast. Yet, Su Yunzhang stood there motionless, as if frozen in place. Many people were amazed by it. Senior brother Cui's swordsmanship is truly exceptional. I doubt that Su fellow can withstand it. He has just entered the foundation establishment stage. If it weren't for his innate righteous energy, breaking through to foundation establishment would have been difficult. I heard he's still at the academy and hasn't settled on a cultivation method. Could he really rely solely on his eloquence to win? Who says it's impossible? What if they're really that good? Is this the legendary debating a room full of scholars? The eloquence of the learned is truly formidable. Many were waiting to see Su Yunzhang make a fool of himself. They all believed that his ability to withstand Elder Yan's strike from the enforcement hall back then was purely due to luck. Now that his luck had run out, he was just an ordinary disciple who would undoubtedly be crushed. But at this moment, Su Yunzhang seemed to be favored by the vast righteous energy of heaven and earth, standing there like a refined and cultured scholar, neither haughty nor humble. His own righteous energy drew the vast righteous energy of heaven and earth, forming a faint white light around him, as if it were a protective immortal aura. This scene was astonishing and bewildering to behold. What was going on? Why isn't he making a move? What's that faint white glow around him? Just as everyone was growing curious, Cui Yuan's sword strike landed directly on Su Yunzhang's body. Unfortunately, the sword technique failed to penetrate the white glow surrounding him. Cui Yuan was stunned, and the onlooking disciples were equally baffled. Can this really be withstood? This guy is just too monstrous. Unbelievable. Actually, Su Yunzhang originally wanted to take this opportunity to see how his recent body cultivation training was progressing, whether he could directly withstand a cultivator's attack with his body. But then I thought, This is my trump card should I really reveal it so easily. It's better to keep this body refining technique hidden for now. Later, I can use it as my trump card and reveal it outright. After all, isn't it just like playing dumb to deceive others? Who hasn't seen that trick before? Haven't all those books I've read taught me the same thing? Su Yunzhang didn't even need to demonstrate his own strength, letting the righteous energy of heaven and earth shield him instead. Though one might say it's quite shameless. As expected, Cui Yuan couldn't contain his anger and unleashed his sword techniques once more. Unfortunately, he still failed to pierce through Su Yunzhang's protective immortal light. Logically speaking, defenses formed by the righteous energy of heaven and earth shouldn't be this impenetrable, but Su Yunzhang is different. He is indeed a person favored by the righteous aura of the heavenly Tao. Refreshing. I just love watching you fail to hit me and get so frustrated you scratch your ears and cheeks. Su Yunzhang was extremely excited inside, but his expression remained calm. Cui Yuan exhausted every possible means, even consuming a qi restoring pill to replenish his spiritual energy, yet it was all in vain. He unleashed his strongest killing move multiple times, but still failed to break through Su Yunzhang's protective aura of righteous energy. Can't you fight me properly instead of hiding like a coward? Su Yunzhang responded with a faint smile, leaving behind an utterly pretentious remark. If you can't even break through my protective divine light, you are unworthy of battling me. Trash! Can you even do anything? Cui Yuan completely broke down at this moment. He had already used his strongest killing move several times, yet the opponent remained unscathed, as if the righteous energy was inexhaustible. Who could be so monstrous, able to continuously harness the boundless righteous energy of heaven and earth for their own use? Ah! Su Yunzhang, you! Cui Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood in rage, overwhelmed by fury. I admit defeat. Su Yunzhang's almost shameless fighting style left the disciples present utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, they finally realized just how formidable this man, who was born with innate righteous energy, truly was. No wonder he acted so fearlessly. Wasn't it said that he was just lucky? Why did senior brother Cui exert his full strength and use such a powerful sword technique, yet still fail to break through his defense or shatter his protective immortal light? Su Yunzhang advanced to the next round. The selection process continued uninterrupted. After all, they were cultivators day and night made little difference to them, and going without rest posed no issue. And so, when the first round of selection concluded, the second round officially began, still featuring one-on-one duels. The winners and losers were determined by drawing lots luck. After all, it's also part of one's strength. The final results of the inner sect selection would be decided in this round of competition. This time, Su Yunzhang drew a disciple from Chiu Peak. Unexpectedly, the opponent was at the late foundation establishment stage, making them quite formidable. Under normal circumstances, with such strength, entering the inner sect would be a sure thing, absolutely no room for mistakes. Many people also think this way. In this round, Su Yunzhang continued to wholeheartedly assist his senior brothers, using the righteous energy of heaven and earth to influence them. However, it was quite unfortunate that some senior brothers still lacked mental fortitude. Even with Su Yunzhang's support from behind, they ultimately failed to defeat their opponents. After all, those who passed the first round of selection were all outstanding disciples, each one excelling above the rest. Fortunately, Zhao Houzi had no issues at all. In fact, he even gained some enlightenment during the battle, and Su Yunzhang had been guiding him with his righteous energy all along. As a result, Zhao Houzi achieved a breakthrough in the midst of combat, directly advancing to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, elevating his strength to a higher level. Naturally, he encountered no problems and smoothly entered the inner sect. Following closely behind, the other three senior brothers from the academy also made their way into the inner sect. In one fell swoop, the number of inner sect spots from the academy increased by 4. This left the disciples participating in the inner sect selection utterly astonished. Originally, they were all waiting to see the academy make a fool of itself, thinking that this year the academy would surely lose miserably. As for the bet with Zhu Hong, in the end, it would be their academy that would lose. But now there are already 4, so the bet has been fulfilled, and Xu Hong's promise must be honored. Xu Hong's face turned extremely grim at this moment. He never expected that he would end up shooting himself in the foot. How could this be? Since when has the academy become so strong? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could so many academy disciples enter the inner sect? Someone must have cheated. Absolutely someone must have cheated. Xu Hong shouted loudly, but even if he questioned the outcome of the inner sect selection, it wouldn't matter. A loss is a loss. The inner sect selection is extremely strict, with so many eyes watching. How could there possibly be any cheating? Even Elder Sheng Jing from the enforcement hall was puzzled. Why were the academy disciples so fierce this year? Had they all been holding back their strength? Perhaps it was the bet that ignited their potential, driving these usually indifferent academy disciples to fight for their pride. At this moment, on Sword Peak Mountain, all the elders and leaders gathered together. Lu Ruoxue looked quite surprised as she turned her gaze toward the gluttonous little old man. Elder Fan, your academy is really impressive this year. Who would have thought you were hiding such talent? 4 inner disciples made it in at once, and that Su Yunzhong is also very likely to get in. Amazing! The old glutton was also puzzled. Truth be told, he felt uneasy inside, unsure how many of the academy's disciples would make it into the inner sect this year. After all, they had been resigned to ridicule year after year, and he had grown accustomed to it. Who would have thought that this year, his disciples would prove themselves so remarkably? Excellent! Finally, he could hold his head high with pride. The glutton took a deep breath, straightened his posture, and with an air of haughtiness, snorted lightly as he explained, "Of course, our academy's disciples were merely biding their time and hiding their capabilities. How could they possibly be as worthless as you all claim? This year, they really gave me a big surprise. However, comparatively speaking, our academy still seems to have the fewest inner disciples." The thought made Rice Bucket inexplicably helpless. This year, they indeed had a burst of potential. But even so, very few academy disciples had reached the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, the base number of academy disciples was also the smallest among all the other peaks in the entire sect. After all, in the eyes of most cultivators, those who practice the righteous energy of heaven and earth like them are seen as unlearned and neither fish nor fowl. Lu Ruoxue giggled. That's still significant progress. After all, your academy has the fewest disciples. Even 3 academies combined can't compare to our Sword Peak Mountain. At this moment, on the arena of the dojo, Zhao Houzi shouted excitedly, "Xu Hong, isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? Don't you dare act like a coward. Anyway, everyone's a bit tired from the inner sect selection. Why not take a break in the middle? You can put on a little performance for us. Hurry up." Listening to his words, Xu Hong's face flushed red with frustration. He had indeed lost the bet. Who could have expected this year's academy disciples to be so formidable? Gritting his teeth, he shot a glare at Zhao Houzi. "Don't get cocky, kid. You might have lucked your way into the inner sect, but don't forget what's next: the inner sect elite selection. No one can skip that selection. Everyone must participate. Don't let me catch you, or I'll beat you so hard you'll be picking your teeth off the ground." Zhao Houzi wasn't one to be intimidated either, shouting back, "So what? You lost the bet anyway." Xu Hong sighed. With so many people watching, a real man wouldn't break his word over such a trivial matter. For a cultivator like himself, it might even become a karmic obstacle in the future. Forget it. What is there to fear? Xu Hong silently encouraged himself in his heart. He stepped onto the platform, knelt down with a thud, faced the direction of the academy disciples, kowtowed several times, and shouted loudly, "You are all my fathers. Every disciple of the academy is my father. Dad!" The academy disciples witnessing this scene felt as if a weight had been lifted from their chests. However, Zhao the monkey, being hot-blooded and impulsive, paid no heed to such formalities. "Hey, good son. I don't have a son like you, Scram. I'm not your dad." This really angered Xu Hong. Fuming with rage, He secretly clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. Just wait. Kid, you'd better pray you don't draw me in the lottery. Hey, Xu Hong, seems like you forgot something. You owe us a dance to liven things up. You can't back out of this now. Xu Hong felt extremely embarrassed. How could he possibly dance? He was a grown man who usually spent his time wielding swords or staffs. Ah, forget it, since things had already come to this, and he'd even called someone dead. What harm was there in dancing? He directly pulled out his spear, thrust it into the ground, and then, gripping the shaft, began to dance. It was hard to imagine a burly man with a thin mustache and muscles all over his body, dancing here of all places, and performing something akin to a pole dance at that. As for where the inspiration for this dance came from, it dated back to when Xu Hong was still a mortal. He had once seen a courtesan perform it in a brothel. The women in the brothel would hold onto a pole, dressed in light, flimsy clothing, moving as gracefully as a swimming dragon or a startled soul, their entire bodies fluttering like dancing butterflies, a sight too dazzling to take in all at once. It must be said, dancing on a pole does have a unique kind of charm. Xu Hong didn't expect that he would grow more and more excited as he danced, even getting carried away, completely immersed in the atmosphere of the dance. Watching this big, bearded man dance, the disciples in the training hall fell silent. They were utterly stunned, their eyes wide, jaws practically dropping to the floor. Wow, when have we ever seen a senior brother dance for them in public? And it's such a bizarre dance at that. Oh, this. What a bizarre dance. My eyes seem to have gone blind. Why does senior brother Zhu look so excited, as if he's completely immersed in it? Su Yunzhang stared at the dance resembling a pole dance before him, utterly shocked, feeling as if his eyes had been violated. Such a burly man performing this kind of dance in front of so many people is just too spicy. Though Yu Hong's mouth is indeed foul, he sure knows how to play along. Su Yunzhang couldn't help but burst into laughter, and in fact, many in the audience were stifling their giggles. The move was simply too unconventional. Even the nearby observing elders from the enforcement hall and the Shangyun Peak were utterly stunned. Elder Shen, this is simply disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful. Shen Jin let out an awkward laugh. Ha ha, not bad at all. Though a bit eye-straining, I must admit this disciple of yours has some talent for dancing. I think this is a great segment. For future inner sect selections, if everyone feels a bit tired, why not have some female and male disciples perform their talents? Are you serious, Elder Chan? After Zhu Hong finished his performance, he couldn't help but shiver with excitement. He felt so exhilarated that he even imagined himself transforming into a woman. Unbelievable. How could he have such thoughts? Although dancing had felt incredibly comfortable, even making him want to continue. How could a dignified man like me become infatuated with such shameful behavior? Damn it! Xu Hong felt he must nip this thought in the bud. I didn't break my promise. I, Xu Hong, am a man of my word. What I say, I do. Enough! Stop laughing. What's so funny? Keep it up and I'll knock your teeth out. Xu Hong's face turned bit red as he hurriedly left the place, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. At this moment, Elder Shen Jin's melodious voice rang out once more. The selection of inner disciples continues. Next match, Su Yuzhang from the Academy versus Hong Qisheng from Crimson Feather Peak. Both parties should quickly proceed to the dojo arena. Su Yuzhang walked forward with great composure. At that moment, Gu Qingqing was also standing in the crowd and softly called out to him, "Junior brother Su, do your best. Once you enter the inner sect, no one will dare to bully you again." Following the voice, he saw Gu Qingqing's delicate face filled with excitement and hope. She truly hoped that Su Yunzhang could make it into the inner sect. Of course, she had already entered the inner sect herself, as her strength made dealing with these ordinary disciples far too easy. Even compared to those senior brothers and sisters who have already entered the inner sect, Gu Qingqing is fully capable of holding her own. There's no helping it, her master treats her exceptionally well, trying to cram everything into her by any means possible. "Senior sister, I'll do my best." Su Yunzhang nodded lightly, but Gu Qingqing's words were completely wrong. After entering the inner sect, no one would bully them anymore. What a joke! Even his own senior brother had been bullied by that scoundrel Hong Guangshui. Entering the inner sect only gives ordinary disciples a certain aura, but in the eyes of those prodigies, they are still like ants easily crushed if they so desire. Standing opposite Su Yunzhang, Hong Qisheng held a pair of swords in his hands, looking imposing and full of confidence. After all, with his recent breakthrough to the late foundation establishment stage, dealing with Su Yunzhang would be effortless. Junior brother Su, I admit you're quite remarkable. It hasn't been long since you joined the sect, yet you've already made it into the inner sect. Even the top prodigy of the past didn't achieve such a feat. But your foundation is still too weak. You'll definitely make it in the next inner sect selection. This time was just bad luck. Hong Qisheng indeed has the capability and the resources to make such a statement. Senior brother, I don't believe I will lose today. I admit you are strong, but I return these words to you. If you had met someone else, you might have entered the inner sect. But meeting me, perhaps that prideful confidence of yours will be utterly shattered by me. Ridiculous! What strength do you have compared to mine? Your foundation is so shallow, not even stable at the foundation establishment stage, yet you dare dream of defeating me. Watching the two sides at daggers drawn, the surrounding onlookers were also quite excited. They were finally about to witness the much talked about Su Yunzhang, who had been the center of attention since joining the sect, being defeated. Su Yunzhang is indeed quite unlucky. If it were anyone else, given his innate possession of the righteous aura, he might actually have a chance to win. Senior brother Hong, crush him. Make him kneel and beg for mercy. That's right. Senior brother Hong, this kid is too arrogant, and he's also shameless. Cui Yuan stood below, shouting loudly to cheer Hong Qisheng on, rallying support for him. After all, Su Yunzhang is just too bizarre. To lose the match in such an inexplicable way after exhausting all my spiritual power is truly humiliating. There's never a shortage of people who kick others when they're down. The reason they're so eager to see Su Yunzhang become a laughingstock is simply because he arrived at the sect with immense prestige and a high profile from the very beginning. He didn't go through the usual progression from a menial disciple to an ordinary disciple, and then to an initiate disciple. Instead, he was directly taken in as a personal disciple by the academy elder who could stand for that. To make matters worse, he actually broke through to the foundation establishment stage so quickly. This not only proved many mockers wrong, but also allowed him to withstand a full-force strike from a golden core elder. Every single one of these things made them extremely jealous. What right does a mere scholar have? Senior brother Hong, why do you assume I can't win before we've even fought? Su Yunzhang snorted lightly. He hadn't revealed his true strength yet. After all, his Haoran Righteous Qi technique wasn't just for show. It not only allowed him to gather the Haoran Righteous Qi from heaven and earth, but also aided his cultivation. It can also possess unique divine abilities exclusive to the technique. What a pity! If only he could unleash his 10,000 soul banner in this place, he would undoubtedly be the strongest in the world. Hong Qisheng paid no heed to Su Yunzhang's words, believing that this guy wouldn't last 10 moves in his hands. He excelled in dual blade combat and had found a blade technique in the scripture pavilion called the Thunder Blade Technique, swift as lightning and as formidable as thunder itself, striking fear into all who faced it. Junior brother, be careful! Hong Qisheng shouted loudly, his twin blades crackling with lightning energy as he swung them towards Su Yunzhang. Yet Su Yunzhang remained motionless, just as in the previous round of the contest. His body was still enveloped in protective immortal light, and the vast righteous energy of heaven and earth flowed effortlessly around him. Despite Hong Qisheng's late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, the power of his blade technique failed to even crack Su Yunzhang's protective immortal light. This is quite shocking. Is he really going to keep acting like a turtle, letting others slash at him without showing any offensive moves? At this point, some even started saying, this Su Yunzhang is too abnormal. The righteous energy of heaven and earth has been helping him all along. Maybe this guy simply doesn't know how to use any techniques or divine abilities. That's right. He might not even know how to use the most basic swordplay or fist techniques. Who says it isn't so? After all, He just arrived and hasn't even been to the scripture pavilion, so he wouldn't know about these things. Hong Qishan stared at Su Yunzhang before him, who seemed to have donned a hard turtle shell, making it impossible to break through his defenses. This truly frustrated him. He refused to believe this guy could keep acting like a turtle forever. Even a turtle's shell will crack eventually. It must be that his strength wasn't powerful enough. Thinking this, Hong Qishan took a deep breath, mobilized the spiritual energy within his body, and unleashed the Thunder Blade technique. At this moment, his body crackled with electricity, faint arcs of lightning gathering around him, while his blade was also wreathed in thunderous power, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Su Yunzhang watched his opponent with utter calm, showing not the slightest hint of urgency. In an instant, Hong Qishan appeared beside Su Yunzhang, his Thunder Blade technique swift as lightning, relentlessly slashing at Su Yunzhang's protective immortal aura. If it were an ordinary disciple, being struck by his Thunder Blade technique like this, they would have long been unable to endure and would have perished instantly. Unfortunately, Su Yunzhang was not, but his blade technique was indeed extremely fierce. The protective immortal light formed by the vast righteous energy of heaven and earth around Su Yunzhang was not omnipotent. Under such a fierce assault, it still shattered. However, he wasn't in a hurry, drifting lightly backward to create distance. Hong Qishan saw the protective immortal light around him break so easily and grinned, laughing heartily. Seems like you're not so tough after all. Thought that turtle shell of yours was unbreakable, but turns out it's all show and no substance. Kid, without this turtle shell to protect you, let's see what you can do now. Hong Qishan let out a loud shout, a wild and arrogant smile on his face as he raised his twin blades high. The lightning energy attached to them gathered together, forming an illusory greatsword. Under the support of the lightning power within his body, this illusory greatsword gradually took on a solid form. It also caused the surrounding environment to darken, as the originally clear sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds. Kid, taste this strike of mine. Su Yunzhang looked at the large blade before him with great composure. Ever since he recited that poem in front of everyone last time, he had felt as if he could harness the power of those verses to manifest a unique divine technique. Thus, he chanted with conviction, chiseled 1,000 times, hammered 10,000 times, emerging from the deep mountains. To leave purity in the mortal world. An illusory mountain materialized directly in front of Su Yunzhang, blocking the attack from Hong Qishan. Though not as awe-inspiring as when he faced Yang Xinwang, the effect was still fully realized. The mountain, formed from the vast righteous energy of heaven and earth, boasted considerable defensive power. Watching his attack being effortlessly diffused by Su Yunzhang, Hong Qishan felt extremely unsettled inside. He was furious why. Why was this happening? This Su Yunzhang, relying merely on his words and his writings, could actually hold his own against him in a fight. Damn it! Thunderous twin blades dance. This is Hong Qishan's most powerful strike, the ultimate move of the Thunder Blade technique. At this moment, it felt as though the heavens and earth were undergoing a great upheaval. One could clearly see the originally overcast sky now crackling with bursts of thunder. Moreover, he continuously swung the twin blades in his hands, intertwining them to form a hurricane. This hurricane was further infused with the power of thunder from the sky. The hurricane, laced with lightning and his formidable blade technique, surged toward Su Yunzhang. There was no dodging this strike. His opponent was too foolish and would surely lock onto his movements. Su Yunzhang thought of this and directly waved his hand forward. As his mind willed, the vast energy of heaven and earth, channeled through his writing, coalesced into a volcano, seemingly composed of flames. This volcano, wreathed in fierce flames, was hurled toward Hong Qishan. The hurricane and the volcano collided in an instant, sparking a dazzling display and erupting with an overwhelming force. With a thunderous boom, the scene resembled an explosion. The entire area was engulfed in a cloud of white smoke. Only when the smoke dispersed and the dust settled did everyone witness a sight that left them utterly stunned. Hong Qishan's twin blades had already been cast aside, and his entire body seemed as if it were on fire, looking extremely uncomfortable. White smoke billowed from his mouth, his hair was singed, as though he had been struck by a fireball spell. Have I failed just like this? Hong Qisheng truly couldn't understand what exactly had that guy across from him done. Isn't it said that this guy was only able to gain the recognition of Heavenly Dao's literary aura through poetry that did purely by luck? So why can he still use it? Although the power is indeed not as strong as when he dealt with Elder Yang that day, it still leaves people in awe. This can be considered a self-created immortal technique. One has to admit that the disciples of the academy all have some real skills. Each can gain the recognition of the world's righteous aura through their own insights. I have lost. Hong Qisheng gazed at Su Yunzhang with immense reluctance, feeling deeply wronged and aggrieved. After all, he was at the late-stage foundation establishment level. How could he have encountered such a monstrous opponent? He had thought victory was within his grasp, only to end up becoming a laughingstock. At this moment, the entire arena fell into complete silence as Su Yunzhang stood calmly on the platform, unfazed. And that Cui Yuan, who was just shouting a moment ago, has now fallen silent. He could hardly imagine what the consequences would be if those two mountains were to come crashing down on him. Who in the world summons two mountains during a fight? Senior brother Hong, I concede. Su Yunzhang slowly walked over, helped Hong Qisheng up, and handed him a healing pill, determined to maintain his kind scholar persona. Hong Qisheng glanced at the healing pill in his hand and sighed helplessly. I couldn't defeat you in strength, and now it seems I can't surpass you in character either. I feel ashamed of my inferiority. Junior brother Su's kindness and magnanimity toward his opponent truly made him one favored by the righteous aura of heaven and earth. Senior brother Hong, you flatter me too much. We are all fellow disciples. This was merely a spar, not a feud between enemies. Hong Qisheng fell silent, keeping some thoughts to himself. He couldn't help but wonder, was junior brother Su perhaps a bit too naive and kind-hearted? In the world of cultivation, anyone could be an enemy. Deception and treachery are commonplace. Human hearts are inherently wicked. The selection of inner sect disciples was still ongoing, and amidst the astonished gazes of many, Su Yunzhang secured the spot. This left quite a few people seething with envy, while others couldn't help but sigh in amazement. A disciple who had joined the Linxiao sect for less than a year, no, just a few months, had actually broken through to the foundation establishment stage and even entered the inner sect. If that wasn't a prodigy, what was? Upon learning of this, Lu Ruoshua on Sword Peak Mountain remarked softly, Elder Fan, your newly accepted disciple is truly remarkable. Even Hong Guangshuai, the current top genius, wasn't this extraordinary. How long has it been since he joined the sect, and he's already become an inner sect disciple? The little rice bucket nodded and explained, my disciple is naturally gifted. After all, he was born with the innate Haoren Qi. Such a constitution is truly rare. What a pity, Lu Ruoshue added immediately. The path of Confucianism is inherently difficult. Even with his exceptional talent, he will ultimately have to turn to the Taoist path. If I'm not mistaken, Elder Fan has already begun to gradually focus solely on cultivating Haoren Qi, while using Taoist techniques for everything else, including immortal arts. It is indeed possible to use Haoren Qi to power Taoist techniques, and Haoren Qi even offers certain advantages in doing so. The rice bucket sighed deeply, utterly helpless. There's no way around it. Taoism and Confucianism both belong to the Great Path. There's no real difference between them. It's just that the schools of cultivation are different, that's all. Divine abilities and magical techniques can all be learned from each other and used interchangeably. That's true. Soon, the selection of inner disciples concluded. This year, a total of 100 individuals were admitted to the inner sect. Among them, only 5 were from the academy, a proportion that was exceptionally low. To put it into perspective, a single sect typically has at least tens of thousands of members. Linxiao sect is considered a reputable sect in the northwestern cultivation world, drawing talented individuals from nearby cultivation cities and mortal nations, which naturally results in a large population. With the inner disciple selection now over, Elder Sheng Jin cast a calm glance and announced to the crowd, everyone, this year's inner disciple selection has come to an end. All newly admitted inner disciples, hold onto your waist tokens and robes. These not only represent your identity, but also your status. As inner disciples, the spiritual stones and cultivation resources you receive each month will be several times greater than when you were ordinary disciples. We hope you will strive even harder in your cultivation to make our Lingxiao sect stronger. The path of cultivation is naturally arduous. We hope all of you will work hard and achieve breakthroughs as soon as possible. Shen Jin cast a deeply moved glance at the inner disciples below. They were the future of their Lingxiao sect. Maybe in the future, these elders might even need their help. It's essential to build good relationships now. Alright, the inner sect selection has concluded, but next up is the most exciting part, the elite inner sect selection. All inner sect disciples in the sect must participate, with only 3 being chosen in total. The elite disciples of our sect are the very core of Lingxiao sect. Not only can they receive guidance from the supreme elders, but they also gain the opportunity to reach the golden core stage, select inherited magical treasures, and acquire inherited cultivation techniques. Su Yunzhong didn't quite understand, as he had just joined and was unfamiliar with concepts like inherited magical treasures and inherited cultivation techniques. However, the opportunity to reach the golden core stage was something he could grasp. After all, in the path of cultivation, reaching the foundation establishment stage marks the entry into the realm of immortals, allowing one to be considered a true cultivator. But it is only after the golden core stage that one's lifespan is significantly extended. In the world of cultivators, perhaps only golden core cultivators can truly be called immortals. However, achieving the golden core stage is no easy feat. Not only must one possess the necessary strength, but also talent and opportunity. Of course, it is also possible to advance through the use of elixirs. However, such elixirs are only possessed by master alchemists. In the world of cultivation, if they were to be auctioned, their price would be astronomical. It can be said that it's extremely difficult. This condition is indeed tempting enough. Beside them, Wang Shushu explained, legacy artifacts and legacy techniques are both the most crucial core aspects of a sect. Unlike the scripture pavilion, the inheritance site houses the most core techniques and treasures of the sect, accessible only to true prodigies. Obtaining this not only increases the chance of reaching the golden core stage but also ensures an immeasurably bright future. This is why the identity of a prodigy disciple is so coveted, and why everyone strives to join. Su Yunzhong suddenly understood upon hearing this, but these benefits seemed of little use to him. After all, he had the system. With the system store, he could exchange for numerous treasures and techniques. Besides, he didn't need these things anyway. It would be better to focus on mastering his body refining technique, the invincible cultivation method of longevity and immortality, where heaven and earth share the same lifespan. In that case, there was no need for him to get involved in this so-called battle of the prodigies. When the time came, he could just fight whoever he was matched against casually, or even skip the fight altogether and surrender directly. It didn't seem like a big deal. It wasn't shameful. After all, he was already exceptionally gifted. At this moment, Elder Shenjin suddenly remembered something else and quickly explained, "Oh, I forgot to mention this to you. The 3 newly selected prodigy disciples can challenge the previous prodigies. This is a great opportunity. In the path of cultivation, one either advances or regresses. Competing with fellow prodigy disciples can provide valuable experience and significantly enhance your strength. This is also a trial opportunity. Of course, it depends on whether the prodigy disciple is in seclusion. If they are, then there's nothing we can do." Hearing this, Su Yunzhang's eyes immediately lit up. Could it really be done this way? Then, does this mean he has a chance to deal with Hong Guangshuai, the arrogant top prodigy? He wants to avenge his senior brother. What difference is there between such a despicable top prodigy and a villain? It seems he has no choice but to step forward now. At this moment, Elder Shenjin waved his sleeve, and a dense array of tokens floated in mid-air. The selection of elite disciples requires entering the sect's secret realm. You must carry your identity tokens to gain entry. For this trial in the secret realm, the first 3 to reach the end will be named elite disciples. Additionally, if you encounter danger or wish to withdraw midway, simply crush your token. Although this is a sect secret realm, indiscriminate killing of fellow disciples is strictly prohibited here. Understood? The inner sect disciples nodded slightly. In truth, everyone was well aware that during the selection of prodigies, once they entered the secret realm, the elders could no longer observe what transpired inside. Once they stepped in, the line between life and death would blur. On the surface, killing fellow disciples was forbidden, but in reality, these are all empty words. Just any excuse can easily deceive others. That said, holding an identity token means you can leave in an instant, so the chance of being killed isn't high. Unless you're instantly killed. Everyone, let's go in. Elder Cheng Jin lightly tapped his finger, and a special array formation appeared before him. As the formation rotated, another array emerged at the very center of the dojo. At the heart of the formation was a black hole resembling a vortex, appearing quite eerie. The inner sect disciples did not hesitate and swiftly rushed into the secret realm. Su Yunzhang followed suit, stepping inside as well. Beside him, Shen Guanjing and Wang Shushu spoke with concern. Junior brother, this place is perilous, though it is a secret realm and a trial ground. But even among fellow disciples, they may turn on each other. Remember, do not get caught in prolonged battles. After all, becoming a top disciple is difficult, and what ranking you achieve depends entirely on luck. Hold on to your identity token tightly, understand? Senior brothers and sisters, be careful too. Good. As all the inner disciples entered the secret realm, the training ground was left in complete silence, occupied only by the ordinary disciples. Although they couldn't see what was happening inside, they could see everyone's rankings, as each person had their own exclusive identity token. At the very top of the dojo, there was an enormous scroll. On this scroll, the identities and rankings of every inner sect disciple were clearly displayed. The secret realm was like a separate small world. The moment Su Yunzhang rushed in, he was separated from the academy's group, left completely alone. Before him lay a misty forest, making it impossible to see anything clearly ahead. What the hell is this place? Su Yunzhang looked puzzled. Since the path ahead was unclear, he had no choice but to keep moving forward. He wondered what exactly lay at the end of this secret realm. He could only proceed slowly, carefully scanning his surroundings with his spiritual sense along the way. It would be great if he could encounter fellow disciples. Unfortunately, even after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he still hadn't found any other senior brothers from his sect. But just at that moment, suddenly, Su Yunzhang heard a series of ghostly wails and howls echoing in his ears. Amidst the thick fog, where he couldn't even see his own hand, the sudden sound startled Su Yunzhang. As he was still puzzled, a phantom-like ghostly figure appeared before him. It was a woman dressed in red, her hair disheveled, her face deathly pale, bearing large, menacing fangs. Upon seeing Su Yunzhang, the female ghost seemed to have spotted prey. She opened her foam-filled mouth wide, foul saliva dripping from her teeth, as if ready to devour him whole. Seeing this, Su Yunzhang quickly used his movement technique to create distance, but unexpectedly, the red-clothed ghostly figure was extremely fast. The ghostly wails, like demonic sounds, filled his ears. Su Yunzhang simply had no time to dodge. The ghost was too fast. Just as the ghostly figure was about to sink its teeth into him, opening its bloodthirsty maw, in an instant, the red-clothed female ghost touched the righteous aura emanating from his body. Her eyes filled with terror, and like a frightened kitten, she hastily retreated, letting out a shrill cry. What was going on? Su Yunzhang was quite puzzled. No longer afraid, he instead took the initiative to approach the red-clad ghostly figure. Unexpectedly, the wailing spirit chose to flee directly. At this moment, it suddenly dawned on him. As the saying goes, cultivate a noble and righteous spirit to suppress all evil in the world. Does a noble and righteous spirit have such benefits? Ha ha, it seems this place is like a fish in water for me. What a pity, there are too many people here. Otherwise I would have taken out the 10,000 soul banner and devoured all of you spirits properly. After careful observation, he realized that the red-dressed female ghost who had just appeared before him was likely at the late foundation establishment stage. For most inner sect disciples, she wouldn't pose much of a threat. However, the attack methods of spirits are rather unique. They target the soul, affecting one's spiritual consciousness, which naturally makes them obstacles in one's path. Of course, cultivators can also choose to attack directly and eliminate these spirits. He pondered for a moment. Although his heroine chi indeed felt like a cheat, it must have its limitations. If the evil spirit surpassed the foundation establishment stage and reached the golden core level, perhaps the heroine chi wouldn't be able to resist them as usual. With this thought, Su Yunzhang felt much more at ease and strode forward confidently, quickening his pace. Originally, he had considered using his heroine chi to condense into a cloud and fly directly out of this misty forest. However, it seemed that flight was restricted here, forcing all disciples to proceed on foot. As he continued forward, Su Yunzhang realized that this misty forest was surprisingly vast. Along the way, he encountered several Lingxiao sect disciples, all of whom were entangled by these spectral entities. Although it wouldn't endanger their lives, it was still somewhat troublesome and would hinder their progress. Su Yunzhang, however, moved through effortlessly as if it were an uninhabited land. The other disciples were so shocked by this sight that their jaws nearly dropped, and some even suspected he was cheating. Su Yunzhang, why aren't these ghosts attacking you? They only come after us. Are you cheating? Do you have something on you? Su Yunzhang rolled his eyes and snorted lightly. Do you know what it means to possess the righteous aura of heaven and earth? My righteous aura can ward off all evil spirits. What can mere ghosts do to me? Hearing his infuriating tone, the disciples gritted their teeth in anger. How is this righteous aura so overpowered? I want to cultivate the righteous aura too. Su Yunzhang had been walking for about half an hour when suddenly, he heard intense arguing up ahead. He quickened his pace. It sounded like Xiao Hozi's voice. At that moment, in a certain area of the misty forest, Xiao Hozi was surrounded by several inner sect disciples, led by the mastest Zhu Hong. Grinning widely with excitement, Zhu Hong said, "Ah, finally found you. It's really not easy to track down your academy's disciples in this misty forest. After all, there are so few of you in your academy." Xiao Hozi's face turned deathly pale. He had been under constant attack from soul entities along the way and was already overwhelmed, never expecting Zhu Hong and the others to find him as well. He didn't possess Su Yunzhang's monstrous physique. Although the noble chi could ward off worldly evils, Su Yunzhang was born with innate noble righteousness and even possessed a trace of the Confucian sage physique, making him naturally different from ordinary people. Zhao Ho, remember what I told you. Don't let me catch you during the Heavenly Pride selection battle. It was you who shouted the loudest, making me dance up there for everyone. My dignity is completely ruined. Although I was the one who proposed this bet, you're getting way too cocky. Sigh, if only your academy had more people, you wouldn't be so outnumbered. Zhao Hozi froze for a moment this time. He truly sensed danger. What should I do? He felt that the other party seemed to have already developed a murderous intent. Thinking of this, he quickly gripped his identity token in his hand. If the other party truly intended to kill him, it would be best to crush the token immediately. This way, he could directly exit the secret realm. After all, as long as he didn't make it into the top 3, rankings didn't make much difference anyway. It's nothing more than a secret realm where inner disciples like them can undergo training. How could Zhu Hong not know what was going through Xiao Hozi's mind? With a grin, he flashed a mischievous smile, instantly transforming into a shadowy figure. Moving with astonishing speed, he grabbed Zhao Hozi's arm. In an instant, he snatched the token from Zhao Hozi's grasp. Hey, you're quite clever, trying to crush the identity token to escape. I'll tell you, in the secret realm, a few people die every year. How do you think they died? Of course, it's from fellow disciples killing each other. Cultivation is inherently cruel, and the sect elders won't investigate after all. They died inside the secret realm. All we can say is that those people were unlucky. Listening to Zhu Hong's words, Zhao Hozi could basically conclude that the other party intended to take action against him to eliminate him directly within the secret realm. But there's no one like the senior brother around here. Am I really just going to wait for death like this? He refused to accept this fate. With this thought, Zhao Houzi clenched his teeth, took out his brush, and said coldly, Xu Hong, I admit defeat today. But I'd rather die standing than fall down like this. Xu Hong looked at him and laughed heartily. Kid, have you lost your mind? One person against all of us. And you think you can take me on? Xu Hong sneered dismissively. In his mind, Zhao Houzi was already a corpse. Get him! Xu Hong signaled to several disciples beside him to directly attack Zhao Houzi. Seeing this, Zhao Houzi had no choice but to fight with his brush, as if discussing war on paper. Guided by the Haoren Qi, his brush tip danced, writing out strokes of calligraphy. The brush strokes carried a fierce killing intent as they charged toward the attackers. Unfortunately, they only slightly delayed the group, and Zhao Houzi was swiftly defeated by their combined assault. His face instantly turned deathly pale. Already somewhat injured, he now became extremely weak. What to do? It's over. Xu Hong, seeing that Zhao Houzi had already been subdued, revealed a sinister smile and slowly approached step by step, yanking his hair hard. Kid, weren't you acting all high and mighty? You even made me dance, huh? What, not asking me to dance now? Xu Hong stroked his small beard and sneered. Hurry up, jump for me now. Dance for me right here. Of course, Zhao Houzi was unwilling. At this moment, he even wished to explode and die on the spot. However, Xu Hong didn't give him the chance, immediately sealing his meridians to prevent his spiritual energy from circulating. Jump for me now. Hurry up. Monkey Zhao snorted coldly and said, I'd rather die than jump. Xu Hong, it was you who provoked our academy first, and it was you who proposed the bet. And now you're the one unwilling to follow through. Xu Hong chuckled lightly and said disdainfully, So what? I just can't stand you academy disciples won't jump, huh? As he spoke, Xu Hong directly took out a puppet talisman and stuck it on Zhao Houzi's back. This is not up to you. Zhao Houzi's eyes revealed despair to have to dance in such humiliation even before death. With the puppet talisman stuck to him, he could no longer control his movements. Though he resisted with all his might, his limbs still began to move like a puppet's. Just then, Su Yunzhang suddenly appeared on the scene. Seeing what was happening before him, he was furious. Xu Hong, what are you doing? Hearing this roar, Xu Hong quickly turned around, gave a cold glance, and burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, Su Yunzhang, I was just worried about not finding you. Perfect timing. Dance for me along with your senior brother. As he spoke, Xu Hong had already begun preparing, instantly restraining Su Yunzhang and snatching his identity token, leaving him no chance to escape the secret realm. Su Yunzhang naturally wasn't afraid. He said coldly, Xu Hong, what do you think you're doing? What else? Of course, I'm going to kill both of you, master and disciple. Get them. Seeing Su Yunzhang arrive, Zhao Houzi was also very nervous, fearing that his junior brother might also be threatened. Using all his strength, he briefly broke free from the control of the puppet talisman and shouted loudly, Junior brother, run. As long as you live, Xu Hong's actions against me will not escape the judgment of the enforcement hall. Su Yunzhang would never choose to flee. How could he stand by and watch his senior brother be killed? Senior brother, don't be afraid. I'm here. Hearing these words, Zhao Houzi was deeply moved, thinking that his care for this junior brother had not been in vain. A warm current flowed through his heart, filling him with emotion. Junior brother, you can't defeat them. Leave quickly. Zhao Houzi knew that his junior brother's talent surpassed his own, and since he could defeat Hong Qishan, who was at the late foundation establishment stage, his strength was naturally greater. But now, he was facing several inner sect disciples, including Zhu Hong. Zhu Hong's strength was even above that of the senior brother. Run now! Zhao Houzi shouted with all his might before being controlled once again by the puppet talisman. Oh dear, I suddenly thought of another way to torment you. Zhu Hong chuckled darkly, a red talisman appearing in the palm of his hand. Using the puppet talisman, he controlled Zhao Houzi to launch an attack against Su Yunzhang. Watching you fellow disciples kill each other now, that's a kind of pleasure. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Houzi summoned the fallen brush into his hand. Wielding the brush with a flourish, the killing technique silently arrived. A massive kill character, brimming with murderous intent, locked onto Su Yunzhang's figure and charged toward him. Su Yunzhang showed no fear. He had no intention of attacking his senior brother and instead used the righteous energy within him to defend. At the same time, with sharp, deadly intent, he recited a verse. In an instant, two solid mountains materialized before Su Yunzhang. The two small mountains merged into one and fiercely rushed toward the group. Seeing this, Zhu Hong hurriedly moved to block. He didn't take it seriously. Even if Su Yunzhang used this move to defeat Hong Qishan, it still wouldn't be enough to beat him. There was a huge gap in their strengths. Clearly, he had underestimated Su Yunzhang's power. The oppressive aura emanating from this towering mountain filled him with dread, and his body seemed frozen in place. How could this be? Boom! The small mountain came crashing down on them with murderous intent, closing in instantly. They had no time to dodge. Zhu Hong widened his eyes, quickly summoning all his spiritual energy to resist with full force, forming a defensive barrier. Seeing this, the others also hurriedly channeled their spiritual energy to Zhu Hong. Damn it! This kid actually makes me feel afraid. This move of his is truly terrifying. No wonder Hong Qishan was defeated in one strike. Su Yunzhang had no intention of letting them escape. Since they had dared to ambush his senior brother in the secret realm, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. On the small hill, raging flames erupted. The collision of powerful forces created a massive shockwave, shattering the protective barrier in an instant before crashing down heavily onto them. In that moment, they suffered severe internal injuries and collapsed to the ground one after another. Zhu Hong and the others felt as if they were being scorched by flames, their faces turning deathly pale. You! Zhu Hong's expression turned utterly terrified. Junior brother Su, we're fellow disciples. Spare my life. I'll serve you like a slave in the future. Su Yunzhang sneered with disdain. In that instant, he no longer concealed himself. Surging demonic energy erupted as the banner of 10,000 souls silently materialized in his hand. Sorry, but I'll be taking your lives now. The soul-snatching banner unleashed dense demonic energy, directly drawing in the bodies of Zhu Hong and his companions, devouring both their physical forms and their souls. The moment Zhu Hong saw the soul-snatching banner, he suddenly realized something and shouted loudly, "You! How could you possess such a demonic artifact? Who exactly are you?" Zhu Hong desperately tried to pull out his identity token, intending to crush it immediately and escape the secret realm. He no longer cared about being a prodigious disciple or participating in any of it. However, with Su Yunzhang's 10,000 souls banner unleashed, they couldn't move an inch. How could a few mere ants possibly escape? The 10,000 souls banner seemed to open its bloody maw, directly devouring these individuals. The overwhelming demonic aura it released also threw all the spirits in the misty forest into utter chaos. The ghosts became frenzied, launching indiscriminate attacks. Hey, once you're inside my 10,000 souls banner, you'll understand, he sneered. In an instant, they were completely devoured, vanishing without a trace, and within the 10,000 souls banner, they would be torn apart by countless spirits, enduring excruciating pain. After completing this, Su Yunzhang quickly concealed his own aura and retrieved the 10,000 souls banner. Ding! Assisting Zhao Hou to escape danger rewards the host with 5,000 righteousness points. At this moment, Su Yunzhang also swiftly destroyed the puppet talisman on Zhao Houzi's body. Zhao Houzi, who had just been controlled by the puppet talisman, had lost all consciousness and had no idea what had just happened. The moment he regained his senses, he immediately shouted, "Junior brother, run! Run! Zhu Hong wants to kill you." Su Yunzhang smiled faintly and explained, "Senior brother, don't panic. Those few have already been killed by me." Ha! Zhao Houzi was completely dumbfounded. Since joining the sect, he had never killed anyone before. Hearing Su Yunzhang's words left him utterly shocked. He had assumed his junior brother wouldn't dare to kill, but to his surprise, he had actually wiped out Zhu Hong and the others in one go. How could this be? Did you really do it? Zhao Houzi had no objections to his junior brother killing Zhu Hong and the others, as it was to save him after all. Incredible, it's hard to believe that junior brother managed to take down all of them under such overwhelming odds. What extraordinary talent! It was me. Then, what about their bodies? It's already being disposed of by me. JUNKE let out a sigh of relief and sincerely praised, "Junior brother, you're truly impressive." "Don't worry, senior brother understands. You did it to save me after all. Besides, for us cultivators, it's either you die or I live. It's just that killing fellow disciples within the sect is forbidden. Let's go, leave this misty area first." "Alright." Su Yunzhang handed Zhao Houzi a healing pill, and the two quickly departed without lingering further. Unbeknownst to them, the misty forest was already in complete chaos at this moment. What's going on? Outside, at the main peak dojo of Lin Xiao sect, several names on the originally enormous scroll had vanished. Most shockingly, Xu Hong, who had been among the top ranks, had also disappeared. Many disciples familiar with this secret realm also realized that the disappearance of a name meant the person had already died within the realm. This was an inner sect disciple, after all. No matter what, it was still quite regrettable to see them perish like this. Elder Cheng Jin couldn't help but widen his eyes at the sight before him. After all, during the previous selection of prodigies, there had also been cases of disciples dying inexplicably within the secret realm. Most people understood the likely circumstances, either infighting among disciples or genuine accidents. But those are extremely rare cases. It's impossible for several to suddenly disappear at once. Xu Hong is outstanding among the inner disciples. How could an accident happen to him? Could it be that the identity tokens malfunctioned? Or perhaps some unexpected incident occurred within the secret realm, leading to this situation? Elder Cheng Jin was somewhat puzzled, unable to figure out what was happening for the moment. Meanwhile, the peak master of Shangyun Peak beside him also frowned deeply. Xu Hong was a disciple under his command, and for him to die like this was highly unusual. They couldn't enter the secret realm either, so they could only wait for the outcome. At this moment, within the secret realm of Lin Xiao sect, the misty forest, due to the demonic energy released by Su Yunzhang's banner of 10,000 souls, all the spirits within the misty forest have become agitated. These spirits have turned violent, attacking indiscriminately. Even those stronger than them are not spared. This has left many of the weaker inner sect disciples in misery, each of them deeply distressed. Is this secret realm really so difficult? They haven't even made it through the misty forest yet, and already they're struggling to move forward. Helpless, some people directly withdrew from this selection, crushing the identity tokens in their hands. As many inner disciples chose to come out directly, Elder Shen Jin quickly inquired upon seeing this. What happened inside the secret realm? Why have disciples died? Why have you come out so early? One disciple explained with some fear, Elder Shen, for some unknown reason, the ghosts in the misty forest have gone mad and become extremely aggressive. I've participated in secret realm selections before, but this is the first time I've encountered such a situation, and I'm quite puzzled as well. What? Elder Cheng Jin was greatly astonished. Although the soul entities in the misty forest weren't highly aggressive, once they became agitated, they could indeed make life miserable for these disciples. If surrounded, a single moment of hesitation could cost them their lives. He grew somewhat anxious. If even Xu Hong had been taken down, what would happen to the other disciples? At that moment, the figure of the Qingjin sect leader silently hovered in mid-air and calmly spoke, Elder Cheng, there's no need to panic. It must be some disciple who accidentally provoked these spirits. They are all inner disciples and know their limits. If they can't even pass this trial, how can they become the future of our sect? Very well, let the selection continue. Hearing the sect leader's words, Elder Cheng Jin let out a soft sigh. With no other choice, he had to accept it. We can only pray that these inner disciples can pass through as soon as possible. It can be seen that on the scroll, the first place is an inner disciple from the Crimson Feather Peak named Lin Huayang, who was already among the top-ranked inner disciples. His achievement of first place was within many people's expectations. And the second place turned out to be Gu Qingqing. She actually climbed to second place. It seems Elder Lu Ruoshui took great care of her and even provided her with quite a few magical treasures. As for the third place, it was still a disciple from their Jianfan mountain, named Su Tao, who had entered the inner sect early and was not far behind Lin Huang in strength. Essentially, they only focused on the top 3, as the purpose of this secret realm's opening was precisely to select the top 3 to join the ranks of the elite talents. Many eyes were fixed on the rankings displayed on the scroll, eagerly hoping that their own people would break into the top 3. Inside the secret realm, the Misty Forest, Su Yunzhang, accompanied by Zhao Houzi, hurriedly pressed forward. After nearly half an hour, they finally emerged from the Misty Forest and arrived at a narrow winding path. Senior brother, we're out. Thank you, junior brother. But why didn't those ghosts attack you? Monkey Xiao had been holding it in the whole way and finally asked the question. Su Yuzhong gave an awkward smile and quickly explained, perhaps it's because I was born with an innate righteous aura. You're really something else. My righteous aura can't even fend off these evil spirits. Alright, junior brother, I won't be joining you for the rest of the journey. After all, I've just entered the inner sect, and there will be plenty of opportunities to participate in secret realm trials in the future. Good. Su Yuzhong didn't insist further. Zhao Houzi probably had some lingering trauma, which was why he didn't want to stay in this secret realm. He immediately crushed his identity token and vanished from the spot in an instant, leaving the secret realm behind. Su Yuzhang, however, wasn't he in a hurry. He still wanted to see if he could encounter any other senior disciples from the academy. It must be said, the Misty Forest was teeming with ghosts. A chilling sensation swept over him, and white bones were scattered everywhere. Who knew how many had died here? Standing in place, Su Yunzhang waited for a short while and soon saw many inner sect disciples rushing toward this direction. When they emerged, each wore an expression of sheer terror. It's insane. During previous secret realm trials, these ghosts weren't nearly this aggressive. Why are they attacking indiscriminately now? I almost didn't make it out. Exactly. If I hadn't run fast enough, I would have been killed by those ghosts. Listening to their words, Su Yunzhang suddenly realized, could it be because of him? After all, the moment he unleashed the 10,000 souls banner, he could feel the ghosts in the Misty Forest becoming restless, each letting out piercing, mournful cries. Before long, Su Yunzhang saw his senior brother Wang Shushu and deadly Rulan emerge as well. Seeing familiar faces, Su Yunzhang felt an overwhelming sense of warmth. Wang Shushu also hurried over and asked with concern, "Junior brother, I finally get to see you. Are you alright? Have you seen anyone else? Did that Xu Hong cause any trouble for you?" All along the way, Wang Shushu had been worried about their safety, especially since Xu Hong had boldly declared his intention to target them. Su Yunzhang shook his head, "I'm fine, and Xu Hong didn't bother us. Senior brother Zhao has already left the secret realm ahead of us." Wang Shushu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." Su Yunzhang also turned to Li Rulan beside him and quickly greeted, "Hello, sister-in-law." Li Rulan's cheeks instantly turned crimson, feeling quite embarrassed. It was the first time someone had called her sister-in-law. It felt a bit strange somehow. "We haven't officially become dull companions yet. That's just a matter of time. Junior brother Su, you're quite the joker, but your talent is the highest I've ever seen. Keep it up. I believe you'll surpass Hong Guangshuai one day." Upon hearing this, Su Yunzhang remained silent. Hong Guangshuai, this was someone he was determined to challenge. Not just for myself, but also for my senior brother. As the three of them were speaking, Shen Guanjing also slowly emerged from the Misty Forest. Upon seeing them, a glimmer of joy flickered in her melancholic eyes, though it quickly faded. "Junior brother Su, are you alright?" "Yes, thank you for your concern, senior sister. I'm perfectly fine." Shen Guanjing nodded and said faintly, "You didn't run into Xu Hong, did you?" Sigh. "I was really worried about you too. If something unexpected happens in the secret realm, no one outside would even care." Su Yunzhang still told a little lie, shaking his head, "No. That's good. Once we're out of the Misty Forest, a teleportation array will appear ahead. It's a cave with an incredibly powerful pressure inside. There, our steps will become very, very slow. This is where the real gap between us will show. Shen Guanjing usually didn't speak much. Unexpectedly, in this adversity, she suddenly explained so much to him, which rather surprised Su Yunzhang. Let's go. We may not fight for the bomb, but we must fight for all pride. Our academy can't fall too far behind. Don't let them all mock us for being incompetent. And so, the group gathered together and began heading toward the next checkpoint. According to their senior sister, this secret realm had a total of 5 checkpoints, each serving as a trial for the disciples. After all, this was a training ground. The sect naturally needed to seize this opportunity to help these inner disciples grow, quickly injecting fresh blood into the sect. Otherwise, if they remained like flowers in a greenhouse, none of them would ever achieve greatness. The secret trial grounds, 2nd level. Lin Huang, an inner disciple of Chiu Peak, was the first to enter. He appeared very composed, having visited these trial grounds many times before. It was already familiar territory to him. This time, he was determined to become a top-tier disciple. In the previous trial selection, he had only achieved 4th place, with a very narrow gap from the 3rd-ranked candidate. Now, after conserving his strength and preparing thoroughly, he was certain he would claim 1st place in this top-tier disciple selection. At the thought of this, Lin Huang felt extremely excited. Following closely behind was Gu Qingqing, currently in 2nd place. She had no idea why, but she was navigating the misty forest with remarkable ease. Occasionally, she would encounter 1 or 2 ghosts, but she could effortlessly avoid them. She wasn't sure whether these ghosts were deliberately avoiding her or if she simply had run into them. Perhaps her luck was just that good. In any case, she couldn't help but reflect. As Gu Qingqing reached the 2nd level, her heart remained heavy with concern for Su Yunzhang. She wondered how he was doing. I suppose junior brother Su's strength is formidable enough that it shouldn't be a problem. As for Su Tao, who is temporarily ranked 3rd, he is full of confidence. He neither competes nor strives, simply watching Gu Qingqing ahead and thinking to himself, junior sister Gu must have received many treasures from our master, which is why she's so at ease. After all, as long as he makes it into the top 3, that's enough. When the time comes, if 2 from Sword Peak Mountain make it in, it would be an absolute show of prestige. Not only would the disciples be delighted, but the master would be pleased as well. As the 3 of them advanced through the cave, more and more disciples were being teleported in behind them. This trial was far from as simple as imagined. Every step was an arduous struggle. This cave carried the oppressive aura of a nascent soul stage expert. For these foundation establishment stage disciples, each step was a tempering of both their willpower and physical bodies. By now, Su Yunzhang and the others had also entered the cave. The moment he was teleported in, Su Yunzhang immediately felt the overwhelming pressure surrounding him, as if a giant were pressing down heavily on his body, making it hard to breathe. But soon, this discomfort vanished completely, and Su Yunzhang realized he was completely unharmed. Something's not right. How did it disappear? Gone just like that? Could there be a problem? He glanced at his senior brothers and sisters nearby. They were struggling to take even a single step forward. Wang Shushu fared slightly better, managing a slightly faster pace, but it was still very difficult. Not disappeared. Could it be my own issue? Damn system, can you explain why the pressure from the nascent soul stage old monster suddenly vanished? System notification. Due to the host's cultivation of the righteous chi art and the 1% remnant of the innate Confucian saint body, the nascent soul pressure is ineffective. Su Yunzhang suddenly realized it seems this cheat of mine is a bit overpowered. Senior brother, senior sister, the pressure in this cave actually has no effect on me. So, I'll go ahead first. Su Yunzhang straightforwardly revealed his situation, leaving Wang Shushu and the others utterly shocked. What was going on? Junior brother, you're not joking, are you? This is the pressure from an old monster at the nascent soul stage. Even we, who are stronger than you, can barely move forward. Su Yunzhang gave an awkward smile. I don't know either, Maybe it's because of my unique physique. Wang Shushu suddenly understood. Indeed, his junior brother's innate righteous energy was incredibly abnormal, and it might have even altered his physical constitution. Alright then, it seems the hopes of our academy will rest on you. Got it. Senior brother and sister, you be careful too. As soon as the words fell, Su Yunzhang strode forward, directly running through the cave. Keep in mind, everyone else was taking slow, measured steps forward, while Su Yunzhang, on the other hand, simply started running. Watching his retreating figure, Wang Shushu smiled helplessly. Junior brother's talent is truly remarkable. Shen Guanjing also nodded, gritted her teeth, and took a determined step forward. Indeed, junior brother is truly amazing. As Su Yunzhang started running through the cave, he startled many inner sect disciples who were participating in the trial. They all looked shocked, as if they had seen a monster. What's going on? Someone is running inside this cave. Damn! Are they even human? The gap between people is just too vast. Only when they got a clear look did they realize it was actually that Su Yunzhang, and he was running. Monstrous! The pressure from a nascent so-old monster, yet he acted as if it was nothing. Is this guy's constitution just that heaven-defying? Or does he have some magical artifact on him? Cheating! Cheating! Is no one going to do something about this guy? He's so annoying. Yeah, back in the misty forest, the ghosts didn't attack him either. And here, he's completely unaffected, not disturbed at all. Outside at this moment, many inner disciples who had crashed their tokens had come out to watch the results. Though they had failed, they still wanted to see who would ultimately come out on top. At present, it seems that the top 3 currently leading are likely the final victors, as the others basically stand no chance. After all, these 3 individuals are exceptionally strong, with Gu Qingqing being somewhat of an unexpected contender. It's probably because Gu Qingqing received special attention from Elder Lu Ruoshui, which explains her rapid progress. Among the crowd, many disciples are particularly concerned about one person, Su Yunzhang. They all believe this guy surnamed Su is too lucky and freakishly talented, sparking widespread envy. Naturally, he deserves some extra scrutiny. Ha ha ha, I told you this Su guy isn't strong, he just got lucky. Just watch, he'll definitely be ranked last. I think so too. Among the inner sect disciples, he's the weakest one. This Su Yunzhang, I didn't even see him earlier in the rankings. With so many inner sect disciples selected this time, he's bound to be at the bottom. If he even makes it into the top 100, the academy should consider itself blessed. Come on, if even one disciple from their academy makes it into the top 100, I'd consider their academy quite formidable. Many mocking voices could be heard, leaving the disciples of their academy both embarrassed and angry, yet there was nothing they could do. After all, their academy had too few participants, and breaking into the top 100 was already a distant hope. But just then, someone suddenly noticed something unusual. Look! How is that person's ranking on the scroll rising so fast? Everyone else's rankings remained unchanged, only he shot up so quickly. Could he be cheating? No, it must be a problem with the scroll. The rankings are wrong. Although the name's ranking rose rapidly, they soon realized it was none other than Su Yunzhang, whom they had just been gossiping about. Su Yunzhang! How did his ranking climb so fast? This doesn't seem right. How could it be him? We were just saying he definitely wouldn't make it into the top 100. With this momentum, it seems like he'll break into the top 100 any moment now. Before the words had even finished, Su Yunzhang directly surged into the 100th place. In that instant, those who had mocked him earlier felt extremely awkward, their faces stinging from the slap of reality. What's going on with this kid? He directly charged into the top 100 in the second round. Elder! Could there be a problem here? One of the inner disciples suddenly shouted in accusation. Logically speaking, the rankings in the second stage shouldn't show significant changes. The way he's moving, it looks like he's running. That's way too fast. Did the pressure fail or something? Shen Jin rolled his eyes and replied coldly, Do you really think it would fail? The secret realm never has issues. If he can run that fast, it only means one thing: he adapted to the nascent soul pressure in the cave incredibly quickly. It might be due to his unique physique, but there's definitely no cheating involved. Don't overthink it. Many people felt indignant. How could he run so fast? For a disciple who had just entered the inner sect to directly rank in the top 100 during the trial selection, who could accept that? For them, the blow was simply too great. As Su Yunzhang's speed increased, his ranking appeared within the top 50 and continued to rise rapidly. Currently, most disciples in the secret realm are trapped inside the caves. Their progress extremely slow, unlike Su Yunzhang, who moves with effortless ease. They initially thought breaking into the top 50 was already astonishing, but to their dismay, Su Yunzhang actually reached the top 10. Top 10. This is truly ranking at the top. Oh my! I think my eyes are playing tricks on me, or maybe I'm dreaming. Su Yunzhang actually made it into the top 10. What kind of strength is this? I admit, I'm jealous. This is infuriating. What are the other senior brothers doing? Why didn't they stop him? I really think he might be cheating. How else can you explain him surpassing so many inner disciples? At this rate, he might even make it into the top 5. Secret Cave. Su Yunzhang's swift and vigorous strides, his rapid running figure, made many exclaim in disbelief. What a freak. Too freakish. Is this the advantage that talent brings? His physique is truly extraordinary. Many even began to entertain a vague thought: should they also try cultivating the noble spirit of heaven and earth? A righteous aura emanated from him, manifesting in all sorts of extraordinary ways, leaving the other disciples of the academy utterly awestruck. Before long, Su Yunzhang surged ahead to the forefront. At the end of the cave lay a teleportation array, which would transport them to the next checkpoint. According to Senior Sister Shenguan, the next challenge involved an incredibly powerful sword formation. Only by passing through it could they proceed to the subsequent stage. Just as they neared the cave's exit, Su Yunzhang suddenly spotted Gu Qingqing and a young cultivator up ahead. Gu Qingqing had just passed through this cave and was preparing to move on to the next level. Ahead of her, Ling Huang had already made it through long ago. As for the person beside her, it was naturally Su Tao, who was temporarily ranked 3rd. Senior Sister Gu. Su Yunlong called out. Gu Qingqing was just about to step into the teleportation array when she heard Su Yunzhang's voice. She quickly turned around to look and was instantly astonished. The reason she had progressed so quickly through this stage was partly due to a magical artifact her master had given her, which provided some resistance. Additionally, she inexplicably felt that the pressure here was somewhat lighter. Truth be told, many inner disciples entering this trial ground carried artifacts to compete for rankings. Since the rules didn't prohibit their use, no one paid much attention to it. Junior brother Su. Gu Qingqing was nearly startled, and Su Tao beside her also had a flicker of surprise in his eyes. How is this guy so fast? Gu Qingqing was extremely excited. She had thought that even if she reached the finish line, she wouldn't see junior brother Su. Never did she expect him to catch up to her so quickly. Junior brother Su, you. Wait, how were you just running over here? Su Yunzhang chuckled lightly. Well, my constitution is special. The pressure here doesn't affect me at all, so I can run freely. Gu Qingqing was so shocked by these words that she nearly dropped her jaw, murmuring to herself, your talent is truly monstrous. Su Tao also inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. Could this kid actually surpass him? No, absolutely not. Su Tao glanced over and quickly stepped into the teleportation array, ready to tackle the next challenge. Gu Qingqing, however, wasn't in a hurry. She wore an excited expression. Junior brother Su, I truly didn't expect you to be this fast. I was quite worried along the way, in case you ran into that Xu Hong. But logically, he should have been following me. How could he be so slow? Su Yunzhang sighed slightly. No idea. Anyway, I didn't encounter him. Maybe he had bad luck and left early. Never mind him. Gu Qingqing explained cheerfully. You have no idea, when I was in the misty forest, I barely ran into any ghosts. I was really lucky. In this cave, the pressure from the nascent soul-old monster doesn't feel as strong. I wonder why that is. Su Yunzhang thought to himself, isn't it because of my blessing talisman? It helps you a lot. Isn't improved luck the most basic effect? Alright, let's go in together. The next challenge won't be so simple. You know, if we both make it into the ranks of the elite disciples, it would truly bring great honor to our great Qing. Speaking of this, Gu Qingqing felt a bit melancholic. If both of us could become prodigy disciples, our great Qing would surely share in the benefits and glory. What a pity! Su Yunzhang smiled and said, it's alright, senior sister. They'll all see it. Though he said so, Su Yunzhang muttered to himself inwardly, just kidding, they're all stuck inside the 10,000 soul banner. The two immediately stepped into the teleportation array, and as it activated, they were transported into the sword formation of the third trial. In this sword formation, those who entered first were still separated. As soon as he entered, Su Yunzhang felt an overwhelmingly sharp sword energy. The sword energy within the formation was chaotic and dense, indiscriminately attacking everyone who entered. To be honest, in this trial, even an ordinary inner sect disciple would only suffer passive injuries. Escaping this sword formation would be no easy feat. He could see that these chaotic sword energies filled the entire space. For most people, the way to pass this trial was to wield their own weapons to defend against them. If one also practiced body refining techniques, they might rely on the toughness of their physical body to forcefully push through. Fortunately, Su Yunzhang possessed such a body refining technique. His heaven and earth coexist, undying, eternal, invincible art could finally be put to good use. For the first stage, skin refinement, he had consumed countless pills. Recently, all the righteous energy points he had obtained were exchanged for and used to ingest a vast quantity of elixirs. Yet, even now, the first stage remained incomplete. He just thought this was utterly perverse. If you're not a cultivation-rich second generation, you simply can't afford to practice this kind of body refining technique. Let's test the effects. After wasting so many elixirs, it would be a shame not to use them at all. However, this was his trump card. To guard against any unforeseen circumstances lest the protagonist find him in the future and cruelly kill him, he chose not to reveal his powerful physical prowess unless absolutely necessary. Inside this sword formation, it's safe, and Su Yunzhang can act freely. However, his clothes had long since turned to shreds, exposing his skin. He glanced down slightly embarrassed. Damn, this sword formation is way too brutal. Luckily, it separates everyone. Imagine if we were all standing together. What if our clothes got torn? What if it was a woman? Of course, Su Yunzhang also understood that everyone here was a cultivator, and none were fools. Most would use spiritual energy shields to protect themselves. Come on then, this lousy sword formation, let Grandpa see what you've got, Su Yunzhang roared, as if taunting the formation. And the sword formation seemed to sense his provocation, its aura growing fiercer as sharp sword chi surged toward him. With another roar, Su Yunzhang, since there was no one else around, simply burst out of his clothes with sheer physical force. In an instant, he revealed his bare skin. Not even a single thread of clothing remained on his body. Come on, ha ha ha. The sharp sword energy grazed his body, but to his surprise, nothing happened. Not even the slightest wound appeared. These seemingly fierce sword auras felt like they were just tickling him. No, it was an extremely light tickle, almost negligible. Ah, your sword formation isn't up to par either. Suddenly, Su Yunzhang seemed to remember something and hurriedly glanced downward. Whoa, thank goodness this thing is tough enough, or I'd have been turned into a eunuch. This won't do, I still need to carry on the family line. Hee hee, come on. Crush me, sword formation, ravage me to your heart's content. Su Yunzhang spread out his arms and sprinted towards the sword formation. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he had already exited the formation and stood on the teleportation array outside it. Su Yunzhang picked his nose and gave a disdainful glance. You're not up to it either. Not even a single scratch on me. Sigh, so disappointing. Su Yunzhang thought about the teleportation array. Since there was no one else around anyway, he didn't bother putting on clothes. He smugly gazed at the sword energy within the sword formation in no hurry to leave. But at that very moment, a graceful figure emerged from the sword formation. All that could be seen was Gu Qingqing, holding a precious sword, with minor wounds on her body and disheveled hair, hastily stepping out from within. But as soon as she stepped out, she saw Su Yunzhang standing there stark naked, not a single piece of clothing on his body, staring blankly in place. Gu Qingqing had seen it all in an instant. Her face flushed crimson, her eyes widened in shock, and she quickly turned around. "Junior brother Su, what are you doing? Hurry up and put your clothes on. What's wrong with you? Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Su Yunzhang was also speechless. He had thought this teleportation array was private, but it turned out to be public. He had just made a complete fool of himself. If he wasn't mistaken, Gu Qingqing had already seen every inch of him. Good grief! How embarrassing! How mortifying! Senior sister, I didn't expect you to come out so quickly. I didn't mean to, I really didn't know. As he spoke, he quickly took out a piece of clothing and put it on himself. Gu Qingqing nodded. Are you dressed yet? I'm dressed. Oh, you really are. Did your clothes get shredded by that sword formation? But you can't just. Wait, why don't you have a single wound on your body? Su Yunzhang hurriedly lied to explain. Well, you know, I have that protective immortal light shielding me, the one condensed from the Haoren Qi. So I passed through this sword formation quite easily. Gu Qingqing suddenly realized, you're too monstrous. I feel like this secret realm was tailor-made for you. Then why are you taking off your clothes? Don't tell me you're an exhibitionist. You just love stripping when no one's around. I'm not. Su Yunzhang's tone suddenly became agitated. How could he possibly be such a perverted person? The main peak dojo of Lin Xiao sect. On the massive scroll, countless disciples were focused on the rankings displayed. To everyone's surprise, Su Yunzhang had actually made it into the top 5. This was the top 5. What shocked people even more was that he then climbed to 4th place, ranking 4th among all inner sect disciples, though there was still a chance he might be surpassed. But as a newcomer, as someone who had just entered the inner sect, such an achievement was enough to prove his extraordinary talent. How long had it been since he joined the sect, and yet he could already claim such an honor? Wasn't his strength only at the early foundation establishment stage? How was it that in this secret realm, he seemed completely unaffected? Many people speculated whether he possessed powerful magical artifacts or had truly cheated otherwise. This wouldn't have happened. What was even more astonishing was that Su Yunzhang had climbed to 3rd place at this moment. A temporary 3rd place ranking meant he had a chance to enter the ranks of the elite disciples. Such an honor suddenly bestowed upon a newcomer among the inner disciples was something many present found hard to accept. No, what's going on with Su Tao? Yeah, senior brother Su, logically it should be faster. How could he be surpassed by this kid? He definitely cheated, absolutely cheated. Many people were indignant, shouting loudly, feeling that this matter must be thoroughly investigated. On the contrary, Elder Chongjin remained composed, showing a very calm demeanor. Everyone, there's no issue here. Stay calm. Whatever it is, we can discuss it after this is over. Meanwhile, on the other side, atop Sword Peak Mountain, several elders and sect leaders were also keeping a close eye on the rankings of the elite disciple selection. What shocked them was that Su Yunzhang, a junior, had temporarily climbed to 3rd place. That proves he's highly likely to qualify as a prodigy disciple. His talent is simply too monstrous. Lu Ruoxue chuckled softly, glancing at the gluttonous old man beside her. Elder Fan, you must have given your disciple quite a few magical treasures, haven't you? Otherwise, how could he have fought his way through all the obstacles to reach the top 3? The gluttonous old man couldn't help rolling his eyes. How is that possible? I usually can't be bothered to manage him. Our academy disciples are all in a free-range state, you know. I haven't even given him any guidance. What magical artifacts? They have to find those themselves. If we are talking about it, Elder Lu's disciple, the one named Gu Qingqing, you've given her way more magical artifacts, haven't you? You're really good to your disciple. Lu Ruoxue didn't deny it and explained, she's my personal disciple, So of course I should take extra care of her. The trial secret realm doesn't have any rules against bringing magical artifacts. But I didn't expect her to progress so quickly. My original expectation was just making it into the top 10. Lu Ruoxue wasn't lying. After all, having just entered the inner sect, even with her disciples' exceptional talent and her careful cultivation, it was impossible to expect her to successfully join the ranks of the elite on the first attempt. Instead, it's time to settle down and reflect. In the second level of the secret realm, inside the cave, many disciples were drenched in sweat from exhaustion but still refused to leave. Some even exerted all their spiritual power, yet progress remained painfully slow. Helpless, they could only consume elixirs and press forward. This was no small test of their willpower and physical endurance, so giving up easily was not an option. However, some, unable to endure any longer, chose to crush their tokens and exit the trial grounds. Wang Shushu and the other two moved at a moderate pace, neither too fast nor too slow, and finally reached the end of the cave, where they saw the teleportation array. Junior brother is truly a freak, having already left from here long ago. Indeed, but we must also push ourselves. The next sword formation is extremely difficult. If we can't hold on, we should quickly crush our identity tokens and leave. Meanwhile, Su Yunzhong also stepped into the fourth trial. According to the senior sister's explanation, this stage required unwavering determination, testing one's dull heart. To be precise, it forces cultivators to confront their deepest fears and flaws. As soon as Su Yunzhong stepped inside, he found himself in an illusory space, completely devoid of people. Suddenly, a black-clad figure appeared before him, wearing a dark robe with a black mark on its forehead. The figure's face was identical to his own, but it radiated an overwhelming demonic aura. Wu Jizi! Su Yunzhong was stunned. What's going on? Right before his eyes appeared Wu Jizi. Su Yunzhong, what's the matter? Are you afraid of me? You are me, and I am you. What is there for you to fear? Afraid that Wu Jizi's identity will be exposed? Afraid that you'll be hunted down by all the cultivators of the Northwest cultivation world? Or afraid that the trust your fellow disciples have in you will crumble in an instant? Su Yunzhong froze. These were indeed the scenarios he feared most in his heart. Suddenly, before Su Yunzhong's eyes, scenes began to unfold one after another. Within the Lingxiao sect, Gu Qingqing was filled with extreme rage, her heart brimming with murderous intent and fury. Su Yunzhong! Despite my kindness toward you, despite my trust in you, I never imagined you were the one who slaughtered my clan and destroyed my homeland. I will kill you. Gu Qingqing raised her sword and thrust it directly at Su Yunzhong. The scene shifted once more, revealing senior brother Zhao Houzi and senior sister Shangguan, both gazing at him with utter disgust and hatred. Little junior brother, I trusted you so deeply, yet you turned out to be that great demon. Junior brother, how could you be the most heinous demon? So what they said was true. The enforcement hall was telling the truth. I even wrote articles defending you. Shangguan Jin said coldly with a sorrowful look in her eyes, Junior brother Su, I misjudged you. It turns out everything you did was just an act. A great demon like you is unworthy of being my junior brother. At that moment, the image of the gluttonous little old man appeared, his master, his cheap mentor. Su Yunzhong! Righteousness and evil cannot coexist. I no longer acknowledge you as my disciple. Today, I will surely kill you. You, this great demon, dare to step foot into our sect. You don't even think about living alive. Kill! In the scene, the entire Lingxiao sect was engulfed in overwhelming killing intent, united in hatred against him, determined to slay this great demon. Everyone despised him, loathed him intensely. This feeling of disgust weighed heavily on Su Yunzhong's heart, filling him with unbearable anguish. What's painful is that his senior brothers and sisters, upon learning the truth, began to despise him, yet he couldn't choose his identity. He never wanted to become a great demon. He admitted to fearing these outcomes deeply. The thought of such a scene actually happening terrified him. How would he handle it then? No, stop. I don't want this. Suddenly, the scene shifted again, and before his eyes appeared an unfamiliar figure. This person seemed young in face, yet was so very, very indistinct. I couldn't see his face clearly at all. But the oppressive aura he emitted, along with his extraordinary fortune, left Su Yunzhang completely breathless. Great demon! I, Yi Xingyu, have come today to seek revenge on you. You vile demon, you've killed so many innocent people, I'll slice you into 1,000 pieces. Although Su Yunzhang couldn't clearly see the face of the person before him, he knew this was the protagonist he had always feared. Yi Xingyu. No, I don't want to die. Ever since transmigrating into this great demon lord, he had been terrified of his own fate. Is fate truly unchangeable? Or must I be killed by this protagonist? No, I refuse. At this very moment, Wu Jizi's face emerged, laughing heartily with overwhelming demonic energy. Having absorbed Su Yunzhang's fear and flaws, he had now become incomparably powerful. Su Yunzhang, to become me, you need not feel inferior, nor fear. Why should you be afraid? Right now, you can't defeat me, so you won't pass this trial. No! Su Yunzhang's eyes burned red as he secretly clenched his fists. He refused to accept this fate. Even knowing the ending, even if he had crossed into the world of a book, so what? Since he was given this chance, he would defy the heavens and change his destiny. No, my life is in my own hands. I can definitely change my fate. I can live. I'm not the great demon. I'm not. Stop struggling. I am you. You are the demon. Your identity will never change. What good is cultivating a noble and righteous aura with the identity of a scholar? Your essence still reeks of demonic energy. You, stop resisting. No! Su Yunzhang struggled desperately. He wanted to survive. He wanted to change his fate. He wanted to live. Wu Jizi. Becoming you makes me feel inferior and fearful. You are me, but I am not you. Su Yunzhang slowly stood up, his gaze growing increasingly resolute. I can change my own fate. Even if a deity stands before me and destiny is sealed, I will still triumph over them by half a move. At this moment, Su Yunzhang's mind became unshakably determined. He refused to accept defeat. He refused to bow to fate. He was determined to achieve what others could not. Even if this is the will of heaven, he must surpass it by half a move. Due to the shift in his state of mind, in an instant, the vast righteous energy of heaven and earth appeared around Su Yunzhang, enveloping him before surging into his Dantian sea of qi. The vast righteous energy technique silently activated, and his strength broke through at this very moment. He had actually used this trial to break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Gazing at the abundant righteous energy within him, Su Yunzhang was filled with emotion. The difference between early and mid-foundation establishment was indeed significant. No wonder so many were shocked and envious. When he challenged those above his level, it seems they truly didn't understand. The black-clad Su Yunzhang, also known as Wu Jizi, cast a cold glance, greatly astonished. I never expected you to break through in an instant. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Su Yunzhang's lips. Wu Jizi, to be honest, I really despise you, you vile scoundrel. You! Su Yunzhang spat out a few choice curses, venting all the fury in his heart. How detestable! How could he have been transmigrated into the body of such a shameless bastard? Before, he couldn't exact revenge, but now, with the help of this secret realm, he was going to give the other a good beating. Su Yunzhang exerted all his strength in his punches and kicks, venting all his pent-up anger on Wu Jizi. Wu Jizi was originally a manifestation of his fears and weaknesses, but as Su Yunzhang's heart suddenly grew resolute, this illusory Wu Jizi lost its power and could only endure the beating from Su Yunzhang. After what felt like the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Su Yunzhang finally stopped, and the Wu Jizi in this secret realm vanished before his eyes. In front of Su Yunzhang, another teleportation array appeared. He knew that he had passed this hurdle. He had no idea how the others were progressing. He absolutely had to make it into the top 3. Stepping out of the 4th level, all he saw before him was a cliff. Ahead lay a vast expanse of floating hills. Crossing this stretch of floating hills, one could see a towering peak at the final destination. Their ultimate goal was the very summit of that mountain. Since flight was impossible within the secret realm, they could only rely on their movement techniques, leaping from one floating hill to another, slowly advancing step by step. Meanwhile, bolts of lightning continuously streaked across the sky, disrupting their progress. The lightning in this final trial, though not fatal, still hindered their movements. Just then, at the edge of the cliff, two figures emerged from the teleportation array. Gu Qingqing and Lin Huang from Chu Peak stepped forward simultaneously. Who would have thought they'd spent so much time on this trial? Junior brother, you finished so quickly. It seems your mental fortitude is quite strong. Beside him, Lin Huang hadn't encountered Su Yunzhang along the way and was naturally greatly shocked this kid had actually gotten ahead of him. How could he be so fast? Heavens! What a monster! He felt his dull heart was on the verge of collapse. What a joke he had been surpassed. No, absolutely not. This time, he must secure first place in the Heavenly Pride trial. Yes, senior sister, you came out quite quickly too. But who is this? Gu Qingqing explained, Lin Huang, senior brother Lin. He's the strongest in this elite disciple selection. You should know, in the last selection, he ranked 4th, just one step away. Hello, senior brother Lin. Su Yunzhang grinned foolishly, putting on a friendly and approachable demeanor. Lin Huang snorted lightly. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Now the three of us are on the same starting line. For this final round, I won't hold back. Just as they were speaking, suddenly, the teleportation array lit up once again. To their surprise, Su Tao also emerged from it. Su Tao was overjoyed when he saw the scene before him and the three of them. He had thought that his third place position was lost, but unexpectedly, the three of them were still at the entrance of the 5th level. You're all here. Lin Huan snorted coldly. Su Tao, why are you so slow? Enough, I won't waste any more words with you. I'll go ahead. As soon as the words fell, Lin Huan pushed off with his toes. Since they couldn't fly, they could only leap, but even this light jump covered a considerable distance with impressive speed. This challenge tested physical strength and agility. Gu Qingqing didn't hesitate either and leaped forward immediately. As for Su Tao, his gaze toward Su Yunzhang was filled with murderous intent and hostility. He knew that the Su Yunzhang before him was his greatest enemy. This kid had fought his way through every obstacle. Even reaching the 5th level earlier than him, he absolutely couldn't be underestimated. The 5th level wasn't just about speed, it also tested a cultivator's strength. Though they couldn't fly, they could still fight each other. Su Tao took the lead, leaping forward while drawing his sword, ready for battle at any moment. Su Yunzhang, however, was unfazed. With his physical strength, a light jump could propel him farther than any of the other three. With his hands behind his back, he executed a powerful leap like a trained athlete, instantly surpassing Su Tao and landing steadily atop a floating hill right above him. Witnessing this, Su Tao was greatly astonished. This guy looked scrawny and frail, cultivating an aura of noble righteousness. Yet why does his physique feel even stronger than mine? What a demon! Nothing can stop me from obtaining the identity of a prodigious disciple. With a loud roar, he raised his sword and swiftly approached Su Yunzhang, slashing directly at him while unleashing his sword technique. The spiritual energy within his body surged rapidly, and his sword technique, carrying a sharp sword aura, struck with full force at that very moment. Su Yunzhang wasn't in a hurry, after all. The protective immortal light surrounding him wasn't something that could be easily broken. Moreover, his strength had now advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, making him exceptionally formidable. Seeing that his attack failed to break through Su Yunzhang's protective immortal light, Su Tao grew furious. He exerted his full strength once more, determined to defeat Su Yunzhang and render him immobile, ensuring his own smooth entry into the ranks of the elite. But why does it feel like his strength has increased significantly? He tried several times but couldn't do anything to Su Yunzhang. The other party simply stood on the floating hill, calmly watching him, in no hurry to pass the level. You! Su Tao was furious when suddenly, he noticed flashes of lightning flickering endlessly across the sky. He seemed to have a magical artifact capable of absorbing lightning energy, which was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, it could only be used once. Forget it. I'll go all out. To earn the identity of a top-tier disciple, this must be done. Su Tao directly summoned a small, round, pitch-black sphere. The sphere was laced with faint traces of lightning energy. As he silently recited the incantation to control it, the sphere began spinning rapidly before being hurled into the air, where it started absorbing the surrounding lightning energy. All the descending bolts of lightning were absorbed by the sphere, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Seeing this, Su Yunzhong also realized that the other party must have murderous intent. Either cripple him or kill him, and they could pass through safely. The competition is really too fierce. He's the only easy target here. Fortunately, there are only 4 people now. If there were more, his third-place position would surely become the target of everyone's attacks, with all trying to pull him down until only one victor remains. Damn it! Su Yunzhong directly used his own righteous energy to block it. He wanted to see just how powerful this little ball was. Su Tao revealed a sinister grin at this moment. He, Su Yunzhong, I advise you to step aside right now. My magic artifact has absorbed the power of lightning. Its might is incredibly formidable, even Lin Huang would be crushed by it, let alone you. Su Yunzhong was taken aback. Suddenly, Gu Qingqing, who was in second place ahead, shouted loudly, Junior brother Su, run. His magical artifact is incredibly powerful. Gu Qingqing stopped in her tracks, then turned around, intending to come to Su Yunzhong's aid. Although she and Su Tao shared the same master, if she had to choose between them, Su Yunzhong was undoubtedly more important to her. Seeing Gu Qingqing trying to help Su Yunzhong, Su Tao flew into a rage. Junior sister Gu, what do you think you're doing? Do you want to help him? Don't believe me. I'll tell the master. Mind your own business. Giving you the second place is already my mercy. Get out of the way. As soon as the words fell, the small sphere arrived in front of Su Yunzhong. With a loud boom, it exploded instantly. The lightning force enveloping the small sphere exploded like a thunderstorm, shattering the surrounding peaks. The resulting dust and shock waves were deafening. All she felt was a ringing in her head. Gu Qingqing hadn't even processed what happened. The sheer power was terrifying. Junior brother Su, Gu Qingqing shouted urgently, her brows furrowed in extreme anxiety. Meanwhile, Lin Huang, watching from not far away, sneered with indifference. Excellent, these 3 were quite sensible, not causing trouble for him. The title of first place was undoubtedly his. At this moment, Su Tao burst into laughter. Su Yunzhong, why don't you dodge? Are you really that confident in yourself? As the dust settled, suddenly, Su Yunzhong's voice rang out. Ah, so comfortable. Ha! What's going on? Su Tao looked on in shock, only to see Su Yunzhong emerge from the white mist, completely unharmed and instead appearing thoroughly relaxed. Sorry, senior brother Su, I admit your magical artifact is powerful, but it has no effect on me. Did you really think I'm easy to bully? As soon as the words fell, Su Yunzhong swiftly stepped forward, instantly closing the distance to Su Tao's side. Su Tao hastily retreated, but he realized Su Yunzhong's speed was too fast. There was simply no time to dodge. And because of the earlier use of the magical artifact, the lightning energy in this area gradually intensified, with countless bolts of lightning striking down. Su Yunzhong didn't even try to dodge, allowing the lightning to strike him directly. In contrast, Su Tao was miserable, still getting hit by lightning even as he tried to evade. Su Yunzhong, how are you completely unharmed? The artifact I just unleashed gathered the power of lightning. Even Lin Huang would have had to retreat from it. Su Yunzhong grinned. So, have you ever considered that you might have picked the wrong opponent? As soon as the words fell, he suddenly appeared beside Su Tao, not using any divine abilities but merely relying on his own physical strength to clash head-on with Su Tao. Su Tao hurriedly employed his sword techniques, circulating his spiritual energy throughout his body to fend off Su Yunzhong's attacks. Unfortunately, he couldn't completely repel his opponent. Su Yunzhang didn't display the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy, meaning he was only using his physical body to fight against him. What kind of monster is this? What terrifying physical cultivation? I underestimated you. Su Tao realized that if he didn't bring out his ultimate move now, he would likely be overwhelmed by Su Yunzhang's sheer physical strength, drained of all his spiritual power, and ultimately forced to retreat. No! This time, he is determined to succeed. He must make it into the top 3 of the elite disciple selection and become one of the Lin Xiao sect's elite disciples. Su Yunzhang, I admit your talent is exceptional. If you take the time to refine yourself further, you will undoubtedly become an elite disciple and earn a place in the elite ranks. But, as long as I'm here, you absolutely will not make it into the top 3. Moreover, Su Tao had already begun to entertain other thoughts at this point. If he still couldn't defeat Su Yunzhang, then he would have no choice but to target his junior sister, Gu Qingqing. In any case, securing his position as a top disciple came first. Setting Sun Sword Technique, Blood Sun Sword. This sword technique was an incomplete one he had stumbled upon by chance, with only this single move, the Blood Sun Sword, recorded. It allowed him to use his own vital essence to condense into a blood sword, wielding immense power. Although it was highly likely to temporarily affect his physical condition, there was no time to worry about that now. The energy around Su Tao became extremely turbulent in an instant. Standing atop a floating small mountain peak, he muttered incantations with a resolute expression, forming sword gestures with his hands as he gripped his sword technique. His previously somewhat weak gaze suddenly turned sharp and alert. In that moment, his aura surged dramatically, and the sword in his hand erupted with a fierce sword energy. A drop of vital blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. As he smeared the blood onto the blade, a resonant hum sounded. The originally pale cyan sword energy transformed into a blood-red hue. Before him, a massive blood-red sword had also materialized, truly resembling the setting sun, evoking a sense of desolation and sorrow. With the blood sunset sword now formed, Su Tao wore a chilling smile and said coldly, "Su Yunzhang, today, I will definitely defeat you." Knowing that time was running out, any further delay might allow other disciples to reach the final stage, and they would then compete with him for this position. Thus, only by first dealing with Su Yunzhang and then rushing ahead of his junior sister could he ensure his own safety without worry. Seeing Su Tao already brandishing the blood sword and charging forward, Su Yunzhang remained calm and composed. Not to mention his terrifyingly strong and formidable physical body, which might very well withstand this strike. Moreover, Su Yunzhang hadn't even unleashed his killing move yet, so there was naturally no major issue. He, too, murmured words under his breath, though what he recited was a passage of literature. A surge of righteous energy gathered before him, and with a light tap of his finger, 2 mountains merged into one, appearing before him and smashing fiercely toward the opponent. Sword against mountain. In that moment, a powerful clash erupted, sparking intense brilliance. Boom! The clash of techniques between the two sides caused the surrounding space to become somewhat turbulent. For a moment, lightning flashed, and thunderbolt struck down, affecting Lin while not far away, forcing him to slow his speed. On the contrary, Gu Qingqing remained completely unharmed, safe and sound. As the dust settled, Su Tao's face was pale, devoid of any color, and his gaze turned vacant. He had actually lost the fight. Su Yunzhang was completely unscathed, while he himself suffered a backlash. Now, he was certainly no match for his opponent. Damn it, how could this be? How is this kid so strong? Su Tao really couldn't understand why Su Yunzhang was stronger than him. Are you still going to attack me? Su Tao sighed and shook his head. I don't dare anymore. But I still have to compete for the top 3 spots. If I can't beat you, can't I at least defeat Gu Qingqing? Su Yunzhang froze upon hearing this. Was he really planning to take action against senior sister Gu? I think it's better to forget about it. If you're going to target Gu Qingqing, I might as well deal with you right now. At these words, Su Tao's expression instantly darkened. Why? Are you blind? Can't you see that my relationship with Gu Qingqing is anything but ordinary? This Su Tao thought to himself, what should he do then? Another option was to challenge Lin Huang at the forefront, but the moment he considered it, he knew he couldn't defeat this guy. Senior brother Su, I think it's better for you to hold on to your 4th place ranking. With that, Su Yunzhang turned and left. He couldn't afford to waste too much time here, and thanks to his formidable physical strength, his speed remained swift. In less than a moment, he caught up with Gu Qingqing ahead and called out, "Keep it up, senior sister. I'll go ahead first." "All right," Gu Qingqing replied without further questions. Seeing how formidable Su Yunzhang was, even Su Tao was no match for him. Her excitement grew even stronger. Truly a man favored by fate, his strength was undeniable. As soon as the words fell, Su Yunzhang once again increased his speed. With a light tap of his toes, he soared as if flying, effortlessly crossing 2 or 3 mountain peaks before landing steadily. Through Su Yunzhang's relentless efforts, he soon caught up steadily with Lin Huang, who was in 1st place. Seeing Su Yunzhang already appearing behind him, Lin Huang was greatly astonished and muttered to himself, "How can you be this strong, kid? I thought you were just a staller, unable to move quickly without sword flight. Never expected you'd surpass my imagination." "It's okay, you can't surpass me." Outside, the Linxiao Sect's training ground. On the massive scroll, the rankings of each individual were displayed. Although the details inside couldn't be seen clearly, many knew that the most critical moment had arrived. That is, the final battle for supremacy among the prodigies. Whoever can take the lead and successfully secure a spot in the top 3 will enter this year's elite inner sect lineup. At that point, they will represent the future of the entire Linxiao sect. At this moment, the top 3 names on the scroll are Lin Huang, Su Yunzhang, and Gu Qingqing. After clearly seeing the names listed, many in the audience gasped in shock. It was truly astonishing. Su Yunzhang, a newcomer who had just entered the inner sect, had actually secured a spot in the top 3, and in 2nd place at that. Though it remains uncertain whether his 2nd place position will be surpassed, it is still hard to believe. It was indeed surprising that Gu Qingqing made it into the top 3, but everyone could understand why. After all, she was the direct disciple of Elder Lu Ruoshui. Elder Lu must have given her many advantages, and it wouldn't be surprising if she possessed numerous treasures. Many even believed that Su Tao, who had always been by Gu Qingqing's side, was a guardian specially arranged by Elder Lu to ensure her successful entry into the top 3. Needless to say, many were envious, but there was nothing they could say about it. "Oh my god! This Su Yunzhang, what kind of monster is he? He actually ranked in the top 3 in the final stage. Is he really going to become a prodigy disciple right after entering the inner sect?" You wouldn't believe it, but I heard from a senior who just came out that Su Yunzhang has innate heroine qi, which is incredibly abnormal. Many of the trials in the secret realm had little effect on him. Exactly. Truly worthy of being blessed by the righteous heroine qi. His physique is just too special. Sigh. Senior brother Zhu Hong, why hasn't there been any news of him yet? Has no one really seen him? Did he just die in the secret realm like that? I don't know. Who cares? Every year a few people die in the secret realm. He was probably unlucky and ran into those riotous ghosts. But what was most shocking were the disciples from the academy. Junior brother Su surpassed the senior brother and even senior sister Shangguan, ranking among the top 3 temporarily. This was an honor for their academy. When had their academy ever enjoyed such a highlight? At this moment, Shen Guanjing and Wang Shushu also emerged from the secret realm. There was no helping it, they were still too weak and couldn't even withstand the sword formation. Looking at the rankings on the scroll, Wang Shushu smiled with great satisfaction. Junior brother, you truly have remarkable talent. That is the future of our academy. Our academy can finally hold its head high. Indeed. Shen Guanjing took out a silk handkerchief, lightly flicked it, and with tears hanging at the corners of her eyes, she actually began to cry. Whether it was from melancholy or emotion, no one could tell. As she wiped her tears, she said, "Seeing junior brother so outstanding makes me feel so overwhelmed. I really feel like crying." Wang Shushu was taken aback for a moment. He also thought that Shen Guanjing was crying out of overwhelming excitement, as his junior sister had always been prone to tears. Why are you upset? Isn't it good that our junior brother is so talented? I just can't help thinking that since he's so young and has already become one of the heavenly prize, he'll surely face countless dangers in the future. As the saying goes, the tallest tree catches the most wind. Just think, after he becomes a top talent, what if that Han Guangshuai tries to harm him? Poor junior brother, he's been without parents since childhood. Once he becomes a top talent, he'll surely be surrounded by many girls, and his future romantic troubles will be endless. Sigh. One Shu and the others gave awkward smiles. These were all baseless speculations, yet Shen Guanjing spoke so gravely and cried so sorrowfully. However, when the last sentence was uttered, Zhao Houzi suddenly leaned in with a grin. Senior sister Shen Guan, that's your real concern, isn't it? I think you're worried that our junior brother Su is too outstanding, and with more girls around him in the future, you'll be the one feeling upset. Nonsense. Shen Guanjing shook her head. I'm not. On Jianfeng Mountain, many elders and sect leaders were wide-eyed, staring in disbelief at the rankings on the scroll. Su Yunzhong has actually made it to second place. If he had been just a bit faster and the others couldn't catch up, he might have truly entered the top 3 of the prodigies. Incredible. Even the gluttonous little old man blinked in astonishment, so surprised that he forgot to take a bite of the braised pork knuckle in his hand. This disciple of mine is truly moving, giving his all for the sake of our sect and their academy. He must be suffering greatly inside. Whenever the rice bucket elder thought of this frail, scholarly-looking disciple, his worries deepened. This final hurdle won't be so easy to overcome. At this moment, not far from the dojo, there was also someone who had been watching the rankings on the scroll all along. Originally, Han Guangshuai didn't care in the slightest no prodigy could compare to himself, the number 1 prodigy disciple. However, when he saw Su Yunzhang, this unremarkable fellow, this name he had never even heard of within the sect, suddenly rise to the top 3. He couldn't help but become intrigued. Su Yunzhang, quite interesting indeed, born with innate righteous aura, such a special constitution is rare in this world. Han Guangshuai also inquired a bit and found out that this Su Yunzhang had even clashed with Elder Yang and managed to hold his own purely by his own strength. How amusing! I love tormenting geniuses the most. He licked his lips, revealing a sinister smile. In his heart, nothing pleased him more than seeing geniuses of his own generation crushed and trampled under his feet. What's the use of being a genius? Genius is merely the threshold to meet me. I, Han Guangshuai, will trample all these talented individuals under my feet. I'm waiting. Kid, you've got some nerve, daring to have ideas about my girl. Inside the secret realm, Su Yunzhang strode swiftly and quickly caught up with Lin Huang. Their steps were in sync, and at the same moment, they simultaneously leaped onto the final and tallest peak. To be precise, it was a cliff on that peak, and on this cliff, there was a massive vine. In the end, they would use this vine to slowly climb up. Ah, so plain and unadorned, so primitive. Su Yunzhang blinked his eyes. He had imagined that the final showdown would be extremely intense, but he never expected it to be climbing. How is this any different from mortals? Just as the two of them took another step forward, suddenly, all their spiritual power was restricted. At that moment, they became just like mortals. Lin Huang wasn't surprised, as he had heard before that the final challenge was extremely difficult and would seal all spiritual power within the body. Su Yunzhang was also shocked, never expecting the final challenge to be so harsh, unable to use any spiritual power, relying solely on physical strength and endurance. Ha, kid, didn't he expect this, did you? In this final challenge, both of us have become mere mortals, unable to use even a trace of spiritual power. A feeble scholar like you, with no strength to even tie a chicken, still thinks you can fight me? How laughable. Lin Huang glanced disdainfully. He had come fully prepared. Before arriving, he had donned a soft armor capable of protecting himself, so there was nothing to fear. He just had expected that the one competing with him for first place would be Su Yunzhang, a mere scholar. Had the soft armor been prepared in vain? A faint smile appeared on Su Yunzhang's lips as he calmly said, "Is that so?" As soon as the words fell, he dashed right in front of Lin Huang, his physical strength surging forth as he struck him with a single palm. In an instant, Lin Huang was sent flying backward. If not for a spiritual barrier protecting him, he might have tumbled straight down the mountainside. He never expected Su Yunzhang to be so fast and so strong. Wasn't he just a scholar? Their academy didn't he seem to have any body refining techniques? Could the power of righteous virtue also temper physical strength? Just then, with a sharp crack, the soft armor Lin Huang was wearing shattered into fragments. He was utterly stunned. Moreover, the force of that palm strike had inflicted severe internal injuries. Fortunately, he had tempered his body before, otherwise, he truly wouldn't have survived. Actually, Su Yunzhang still held back, delivering just a light palm strike. His eyes lit up. His physical resilience was indeed monstrous, not a waste after all, considering all those elixirs he'd consumed. "Senior brother, sorry, but first place is mine." Lin Huang's face turned pale. He needed some time to recover. With his spiritual power completely restricted now, he truly had no way out. Why is your physical strength so high?" Su Yunzhang climbed up the vine nonchalantly and said lightly, "Do you want to know?" "I won't tell you." "What if I said it's because my body is special, capable of absorbing the most refined heroine qi between heaven and earth to temper my physique? Would you believe me?" Lin Huang was stunned, unsure whether he should believe it, because no one knew just how monstrous Su Yunzhang's unique constitution truly was. After all, someone born with innate heroine qi, there probably wasn't a single one like that in the entire northwestern cultivation world. "I never thought I'd actually lose to you. I refuse to accept this." Lin Huang clenched his fists, his eyes nearly splitting with rage, yet there was nothing he could do. He could only watch as Su Yunzhang took the lead first. His speed was incredibly fast, moving effortlessly on the vines as if walking on flat ground. It wouldn't be long before he reached the mountaintop. But just as Su Yunzhang climbed halfway, he felt the surrounding temperature grow unbearably hot, as if he were being roasted inside a furnace. Without spiritual power, he could only rely on his physical body to resist. No wonder this was the final and most difficult challenge. No wonder Lin Huang wore a suit of soft armor. Those with weaker physical strength would likely be roasted alive by the time they climbed to the mountaintop. At this stage, there was only one way to escape the scorching heat: to climb upward as quickly as possible. Fortunately, Su Yunzhang remained completely unaffected and continued his ascent. The sensation of intense heat had vanished, but unexpectedly, the temperature plummeted in an instant, replaced by a bone-chilling cold. Even small ice crystals began forming on his palms, quickly threatening to freeze into solid ice. Only then did he realize that the most challenging part of this secret realm was yet to come: the final trial. So that's how it is. Su Yunzhang didn't mind continuing his ascent at all. Soon, one of his arms was encased in a massive block of ice, but with just a slight shake, his physical strength alone was enough to fling the ice away. As he got closer, Su Yunzhang began to speed up. Meanwhile, halfway up the mountain, Lin Huang took a brief rest before resuming his climb. When he saw Su Yunzhang already reaching the summit amidst the clouds, his expression suddenly changed, turning utterly astonished. Heavens, it's unbelievable. Su Yunzhang actually shows no fear toward the trials at the mountain's peak. What a monster! Why can't I have this kind of physique? Damn it! At this moment, Du Qingqing also followed along. She glanced upward and chose to continue climbing as well. Similarly, the master also provided her with protective measures. She was like a fish in water, never expecting to be so fortunate in this secret realm trial, with a smooth journey all the way. For some unknown reason, the master had told her that this time was purely for training, as she had just broken through and entered the inner sect, and couldn't immediately join the ranks of the elite disciples. But unexpectedly, luck favored him so much. This Du Qingqing is really lucky, Lin Huang sighed. He had already resigned himself to fate since he couldn't get first place. Second would have to do. No matter what, he was determined to make it into the elite sequence. Soon, Su Yunzhang climbed to the very top, grabbed the vine, and with a light leap, reached the summit. As he stood atop the mountain peak, a refreshing breeze swept over him, as if restoring his body. In reality, Su Yunzhang was completely unharmed and didn't need it at all. The moment he became the first, his entire body was bathed in a golden radiance. A majestic voice echoed throughout the entire secret realm. Su Yunzhang, first place in the secret realm trial, enters the ranks of the elite. At this moment, many inner disciples were still persevering in the secret realm. Upon hearing this announcement, they froze in disbelief, finding it hard to imagine that Su Yunzhang had actually. He truly became a prodigy disciple. A disciple who had just entered the inner sect instantly surpassed everyone else, making it hard for them to accept. Many began to waver in their hearts. This guy is too monstrous. I must cultivate to the magnificent righteousness technique. Is this the true way to harness the righteous aura? Why haven't I seen such a monstrous talent among the disciples of the academy before? I'm convinced. How can we even compete? Turns out I'm the clown here, mocking others while being the one with nothing but wasted potential. Ah! Comparing yourself to others is infuriating. He just reads books, without even working hard, and still surpasses us. Meanwhile, at the main peak dojo of the Lingxiao sect, the news of Su Yunzhang becoming a heavenly pride disciple also resounded throughout the entire sect. When that authoritative voice spread, many people thought their ears had failed them, that they had misheard. How could this be? Su Yunzhang is simply too monstrous. Inconceivable. Hong Qisheng and Cui Yuan, who had once been defeated by Su Yunzhang, couldn't help but widen their eyes. They sighed deeply. Being defeated by a prodigious disciple, their luck was indeed poor, but there was truly no way around it. Who could have imagined that Su Yunzhang would be so formidable? Perhaps, this was also a kind of fortune. Being eliminated by a prodigious disciple was, in itself, a matter worthy of praise and boasting. On Sword Peak Mountain, the elders and chief seeds were all stunned. Upon hearing this news, the gluttonous little old man was so overjoyed that he jumped up immediately, laughing heartily and saying, "Who would have thought that even my gluttonous disciple could become a prodigy? To achieve such a feat in the first inner sect secret realm trial, my disciple is truly remarkable." The secret realm trial was still ongoing. Although the first place had already been determined, the rankings below were yet to be finalized. Su Yunzhang was in no hurry to come out, instead waiting for the final result. As expected, Lin Huang was the second place finisher in this secret realm trial and also one of the elite disciples. However, when it comes to Gu Qingqing, her luck was truly remarkable. Despite it being her first time participating in the selection, she managed to join the ranks of the elite disciples. Even though her strength didn't seem particularly outstanding, she simply had some unique advantages. After Gu Qingqing stepped forward, the selection of elite disciples finally came to an end. "Junior brother Su, I always said you should participate in the inner sect selection. Your talent has finally been recognized, truly remarkable. Even now, we still don't fully understand just how powerful your innate constitution, which naturally carries the aura of righteousness, truly is." Su Yunzhang gave an awkward smile. In truth, whenever he faced uncertainty, he simply attributed all his strength to his unique constitution. The three prodigious disciples have emerged. The secret realm trial is closed. As the secret realm closed, many who were struggling inside were directly ejected. The moment Su Yunzhang and the other newly added prodigy disciples appeared in the training ground, the entire assembly of disciples erupted with excitement. The disciples from the academy were especially thrilled, never expecting that someone from their academy could break into the ranks of prodigies. Wang Shushu also sighed with emotion. To this day, we still don't know what other unique talents our junior brother's physique might unlock. So impressive. Junior brother, you're amazing. Zhao Houzi jumped up excitedly, while Shen Guanjing beside him looked sorrowful and whispered, "Sai, junior brother truly shines so brightly. In the future, he'll surely be unable to resist temptations." At this moment, the Qingjian sect leader, along with the various elders and chief seeds of their Lingxiao sect, also appeared at the center of the training ground. They hovered on their swords, casting cold glances around. Then, the Qingjian sect leader exclaimed, This year's elite disciples for the inner sect selection have already emerged. They are Su Yunzhang from the academy, Lin Huang from Chiu Peak, and Gu Qingqing from Jianfan Mountain. These three have been selected for the elite sequence. From now on, the sect will fully support them in whatever they do. In addition, the Celestial Pride disciples will enter the heritage grounds to select a cultivation technique and a magical treasure, while also receiving personal guidance from the Supreme Elders. We hope you will bring even greater glory to our sect. At that moment, all the inner disciples and ordinary disciples in the training grounds bowed in unison, paying their respects with utmost reverence. We greet the Celestial Pride. Perhaps this is the honor that comes with being a Celestial Pride disciple. Even the sect elders and peak masters must show deference upon encountering them. However, there are distinctions among Celestial Pride disciples as well. Only the first Celestial Pride holds the supreme position within the sect, beyond even the reach of the sect leader's authority. But just at that moment, Su Yunzhang suddenly stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Sect leader, I heard that after joining the Heavenly Prides, one can challenge other Heavenly Prides within the sect. Is that true?" Sect leader Qin Jian was momentarily stunned, then nodded and said, "Indeed it is." To be honest, this challenge among Heavenly Pride disciples was merely a gimmick. No one had ever taken it seriously. Who would have thought that a hothead like Su Yunzhang would actually believe it? However, it depends on whether these prodigy disciples are in seclusion. Every prodigy disciple is the most precious to our sect, so naturally, we must not disturb their quiet cultivation. Currently, among the prodigy disciples, only Hong Guangshuai, the top prodigy, has emerged from seclusion. I think it's better to forget about it. Gu Qingqing and Lin Huang, though they had no particular thoughts on the matter, both felt that challenging the top prodigy was nothing short of a fool's dream. They'd better not provoke this bad luck. But at this moment, Su Yunzhang stepped forward resolutely and said coldly, reporting to the sect leader, "This disciple insists on challenging the top-ranked prodigy. I want to see just how powerful this so-called #1 prodigy truly is." Within the sect, all the strict rules and regulations seem to be imposed only on us ordinary disciples. Why do the prodigy disciples never face any consequences? If that's the case, it might as well abolish all rules and let us engage in open slaughter. After all, the world of cultivators is inherently cruel. It's either you die or I perish. Why should the top-ranked prodigy disciple enjoy special privileges? Su Yunzhang's resolute words shocked many, leaving them aghast that someone dared to question the sect's rules. Moreover, he said this right in front of the sect leader and the elders. Many had long assumed that prodigy disciples inherently had privileges, that fairness and justice simply didn't exist. However, all the disciples of the academy could tell that Su Yunzhang was standing up for the senior brother out of a sense of injustice. Wang Shushu and Li Rulan were deeply moved, but they knew that the strength of the top prodigy was absolutely beyond what their junior brother could contend with. Wang Shushu hurriedly shouted, "Junior brother, don't act rashly. Senior brother remembers your kindness and understands your good intentions, but Hong Guangshuai's strength." Su Yunzhang immediately spoke up to interrupt, "Senior brother, say no more. My mind is made up." However, the gluttonous little old man was now completely flustered and very anxious. He stepped forward and angrily scolded, "Rebellious disciple, what are you doing? How dare you question the sect's rules? Does becoming a top disciple mean you can defy all laws and reason?" The glutton quickly bent his waist toward sect leader Qin Jian. "Sect leader, my disciple is momentarily confused. Please do not take it to heart. He does not intend to challenge the top disciple. As his master, how could he not know that his young disciple was one who hated evil and would stand up for his senior brother? But it wouldn't be that easy." Hong Guangshuai, as the top talent of the sect, had always acted with arrogance. Though his behavior was outrageous, no one dared to stop him. If a challenge were to happen, this top talent would surely kill his young disciple in front of everyone in the sect. By then, even the sect leader might not be able to intervene. After all, the top prodigy of the day has the backing of the Supreme Elder, so the sect rules are indeed nothing in their presence. Su Yunzhang chuckled lightly. He understood that his nominal master meant well, but he was unwilling to back down. Gu Qingqing was also greatly surprised and somewhat puzzled. Junior brother Su, don't say more. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. With your talent, you'll surpass him one day. There's no need. Su Yunzhang shook his head. No. Senior sister, I refuse to be a coward. I will seek justice for my senior brother. And I will seek justice for myself as well. Hearing these words, Gu Qingqing suddenly recalled Han Guangshuai's warning to her and junior brother Su. Indeed, this man was domineering and ruthless in his actions. But Han Guangshuai, as the top prodigy, possessed unfathomable strength. Who would dare provoke him? The green sword sex leader, the rice bucket old man, stepped forward to intervene, intending to dissuade Su Yunzhang from this idea. Suddenly, Han Guangshuai appeared silently above the training grounds, riding his sword. His eyes were dark, and a sinister smile curled at the corners of his lips. Su Yunzhang, you've got guts. Every time there's a selection of prodigies, new talents emerge, but no one has ever dared to challenge me. You're the first. I accept. Han Guangshuai was already growing impatient and excited. Crushing such a genius beneath his feet would surely be thrilling. What? This kid is way out of his league, daring to challenge senior brother Han, the top prodigy. Exactly, senior brother Han is a true prodigy disciple. As the most formidable disciple of our Linxiao sect, his strength stands unrivaled among the younger generation in the Northwest cultivation world. Even senior brother Han's acceptance of the challenge is so dashing looks are justice. He'll definitely beat Su Yunzhang until he flees in panic. And now, Han Guangshuai has agreed to their challenge, proving that this matter is beyond redemption. The rice bucket of a little old man was so nervous that he hurriedly explained to the Qingjian sect leader, senior brother sect leader, my disciple is just talking nonsense. Just as Qingjian was about to speak, Han Guangshuai shouted first, Kid, if you have the guts to challenge me in front of everyone, don't be a coward, or else I'll look down on you. And don't let others make excuses for you either. Are you even a man anymore? Su Yunzhang smiled faintly. Since senior brother Han has already agreed, how could I back down? Come on. Today, I am determined to challenge you. Han Guangshuai looked at him with a gloomy expression. Kid, I'll show you what it truly means to be the #1 prodigy. Don't think that just because you've become a prodigy disciple, you have the right to challenge me. Your talent is indeed strong, and your luck is good, but geniuses like you I take the greatest pleasure in crushing them under my feet and trampling them mercilessly. He is indeed very arrogant, but he has the capital to be so. As the top prodigy in the sect, he has always been domineering within the sect. Who dares to challenge him? Get out of my way. Han Guangshuai landed directly on the arena stage, with Su Yunzhang following closely behind. At least in terms of momentum, Su Yunzhang did not show the slightest hint of inferiority. However, the outcome seems to have already been decided. At this moment, all the disciples of Linxiao sect believed that Su Yunzhang would be beaten to a pulp. Moreover, judging by Han Guangshuai's style and temperament, he was absolutely the type to seek revenge for the slightest grievance and would never let the other party off. Adding to that, the two had already clashed before, and considering the words exchanged just now, Su Yunzhang would be lucky to escape with his life, if not crippled. A genius disciple, one who had just risen to prominence, it seemed he was truly in grave danger. The rice bucket of an old man was extremely nervous. Could it be that his disciple was truly beyond saving? No, stop when it's enough. If the other party really goes for the kill, you must stop them. The disciples of the academy were also deeply worried, their hearts filled with despair. Challenging Han Guangshuai is no different from courting death. What should we do now? Shen Guanjing also looked gloomy and tearfully said, Junior brother Su, how foolish. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. With your talent, surpassing Han Guangshuai is just a matter of time. However, the one who felt the worst was undoubtedly Wang Shushu. After all, the junior brother's challenge to Han Guangshuai must have been related to her, since he normally wouldn't have had any contact with Han Guangshuai. Sigh. Junior brother, I've let you down. Li Ruolan stood beside Wang Shushu at this moment and sighed, Senior brother, I was wrong. If it weren't for me, junior brother Su wouldn't have been implicated. things wouldn't have turned out like this either. If something really happens to junior brother Su, I would truly be a sinner. Wang Shushu also felt extremely distressed, not knowing what to do. At this thought, he gritted his silver teeth and shouted at Han Guangshuai, "Senior brother Han, you are the top prodigy of our sect. My junior brother is young, has just joined the sect, and his temperament is still immature. Doesn't he understand? It was just a momentary impulse. If you insist on choosing someone to fight, then pick me. I'm willing to fight you." Hearing this, Han Guangshuai turned around and glanced disdainfully at Wang Shushu. "Are you in such a hurry to die? Wang Shushu, you haven't even entered the heavenly pride ranking. Are you worthy of opposing me? Dare to provoke my woman? Rest assured, you won't live long, but there's no hurry, it won't be now. Get lost." Han Guangshuai's sharp words didn't cause much harm, but the humiliation was immense. Wang Shushu's face flushed red, yet he had no words to retort. After all, the man spoke the truth. He truly was quite useless. At such a young age, his junior brother had already become a true heavenly pride disciple, while he remained merely an inner sect disciple. These words made the disciples of the academy feel somewhat uncomfortable, yet they couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Han Guangshuai, as the top prodigy, wasn't someone anyone could challenge at will. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't even spare them a glance. Su Yuzhong understood that his senior brother meant well for him. They were all worried that if Han Guangshuai were to lose control of his savage nature during the match, he might cripple Su Yuzhong or even take his life outright. "Senior brother, you don't need to worry too much. I know my limits. Rest assured. A man standing in this world should have an awe-inspiring spirit reaching the clouds. If I possess this noble spirit, yet shrink back and show cowardice in the face of a formidable enemy, how could I ever be worthy of such a spirit?" His words were resounding and forceful, like searing brands imprinting themselves upon the minds of all the academy's disciples. Only then did they realize that compared to their junior brother, their own understanding of noble righteousness fell far short. Perhaps, sometimes we have to admit that junior brother Su's innate righteous aura is truly extraordinary. His talent and comprehension far surpassed those of ordinary people. It was only seen that after Su Yunzhong finished speaking these words, the righteous aura gathering around him became increasingly dense. Indeed, righteous aura is closely linked to one's character. Once cowardice sets in, the power of righteous aura diminishes greatly, whereas the opposite makes it even stronger. Su Yunzhong felt the surging righteous energy within his body and could no longer concern himself with anything else. A faint layer of immortal light, composed of this righteous energy, enveloped his body, protecting him. At the same time, he chanted resolutely, without the slightest hesitation. He was well aware that Han Guangshuai, the top disciple among the prodigies before him, possessed formidable strength, and he couldn't afford to be careless. What a pity! If only he could switch to his alternate identity, Wu Jizi, during the match. Defeating him would be as easy as turning his hand. Han Guangshuai didn't even bother using a magical artifact, Blazing Palm. As soon as the words fell, Han Guangshuai casually swung his palm, and a massive fiery palm silently materialized before him. With a flick of his arm, the palm struck directly toward Su Yunzhong. Seeing this, Su Yunzhong immediately summoned two merging mountain peaks to block the attack. With a thunderous boom, their techniques collided, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. The impact forced many disciples watching from the edges of the training ground to stagger backward, struggling to maintain their footing. Truly worthy of being a battle between prodigies, the power is simply overwhelming. This is the future of the sect. Han Guangshuai initially thought that a casual move from him would be enough to defeat Su Yunzhong, but to his surprise, the opponent remained completely unharmed. It seems he's not just lucky but also has some real skill. Humph, Su Yunzhong, not bad at all. It seems I can't afford to underestimate you anymore. Han Guangshuai remained extremely confident, as he absolutely refused to allow himself to lose the competition. He was determined to crush this so-called genius beneath his feet. Su Yuzhong was also astonished. The strike just now was equivalent to a full-power attack from a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator at the peak of their strength. Yet, he had executed it with such ease. No wonder he was ranked as the top disciple among the prodigies. This level of strength truly deserved such an honor. Su Yunzhang's ability to withstand Han Guangshuai's strike drew gasps of surprise from many disciples present. I heard senior brother Han, as the top disciple among the prodigies, can make anyone tremble with just a casual move. Su Yunzhang actually managed to endure that blow. He does have some skill. What a pity! If Su Yunzhang could summon the same spirit and luck he had that day when he faced Elder Yang and gained heaven's approval, he might have been able to defeat senior brother Han. Stop dreaming. He's already used up all his luck that day. It's impossible to gain the favor of the heavenly Dao's will in every single battle. What kind of joke are you making? Seeing Han Guangshuai once again conjure a massive flaming palm, Su Yunzhang also dared not underestimate his opponent. He gathered his own righteous energy into his palm, and two small mountains instantly materialized. Once again, their techniques collided with a thunderous impact. However, Han Guangshuai's flaming palm held back not a shred of mercy this time. Having witnessed Su Yunzhang's strength firsthand, he had no intention of wasting any more time. Bam! A tremendous explosion sounded, and as the dust settled, all that could be seen was Su Yunzhang being forced back several meters, the protective immortal radiance of his heroine chi vanishing abruptly at this moment. Fortunately, he wasn't injured. Was this Han Guangshuai's true strength? Kid, without that protective immortal radiance, you're nothing. Do you really think you can touch the level of my false core realm? As soon as the words fell, Han Guangshuai appeared beside Su Yunzhang in an instant and struck a palm toward his body. However, this palm strike felt as if it had landed on an iron plate. No, it was even harder than iron, even sparking upon impact. What's going on? Han Guangshuai was stunned. Judging by appearances, that brat Su Yunzhang looked utterly defenseless. How could his physical strength be so formidable? In fact, Han Guangshuai even felt a sharp pain in his own palm. Something's off. This isn't right. Han Guangshuai's expression darkened instantly. It seemed he had encountered a tough opponent today. No wonder that brat dared to challenge him head-on. He truly had an ace up his sleeve. I never expected your physical strength to be so high, even comparable to a false core expert. When did you practice such body techniques? Su Yunzhang smiled faintly, still standing tall and straight on the arena. Senior brother Han, if I told you I've never practiced body techniques, would you believe me? All of this is because of my unique constitution. You! A physique naturally imbued with the heroine chi, is it really this overpowering? Although Han Guangshuai was utterly shocked, he still perversely licked his lips and chuckled darkly. This was just perfect. This kid, he absolutely had to thoroughly trample and humiliate him. Come on! Han Guangshuai launched another attack. His palm techniques were incredibly formidable after all. As the disciple of the Supreme Elder and the top prodigy, he undoubtedly possessed a myriad of powerful techniques. However, Su Yunzhang wasn't the least bit flustered. The opponent's seemingly full force strike landed on him, but couldn't cause any injury at all. Of course, he wasn't a fool. Why would he just stand there and let someone hit him? There were no restrictions on this arena, so with a mere thought, he summoned the vast righteous energy between heaven and earth, condensing it into clouds that carried him aloft, allowing him to fly through the air. Han Guangshuai didn't hesitate either, though he didn't resort to sword flight. Instead, he took out a magical artifact, a pair of wings shimmering with flowing light, known as the Radiant Wings. Once equipped, these wings significantly increased flight speed, far surpassing sword flight. Generally, those who hadn't reached the Golden Core stage relied on sword flight or various other flying artifacts. Wings are one of the most common magical artifacts. Damn! No wonder they're prodigy disciples, possessing so many magical artifacts. Flying artifacts are quite rare within their Lingxiao sect. Only a handful of individuals possess them, while most still rely on sword flight. Gotta say, it's pretty insane. Kid, you're quite special. Most disciples at the foundation establishment stage rely on sword or treasure flight. Yet you actually harness your own righteous aura, condensing it into a cloud to ride upon. Su Yunzhang said softly, no choice. I'm favored by the world's righteous energy. Just a thought, and it willingly serves as my flying treasure. Senior brother, do you think that's not acceptable? Besides, flying on clouds isn't the only way I can travel. As soon as the words left his lips, Su Yunzhang willed it, and the cloud formed from heroine chi suddenly transformed into a white crane, lifelike and flapping its wings. Su Yunzhang stood steadily atop this white crane, which was entirely composed of heroine chi. It must be said that heroine chi emphasizes cultivating the mind and character. Once a certain realm is attained, a mere thought can enable heroine chi to accomplish many things. Su Yunzhang, still because he was too perverse, and moreover, possessed the heroine righteousness technique. Good lad, I admit now that you're quite strong. You're also freakishly talented, but today you'll still be defeated by me. Hong Guangshuai grinned, directly drawing out his own magical treasure, a precious sword, and slashed toward Su Yunzhang. This sword is comparable to a golden core stage magical artifact. As the top prodigy within the sect, he naturally enjoys many privileges, and this artifact is also something he can wield. With just a light swing, the sword energy it carried shot toward Su Yunzhang with astonishing sharpness. Seeing this, Su Yunzhang remained completely unfazed and calmly uttered, "Have a move above heaven." This move was one he comprehended while facing and overcoming his inner demon within the secret realm. To be precise, it was with the help of the heroine righteousness technique that he utilized his willpower and the heroine chi of heaven and earth to comprehend this move. Have a move above heaven not only enhances his own defense, allowing him to temporarily ignore attacks, but also enables him to reflect the opponent's attacks. As for how much is reflected and how long it lasts, it's currently unclear, only that it's incredibly overpowered. Hong Guangshuai naturally had no idea what was happening. All he knew was that Su Yunzhang stood motionless in mid-air like a block of wood, inexplicably taking his attack head-on. At this moment, everyone was thrown into panic. Many felt their hearts pounding wildly, their breaths growing rapid. What is junior brother doing? Why isn't he dodging? Has Su Yunzhang gone mad? Could it be that facing senior brother Hong's strike has completely stunned him? No way! Senior brother Hong's move is so fast, how could Su Yunzhang possibly dodge it? At this moment, everyone in the dojo believed that Su Yunzhang had truly gone mad. His protective immortal light had already been shattered, and even if his physical body was relatively strong, how could he withstand the golden core treasure in Hong Guangshuai's hand? Was he unable to fly? Or did he not know how to dodge? Yet, at that very moment, a golden light erupted from Su Yunzhang's body. The sharp sword energy that struck him seemed to be absorbed as if by nothing. What was even more astonishing was that Su Yunzhang merely gave a light flick, and the sword energy reappeared, slashing toward Hong Guangshuai. Its power was only slightly weaker than before. At this moment, Hong Guangshuai completely lost his composure and let out a soul-shaking cry, "Su Yunzhang! You! Why can my techniques be used by you?" Su Yunzhang did not answer, remaining silent. Hong Guangshuai had no choice but to defend himself. Fortunately, he knew his own techniques best, but this was still utterly baffling. What kind of technique is this? This scene also stunned the disciples in the training hall. They couldn't imagine that Su Yunzhang had such a perverse technique, able to take an enemy's sword move and make it his own. Our Linxiao sect doesn't seem to have this kind of technique. Is this called using their own methods against them? No wonder Su Yunzhang was so confident he had this trump card up his sleeve. This scene also left many elders stunned, as they realized that the move Su Yunzhang had just used was another self-created technique of his. The ability to absorb others' moves and turn them into his own, utterly invincible. Even the gluttonous old man blinked his eyes and muttered to himself, "My little disciple is truly remarkable." Hong Guangshuai also realized that this kid was truly hard to deal with and that he must finish the battle quickly. Although he had these rather bizarre moves, how much could he really withstand? Hong Guangshuai also planned to counter force with force, believing that with his own strength, Su Yunzhang wouldn't last much longer in a direct clash. Nonsense about surpassing heaven by half a move. Under me, there is only one above. Heaven will never let you win. Linxiao Sword Technique. The Linxiao Sword Technique was a sword art left behind by the founding ancestor of the Linxiao sect. It was their most secretive technique, and apart from the two supreme elders and the sect leader, only he, the top prodigy, was qualified to practice it. With a powerful surge of energy, his sword erupted with formidable momentum as sword chi slashed through the air. This time, his sharp sword energy launched an all-out, seamless attack at an incredibly fast speed. He wanted to make sure Su Yunzhang was stuffed to the brim. Su Yunzhang never expected that Han Guangshuai actually intended to feed him to the point of fullness. Of course, he knew that half-step above heaven had its limitations. It couldn't neutralize every single attack or absorb everything for his own use. There must be a limit, and he could sense it. That last move had already pushed his half-step to victory to the brink of collapse. As expected, when the overwhelming sword energy surged toward him in dense waves, Su Yunzhang's half-step to victory finally began to falter. If not for his formidable physical strength, he might have been injured and knocked to the ground. This is truly terrible. Su Yunzhang redirected the opponent's sword technique back along its original path, sending it straight back at them. Han Guangshuai had no choice but to keep defending. Truth be told, even though he understood the sword techniques he had unleashed himself, he could still get injured. It had to be admitted Su Yunzhang was truly a freak. But the more freakish Su Yunzhang's talent was, the more excited Han Guangshuai became. He grew somewhat frenzied, and upon seeing the golden light around Su Yunzhang fade, he laughed wildly. "Kid, I guessed right, your freakish move has its limits too. Now that I've broken through this move of yours, let's see what else you can do." Su Yunzhang remained calm, yet he couldn't help but admit that the Lin Xiao sword technique was truly terrifying. Hanging mid-air, Han Guangshuai tightly gripped his treasured sword, as a blade formed from condensed sword energy materialized above him. This single strike darkened the heavens and earth, its overwhelming majesty making it hard to breathe, forcing onlookers to retreat continuously. Watching Han Guangshuai descend like a celestial deity, the surrounding disciples were filled with envy and admiration. As expected of senior brother Han, this move of the Lin Xiao sword technique is truly powerful. Good heavens, with this single sword strike, the heavens and earth seem to change color. What overwhelming force! I feel like if this sword strike lands, all of us present here will perish. Su Yunzhang is in trouble. His strange techniques are useless now. He definitely can't withstand it. In fact, Su Yunzhang remained completely calm inside. He understood that cultivating a noble spirit within himself made him stronger. Only a strong heart could achieve that. The moment his inner state wavered, he would become weak. Moreover, he still had his physical strength as a foundation. Han Guangshuai wanting to defeat him was simply laughable. Or rather, it was outright impossible. Besides, he still had one move he hadn't used yet. A surge of righteous energy gathered around Su Yunzhang once more, his entire body seemingly covered in a faint white glow. With a wave of his arm, a white sword quietly appeared in his hand. This sword was forged from his righteous energy and his unwavering will. This was also a technique from the righteous chi art, the righteous sword. Its full name, Heaven and Earth Righteous Sword. This sword technique not only perfectly complements those who cultivate the righteous chi, but it can also continuously improve. For example, just like last time, when he composed a poem and felt the blessing of the heavenly forces and the Tao, the same applies to the righteous sword. Righteous sword technique. Su Yunzhang let out a light hum, brandishing the treasured sword in his hand. The sword techniques in his mind were already clear and unified. With just a gentle swing, the sword moves surged forth. The Haoren sword technique and the Lin Xiao sword technique clashed against each other, with neither side willing to yield. Yet, the moment this treasured sword in his hand was drawn, for some reason, all the disciples of the academy sensed a hint of domineering aura. Even the Haoren chi they had cultivated within themselves began to grow restless and excited. Even the gluttonous little old man felt the same way. He never expected his young disciple to have hidden so much. What is this sword again? Could it also be something he comprehended? This is clearly not a magical artifact, but rather a sword condensed from his noble chi. Does noble chi have so many applications? In any case, many things this young disciple has done surpass the understanding of this old man. I no longer seem worthy to be my own disciple's master. Su Yunzhang and Han Guangshuai engaged in a fierce duel. Although Su Yunzhang's swordplay dazzled them, the Lin Xiao sword technique was undoubtedly superior. But at that moment, to everyone's surprise, Han Guangshuai was steadily losing ground, thoroughly suppressed by Su Yunzhang's heroine sword technique. Moreover, Han Guangshuai had sustained severe injuries. Who could have imagined this? At that very moment, a cracking sound echoed above the training hall. Looking up, everyone was shocked to see that the golden elixir treasure in Han Guangshuai's hand had shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground. Even these fragments, as they fell, forced many to scramble out of the way, leaving large craters in the arena floor where they landed. What? Senior brother Han's sword shattered. That sword in his hand isn't even a magical treasure. How can it be so powerful? It's just a sword technique. Heavens, this Su Yuzhang is terrifying. It feels like senior brother Han has been completely suppressed from start to finish. Exactly, senior brother Han is severely injured, yet he doesn't have a single scratch on him. My sword, shattered. Han Guangshuai stared blankly at the sword hilt remaining in his hand, feeling deeply distressed. This treasured sword had accompanied him for so long. This sword was a treasure comparable to a golden core artifact, yet it shattered just like that. What's more, what shattered the sword wasn't even another artifact, but rather a sword technique. Han Guangshuai couldn't accept it. To make matters worse, he was severely injured. The heroine sword art was simply monstrous. He couldn't even get close to Su Yunzhang, while those sword energies seemed to penetrate everywhere. How do I fight this? Damn brat, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces. Damn it, damn it. I'm the top genius disciple of the sect. How could I lose to you? Absolutely impossible, absolutely impossible. Kid, you're dead. Han Guangshuai had already gone somewhat mad. As the top disciple of the Heavenly Pride sect and the foremost disciple within the sect, he had believed this to be a guaranteed victory even before the fight began. Yet now, he was being forced to retreat step by this kid, and his body bore severe injuries. In contrast, the kid remained composed and refined, standing proudly in mid-air, his feet planted on the vividly lifelike white crane. How could this be? He found it hard to accept. At this thought, Han Guangshuai let out a loud shout, his aura surging once again, and his entire gaze turned as bloodthirsty as a beast's. His face darkened, his eyes crimson at this moment. It seemed as though his strength had ascended yet another level. Su Yuzhang was dumbfounded. How was this even possible? Wasn't this just cheating? Damn, his strength had directly jumped a tier. Though he hadn't reached the golden core stage, he was now infinitely close to it. This must be the result of forcibly enhancing his own strength through secret techniques. To have driven him to this point is truly a testament to being in a league of his own. Han Guangshuai then swallowed another pill, and his previously depleted spiritual power was instantly restored to its original state. He laughed heartily. Kid, you're something. You're quite something, to have driven me to this point. I thought I could easily crush you in an instant, never expecting you'd shatter my beloved sword. Today, you will surely die. Su Yuzhang remained composed and unruffled. The vast sword energy surged from the heroine sword in his hand. With a simple vertical stance of his sword, as if issuing a command, the surrounding sword energy condensed into countless small blades, all thrusting toward Han Guangshuai. Han Guangshuai did not choose to evade. Instead, he directly unleashed a spiritual light shield, a protective energy barrier. However, this barrier did not last long before it was shattered by the sword energy. In that fleeting moment, Han Guangshuai condensed a massive fist, sky-shaking fist. The name was indeed resounding and brimming with imposing momentum. This fist carried immense pressure, tinged with a bloody red hue, as if it could suppress everything with a single strike. The appearance of this fist made it difficult for ordinary disciples to even breathe. Even some inner disciples found it unbearable, as the pressure from this fist was overwhelmingly powerful. This punch seemed to condense all of Han Guangshuai's spiritual energy. Su Yuzhang looked at his imposing punch and smiled faintly. The name sounds quite grand, but unfortunately, your fist technique doesn't live up to it. I suggest changing the name. Sky-shaking fist? With the momentum you've shown, it completely fails to embody the reputation of this technique. Su Yuzhang's heart was as firm as stone. His desire to defeat Han Guangshuai had never wavered. At this moment, the sword technique condenses. The heroine sword technique is unleashed once again, and the heroine sword formed in his hand is lightly swung. All that is seen is the pale white heroine sword technique charging straight toward the blood-red fist. Fist and sword collide mid-air, creating waves of immense pressure, the energy fluctuations injuring many bystanders. Seeing the situation turn dire, Elder Shengjin dared not hesitate, swiftly shielding the disciples, while the other elders also joined forces to act. They jointly cast a massive formation, creating an energy shield to protect the two of them, ensuring that the fluctuations from their battle would not endanger the ordinary disciples. Boom! After a brief moment of ethereal silence, all that could be seen was Hong Guangshuai, the once unrivaled and arrogant top prodigy, falling like a kite with its string cut. The radiant wings behind him shattered into fragments. Even such a treasure was directly cleaved apart by his sword energy. It was enough to imagine just how powerful the heroine sword technique truly was. After Hong Guangshuai crashed to the ground, he created a massive crater. Struggling to move, his eyes dimmed. He truly couldn't believe he had lost. And he would lose to Su Yunzhang, someone who had just joined Inner Mongolia and had just become a disciple of the Tianjiu. He had boasted of being the top disciple of the Tianjiu, acting arrogantly within the sect, never expecting that one day he would be brought to justice. At this moment, all the disciples were stunned. They widened their eyes in disbelief, as if they were dreaming. The academy disciples stood there with their mouths agape, not daring to even blink. Their junior brother actually defeated the #1 prodigy. Wang Shushu muttered in a daze, "Heavens, was that really our junior brother? Am I dreaming?" Shen Guanjin also burst into tears of joy at this moment. "Our junior brother is truly amazing. He really won. Oh my, I'm so happy he won. Sigh, since junior brother won, he'll now be the #1 prodigy from now on." Zhao Monkey also realized just how powerful his junior brother was. Even if he were to reveal now that his junior brother had killed Zhu Hong, probably no one would dare to offend him, and no one would dare to say anything against him. However, the most shocked were undoubtedly those who had once mocked Su Yunzhang. So this was the true genius, someone who, shortly after joining the sect, could defeat the sect's top prodigy. What kind of terrifying talent was this? Gu Qingqing was also very excited, murmuring softly, "Junior brother Su, you truly are a talented person, worthy of being a survivor of Great Qing." Commander Hong Guang, defeated. The Qingjian sect leader's heart trembled, and he even rubbed his eyes, taking a careful look before confirming it was real. Su Yunzhang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, composed and unruffled, atop the lifelike white crane. He lowered his head and looked at the utterly defeated Hong Guangshuai. "Senior brother Hong, you've lost. What top prodigy? Never heard of it. From this day forward, I am the true #1 prodigy." Hong Guangshuai's gaze was vacant. He had suffered a severe blow, and his spirit teetered on the edge of madness. His mind was in chaos, his once vivid dreams of the future now shattered. Imagining that I could become powerful in the future, even replace the sect leader, and so on. No! I won't lose. I'm the top prodigy of Linxiao sect. I, Hong Guangshuai, have not lost. I haven't. Hong Guangshuai, unable to accept his defeat, became somewhat deranged. All the beautiful futures he had envisioned seemed to vanish into thin air. As the top disciple of the sect, he was highly favored within the sect and had been elevated to a lofty position. He believed that even when looking across the entire northwestern cultivation world, he was still among the most outstanding talents. Yet on this day, all his pride was shattered. He couldn't bear the humiliation, and psychologically, it was even harder for him to accept. I didn't lose, I didn't. I am the top genius of the sect. My future is limitless. I will lead the sect to greater heights. I will replace the sect leader, and I will make all the female disciples in the sect fall in love with me. I want to make Elder Lu and her disciple both my dog companions. How can I lose? Hong Guangshuai, overwhelmed by intense stimulation, had his mental state destabilized, causing him to blurt out his most genuine thoughts. In that instant, all the disciples and elders were utterly shocked. Sect leader Qin Jian and Elder Lu, among others, turned ashen-faced. Good heavens, what on earth was happening? It turns out Hong Guangshuai had been harboring such thoughts all along. Although he is a prodigious disciple, to dare covet Elder Lu and even the position of sect leader, this is truly too presumptuous. Lu Ruoshui's face turned ashen with rage, wishing she could kill him on the spot to silence him forever. Su Yunzhang was also utterly shocked. Not only was Hong Guangshuai arrogant and domineering in his actions, but his heart was also so vile. Who would have thought he even enjoyed the idea of having both master and disciple together? But honestly, this is quite thrilling. Wait, are you the villain here, or am I? Damn it! As the villain, I actually got outdone by someone. Senior brother Hong, as the top prodigy of the sect, how many disciples have you bullied? How many have you killed? Su Yunlong looked down at him coldly and demanded. Hong Guangshuai laughed heartily. As the top prodigy, I have that right. I kill whoever I want, and no one can stop me. I bully whoever I please. How many have I killed? How should I remember? After all, no one in the sect can control me. The cultivation world is inherently ruthless. I want to lead the sect to greater heights. I can't just be a flower in a greenhouse. Who dares to control me? Such arrogant words left everyone present in awe. It had to be admitted that he had some strengths, but what he had just said was hard to accept. Especially for the female disciples who had once idolized Hong Guangshuai. Each of them looked disheartened, not daring to glance at him again. Good! You're all prodigious disciples. Now that I've defeated you, I am the #1 prodigy. Then I, too, can disregard everyone. Today, I shall act on behalf of justice. As he spoke, Su Yunzhang prepared to strike. But at this moment, Elder Cheng Jin shouted, Stop! This matter must be handed over to the enforcement hall. You cannot act on your own. Oh! Su Yunzhang glanced at Elder Cheng Jin and muttered, But when Hong Guangshuai was about to attack my senior brother, it seems you didn't intervene either. If it weren't for the excuse of holding the inner sex selection, he would have probably attacked my senior brother publicly as well. This! Elder Cheng Jin was extremely embarrassed, admitting that there had indeed been favoritism. There's no helping it after all. Hong Guangshuai is the top prodigy of the sect. What can these elders even say about it? Meanwhile, Elder Lu Ruoshui was furious with Hong Guangshuai and angrily declared, Elder Cheng, stay out of this matter concerning this brat. I'll deal with him myself. As she spoke, she stole a glance at sect leader Qin Jian. Elder Lu and Qin Jian already harbored inexplicable feelings for each other, not to mention their mutual admiration in the past. However, due to the awkwardness, both felt too embarrassed to voice their emotions directly. Yet, the fact that a mere disciple dared to entertain such thoughts about Lu Ruoshui was something Qin Jian simply couldn't tolerate. Outwardly, he appeared calm, but inwardly, his emotions were in turmoil. He couldn't fathom how a once promising disciple of the sect had become so audacious. Meanwhile, the Haoren sword in Su Yunzhang's hand was eager for action. Just as he was about to strike, the divine sense of the Grand Elder suddenly appeared in the training grounds. The Grand Elder glanced coldly, dismissing it with disdain. You brat, how dare you kill my disciple? Su Yunzhang remained composed and snorted lightly. Why wouldn't I dare? Your disciple was arrogant and domineering, even looking down on the elders within the sect, and sought to claim everything for himself. Should such a person not be punished within our sect? So what? He was the sect's future, my disciple. The future of the sect. What kind of joke are you making? But the future of this sect has already been defeated by me. The Grand Elder was stunned for a moment, his face flushed with anger as he shouted, Shut your mouth, you insolent brat. How dare you speak to me like this? Whose disciple is this? The little gluttonous old man glanced over and had no choice but to step forward himself. Elder, he is my disciple. Yours? Glutton, isn't your disciple a bit too arrogant? What does it matter if he defeated a prodigy disciple? He shouldn't be so insolent. Yes, yes, yes. Faced with the Grand Elder, the little gluttonous old man could only keep smiling apologetically, not daring to say another word. However, Su Yunzhang showed no mercy. With a light swing of his heroine sword, as if slaughtering a chicken, he directly killed Hong Guangshui in front of everyone present. Hong Guangshui collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He couldn't accept that he had died just like this. He still wanted to deal with Elder Lu and Gu Qingqing, too. Of course, though his body perished, his consciousness remained. A wisp of Hong Guangshui's soul quietly escaped from his lifeless form. Seeing this, the Grand Elder was furious and flew into a rage. You insolent brat! How dare you kill my disciple right in front of me? I will never spare you. At this moment, everyone in the dojo was stunned. Su Yunzhang's audacity was truly beyond belief. He actually dared to kill his disciple right in front of the Grand Elder, showing no mercy whatsoever. Hong Guangshui was killed, and his soul, now extremely lucid, realized he might have truly said the wrong thing. He hurriedly cried out for help. Master, save me! Save me! Help me kill Su Yunzhang! Kill him! The only reason he defeated me was sheer luck. I remain the true top genius of our sect. Kill him! But as soon as the words fell, Lu Ruoshui and the Qingjian sect leader actually acted in unison, directly crushing Hong Guangshui's soul, ensuring his complete demise. Ah! This scene was even more shocking. What were the sect leader and elder doing? The two of them actually attacked Hong Guangshui together. You two! What are you two doing? Why are you attacking my disciple? Why? The Supreme Elder's divine sense erupted in fury, the resulting pressure causing the heavens and earth to change color, thunder to roar in anger. In that instant, every disciple of the Lin Xiao sect felt this immense oppressive force, with some even collapsing unconscious from the strain. Qingjian, you'd better give me an explanation. Although Qingjian was the sect leader, within their Lin Xiao sect, the Supreme Elder still held the highest authority. However, Qingjian smiled faintly and explained, such a vile person, even if they could achieve greatness, would ultimately become a demonic cultivator. What difference is there between them and that Wu Jizi? There's no need to keep such a person around. Besides, he's no longer the top prodigy. Someone has already replaced him. Hearing Qingjian's words, Su Yunzhang glanced over. Why bring me up out of the blue? As for me, Wu Jizi, though I may be a major villain, I'm a villain with ideals, just striving to become stronger. Of course, the pot shouldn't call the kettle black. That Wu Jizi could even bring himself to harm ordinary mortals. He is my disciple. It seems you no longer wish to keep your position as sect leader. Elder Lu Ruoshui, seeing the situation, grew very anxious and hurriedly stepped forward. Elder Supreme, it was I who acted. It has nothing to do with sect leader brother. If punishment is to be given, then punish me. The Grand Elder was furious. He never expected his own disciple to be so detested by the sect members that even the elders wanted to kill him. It's also this little brat's fault for daring to say such things. But the Grand Elder had no intention of letting this matter pass easily. If his disciple was killed and he, as the master, took no action, it would truly be a loss of face. Just as the Grand Elder was about to unleash his wrath, suddenly, a figure with an immortal aura appeared in mid-air. The person was flying through the air, dressed in a Taoist robe, appearing rather aged with silver hair and a deeply furrowed brow. Junior brother Lin Yun, your disciple has been far too arrogant, offending so many people. Shouldn't you reflect on this yourself? Cultivation has always been about the strong preying on the weak. Now that a new top prodigy has emerged, let's consider this matter settled. Don't mention it again. The old man who suddenly appeared was also a supreme elder of the Lin Xiao sect, named Lin Kangzi. However, he had been in seclusion before, and his strength was at the mid-stage of nascent soul. In contrast, the previous Lin Yun was only at the early stage of nascent soul. Senior brother, Enough, let's end today's matter here. Su Yunzhang. Hearing the Grand Elder Lin Kangzi mention his name, Su Yunzhang quickly responded, Greetings, Grand Elder. Starting today, you are the top prodigy within our sect. You also bear the future of our Lin Xiao sect. To have harnessed the heroine qi to such an extent is truly extraordinary. I hope you will continue to strive for excellence. Su Yunzhang nodded lightly and said nothing more. After the two grand elders departed, the oppressive aura in the training ground finally dissipated. Who would have thought that today's events would alarm even the two grand elders? To be honest, the idea of Su Yunzhang becoming the top prodigy was something unimaginable before. All the disciples in the academy were stunned. Senior brother Wang Shushu, in particular, was both astonished and exhilarated, saying, "My junior brother is truly peerless in the world. From now on, I'll have to rely on my junior brother to watch my back." After this incident concluded, the entire Lingxiao sect was abuzz with stories about Su Yunzhang. The fact that he could withstand a full force strike from a Golden Core Elder upon first entering the sect only added to his legend. If this isn't genius, then what is? As Han Guangshuai fell into obscurity, many of the misdeeds he had committed in the past were also exposed. Many disciples who previously dared not speak out now listed all his crimes for the entire sect to see clearly. Su Yunzhang thus became the first among the elite to champion justice for them, earning the admiration of many. Su Yunzhang had always been exceptionally handsome, and just as Shen Guanjing had predicted, once he became a sensation, female disciples flocked to the academy daily, hoping to become his cultivation partner. Love letters and betrothal gifts came in an endless stream, leaving him overwhelmed. Especially within the sect, the female disciples from those cultivation families had all received orders from their clans. As long as they could form a Taoist partnership with this top prodigy, their families would undoubtedly flourish in the future. Many people went to great lengths to get close to Su Yunzhang, which was truly vexing. However, Su Yunzhang didn't really mind. The feeling he had never experienced before now gave him an intense thrill. With so many love letters in hand every day, how could one not be happy? However, matters of personal affection between men and women should be set aside. It's enough to just experience such feelings, he mustn't get entangled in them. He still needs to prepare for his own survival. Ding! Eliminated Han Guangshuai, eradicated this wicked villain who committed countless atrocities, upheld justice to fulfill heavens, will gain 10,000 points of righteous energy. Remnant of the Confucian Taoist primordial saint body, progress at 5%. During these past few days, Su Yunzhang also reaped the benefits of being a prodigy disciple accessing the inheritance grounds to obtain cultivation techniques and magical treasures. Naturally, he could also receive personal guidance from the Grand Elder. These privileges were utterly useless to Su Yunzhang, he didn't even desire them. But to avoid arousing suspicion, he had no choice but to go with the flow. Han Guangshuai's master, the esteemed early-stage nascent soul elder, Taoist Lin Yun, was now glaring coldly at Su Yunzhang. Originally, he was furious with this guy, wishing he could skin him alive and pull out his tendons. But his senior brother, Lin Kangzi, had given him a stern lesson, and he didn't dare utter a word of protest. "Kid, you cultivate the righteous qi of the great Tao. These things are not my area of expertise. This elder shall bestow upon you an opportunity, greatly increasing your chances of reaching the golden core stage." As he spoke, Taoist Lin Yun condensed a wisp of his vital essence at his fingertip and flicked it directly into Su Yunzhang's Dantian energy sea. Seeing this, Su Yunzhang couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You're going to guide me? If it weren't for avoiding suspicion, I wouldn't even have come. Besides, if I were to bring out my 10,000 soul banner, wouldn't it scare the pants off this old geezer? Kid, don't get too arrogant. The path of cultivation is long and fraught with challenges. Treasure each step as you walk it. Go on, there's nothing more I can teach you." Su Yunzhang didn't stand on ceremony either. He turned and left without giving Elder Lin Yun a second glance. Watching his retreating figure, Taoist Lin Yun gritted his teeth in anger. What a brat. Not even a word of thanks is this how scholars behave. That little fellow is quite terrifying. Who knew the noble spirit could be wielded with such flair? This young man's temperament is no ordinary thing either. I actually can't see through him. Su Yunzhang left the cave dwelling, and as soon as he emerged, riding a white crane formed from the righteous energy of the universe, he saw many female disciples flying on their swords blocking his path. "Junior brother Su, I just adopted a spiritual beast that can dance. Would you like to come to my cave dwelling and see it? Junior brother Su, I just bought a particularly sexy piece of lingerie. Could you help me appreciate it and tell me if it looks good? Junior brother, I've prepared a feast for you tonight. Why not compose poetry and enjoy ourselves, indulging in a carefree moment? Su Yuzhong looked at the stunning fairy-like sisters before him, forced an awkward smile, and quickly waved his hands. Senior sisters, let's talk another day. I must take my leave now. He immediately quickened his pace and hurriedly fled the scene. How terrifying lately. It's always been this kind of situation. Alas, it's all because I'm too outstanding. TSK, is this the life of a protagonist? So enviable. If Wu Jizi had been this popular back then, maybe he wouldn't have turned dark. But just as he returned to the academy, suddenly, he sensed an immense oppressive force. Numerous powerful auras seemed to have locked onto the Lingxiao sect, making one's heart palpitate and breathing difficult. Members of the Lingxiao sect, come out and face your death. A powerful pressure swept through the entire Lingxiao sect, disturbing many elders and disciples alike. They all emerged, gazing into the distance. Su Yuzhong also looked up and saw numerous flying warships appearing above the Lingxiao sect, densely packed like a dark cloud pressing down on the horizon. This was unmistakably the scene of an entire cultivation sect's disciples arriving together. On the flying war vessel stood many immortal cultivation disciples, led by two elderly men with an immortal demeanor. Their silver hair and imposing presence, this oppressive aura could only belong to the legendary nascent soul-old monsters. At that very moment, Qin Jian, the leader of the Lingxiao sect, instantly activated the sect's protective grand formation. The massive energy shield emitted by the array enveloped and safeguarded the entire mountain gate of the Lingxiao sect. The Qin Jian sect leader, accompanied by a group of elders and chief disciples, also appeared in mid-air simultaneously. He angrily demanded, Changhe sect, why have you come to our Lingxiao sect? What is the meaning of this? At this moment, the two elderly men at the forefront of the warship exchanged glances, and one of them coldly declared, I, your elder, am here to execute heaven's will. Your Lingxiao sect's incompetence has led to the slaughter of an entire mortal nation by that great demon, Wu Jizi. This matter must be accounted for. An explanation must be given to the mortals. Your Lingxiao sect must be destroyed. Though they speak with lofty words, deep down they all know the truth is nothing more than a ploy to devour the entire Lingxiao sect's influence. Once that happens, the Changhe sect will rise to even greater heights. The Qinjian sect leader was momentarily stunned, then loudly questioned, Senior, is this an oral decree from sect leader Cheng of the Sun Moon sect? Is the entire Northwest Cultivation Alliance trying to punish our Lingxiao sect? The nascent soul elder from the Changhe sect cast a disdainful glance and said, the Sun Moon sect hasn't issued any orders, but our Changhe sect has long been displeased with you. Senior, this doesn't follow the rules. It's true that our Lingxiao sect failed to fulfill our responsibilities, but any punishment should be decided collectively by the entire Cultivation Alliance, not by you taking matters into your own hands. Brad Qinjian, get lost. Who gave you the right to speak here? Summon your nascent soul elders. As soon as the words fell, Lin Kangzi and Daoist Lin Yun immediately flew out of the cave abode, their faces filled with anger as they loudly demanded answers. What do you mean? Fang Lin, Nan Yu, fellow Daoists, why must you offend our Lingxiao sect? You, the Long River sect, may not like our Soaring Sky sect, but there's no need to use the excuse of upholding justice. Instead of settling accounts with that great demon Wu Jizi, you shift the blame onto us. How laughable. Is that so? Fang Lin cast a disdainful glance and said, the mess you created yourselves is now being shouldered by the entire northwestern cultivation world. Only by eliminating you can we quell our hatred. Moreover, the Lingxiao sect's incompetence in protecting mortals has brought immense shame upon the entire northwestern cultivation world. The Ryu sect has long been dissatisfied with you as well. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Destroying your sect is also giving an explanation to the mortals, an explanation to the dead souls of the Qin kingdom. Don't you realize that many mortals now have begun to question us immortals, to question our cultivation sects? Lin Kongzi never expected this matter to have such a significant impact, with such severe consequences. Senior brother, stop wasting words with them. Let's wipe out the entire Lingxiao sect today. Nan Yu, the nascent Soul Elder beside Fang Ling, shouted with a fiery temper. Naturally, he had no patience for this matter. He was already eager to take action, ready to annihilate the entire Lin Xiao sect. Disciples of the Changhe sect, heed my command, kill. Today, we shall act on behalf of heaven and eradicate this irresponsible Lin Xiao sect. As soon as the words fell, deafening roars erupted from their flying worship, all shouting, kill! 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 These disciples of the Changhe sect were well aware that by annihilating the Lin Xiao sect, they would gain considerable benefits, and the overall strength of their entire sect would take a significant leap forward. With such a golden opportunity right before their eyes, how could they let it slip away? The nascent Soul Elder Fang Lin also understood that this matter must be resolved swiftly. By the time the real sect arrives, it would already be too late, and they would have no choice but to agree to their sect merging with the Lin Xiao sect. At this moment, he also projected his voice throughout the entire Lin Xiao sect. Junior disciples of the Lin Xiao sect, I advise you to lay down your weapons and surrender. When the time comes, we will still be one family. We are merely asking you to relocate to a new home for living and cultivation. Of course, someone must take the blame for this matter. Your sect leader and elders of the Lin Xiao sect must die. At this moment, all the disciples of the Lin Xiao sect emerged, and many were deeply shocked upon hearing these words. It seemed their sect was about to face a great calamity. Moreover, the root of the trouble was the destruction of the Qin state. Hearing this, Su Yuzhang was also at a loss for words. In the cultivation world, it was quite common for one sect to annihilate another, but to come up with such a high-sounding reason was indeed rare. How is this related to me again? Wu Jizi, oh Wu Jizi, you've truly brought me great suffering. After finally managing to lay low in the Lin Xiao sect, now the sect is about to be destroyed. Where am I supposed to go from here? At this moment, the Qingjian sect leader let out a loud shout, his aura surging violently as he drew his own sword. Disciples of Lin Xiao sect, heed my command, defend the sect with your lives. Lin Xiao sect will never surrender. Yes! The disciples of Lin Xiao sect were also seething with anger. Since Changhe sect intended to annihilate them, how could they remain passive bystanders? As the elders and leaders took out their magical treasures, ready to fight Changhe sect to the death, the disciples also flew into the air, confronting them head-on. A battle between the two sides was imminent. On the academy side, the eldest senior brother Wang Shushu also led a group of disciples, directly ascending into mid-air, ready to engage in battle. Seeing this, Su Yuzhang understood that hiding was not an option. As the top prodigy disciple of Lin Xiao sect, he had the duty to lead these disciples in fighting bravely against the enemy. They were also well aware that since this was a sect-destroying battle, how could they trust the words of their opponents? Su Yuzhang's aura of righteousness grew increasingly dense as he rode a white crane, soaring directly into the sky. He shouted to the crowd, "Everyone, follow me to slay the enemy." Yes! At this moment, the entire Lin Xiao sect stood united, setting aside past grievances to engage in a life-and-death struggle against their foes. Su Yuzhang, you lead the disciples to confront the younger generation of the Changhe sect. Remember, utmost caution is imperative. Lin Kongzi glanced at Su Yuzhang, placing immense hope in him as well. In truth, neither of the two nascent soul elders knew the odds of victory. This sect-destroying battle had come too suddenly, leaving Lin Xiao sect utterly unprepared. On the contrary, the Changhe sect had likely harbored such intentions for a long time. This time, they had undoubtedly prepared a foolproof plan. Yes! The Changhe sect had indeed devised countermeasures. Their flying warships hovering mid-air were crafted from special materials, capable not only of suspension in the sky but also serving as aerial magical artifacts. It can also utilize spirit stones and the spiritual power of cultivators to launch powerful attacks. All that could be seen was these massive flying warships, under the control of the cultivators, unleashing a colossal energy beam, comparable to a full-force strike from a late-stage golden core cultivator. However, the sect's mountain protecting formation was not so easily breached. Under the assault of these flying warships, the energy shield only showed slight cracks, which were far from fatal. Seeing this, The elder foundling of the JUNKE sect held a formation in his hand, and then a vortex appeared, from which emerged a giant spider, no, to be precise, a giant spirit-devouring spider. This spider's strength is already comparable to the peak of the Golden Core stage's great perfection, yet it is their JUNKE sect's guardian beast. As a cultivation sect, it naturally requires various protective measures. Just like their Lingxiao sect, which not only has a protective mountain formation but also a guardian beast. However, under normal circumstances, the guardian beast is not something ordinary disciples can see, as it remains in a state of dormancy most of the time. It only appears when the sect faces genuine danger. And this giant spider, comparable to a flying warship, directly spewed out black-gray spider silk, unleashing immense power. Combined with the energy released by the warship, it blasted open the protective barrier of the mountain defense formation. It must be noted that the Lingxiao sect's mountain defense formation was also supported by other elders. Yet, no one expected the JUNKE sect's attack to be so ferocious, directly shattering their protective barrier. Ha ha! The Lingxiao sect's mountain defense formation has now been breached by us. All disciples, charge with me. Take them down. As soon as the words fell, the entire Lingxiao sect instantly turned into a battlefield. Whether they were Qi refining cultivators, foundation establishment disciples, or golden core elders, all fought with their utmost strength. Generally, ordinary disciples faced ordinary disciples, foundation establishment disciples confronted foundation establishment opponents. Occasionally, one or two particularly shameless ones could be understood. In battles between sects, the most crucial factor still lies in the combat between the elders and sect leaders. The next level up is the battle between the nascent soul ancestors. As long as one side's nascent soul ancestor can win, it proves which side has seized the initiative, and ultimately, victory in this sect war will be decided. Su Yunzhang led the disciples of Lingxiao sect in charging forward. His calm demeanor also caught the attention of the elite disciples led by JUNKE sect. Kid, who are you? Isn't Han Guangshuai the top talent of your Lingxiao sect? Where is he? Last time, I lost to him, and I refused to accept it. This time, I will tear him to pieces and make him understand the might of our JUNKE sect. Su Yunzhang sneered, Marshal Han Guang. Sorry, but he's already dead. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to seek revenge on him anymore. How about I send you down to meet him? Impossible. Isn't Han Guangshuai your Lingxiao sect's top prodigy? How could he have died? Who killed him? Su Yunzhang calmly explained, Me. You? Don't be ridiculous. I've seen all the elite disciples of Lingxiao sect. Where did you come from? How could you possibly replace Han Guangshuai's position? Can't I replace him? Su Yunzhang's heart was as firm as a rock. Without another word, he directly used the mountain condensed from his righteous energy to smash toward his opponent. After all, Han Guangshuai couldn't even defeat him, so how could he possibly defeat me? Are you the top prodigy of the Long River sect? These two mountain peaks truly caught the top prodigy of the Long River sect off guard. He was utterly shocked. So what if I am? Good. I'm here to fight the elite. Su Yunzhang wasted no more words on him and directly unleashed the noble sword, its righteous energy bursting forth. It was only the time it takes to drink a cup of tea before this so-called top prodigy of the JUNKE sect was struck down from the sky by Su Yunzhang. He fell just like that, leaving behind only a wisp of remnant soul. With the fall of the top prodigy from the JUNKE sect, the younger generation of disciples suffered a tremendous blow. Was the top prodigy defeated so easily? Impossible. He was their pride and joy. Even if he hadn't defeated Han Guangshuai back then, after years of relentless training, his strength had significantly improved. This time, they were full of confidence. Heavens! Senior brother was slain. Senior brother, who killed him? That young man? Who on earth is he? It seems he's the newly crowned top prodigy of their Lingxiao sect. Even Han Guangshuai was killed by him. Impossible. Watching Su Yunzhang eliminate their top prodigy, these people were both terrified and frenzied. They no longer cared about anything else and quickly gathered together, with several prodigy disciples preparing to attack simultaneously. They were determined to take down Su Yunzhang, but unfortunately, he countered with a move called half a move above heaven, deflecting their attacks. Immediately, he utilized his formidable physical strength to neutralize the attacks that Shentian Banzi couldn't absorb. Shentian Banzi deflected their attacks, leaving them even more unprepared. Su Yunzhang then unleashed the Haoran Sword Qi, rendering them utterly outmatched. One by one, they were utterly defeated. The elite disciples of Changhe sect were completely flustered in that moment, unable to believe what was happening. They were all elite disciples, so why was the top prodigy of Lin Xiao sect so overwhelmingly powerful? In fact, the elite disciples of the Long River sect were generally much stronger than those of their own Lin Xiao sect. Unfortunately, because Su Yunzhang was simply too overpowered, already firmly suppressing Han Guangshuai, facing these mediocre elites was naturally effortless for him. Seeing how easily Su Yunzhang had firmly suppressed the elite disciples of the Long River sect, the disciples of their Lin Xiao sect also took note. Charge! Their prodigy from the Long River sect is no match for junior brother Su at all. We will definitely drive them away. Kill! Su Yunzhang's overwhelmingly dominant performance also greatly boosted the morale of many Lin Xiao sect disciples, filling them with vigor. Even as the invaded party, they were now brimming with fighting spirit. Looking at the battle between the nascent Soul Elders, the Lin Xiao sect side was far from satisfactory. Their two nascent Soul Elders were actually being steadily suppressed, and moreover, they had suffered severe injuries. In truth, after reaching the nascent Soul stage, the gap between magical treasures and strength becomes significantly wider. Coupled with the fact that the two of them had made no prior preparations, they naturally couldn't match the two nascent Soul ancestors of the Changhe sect. Lin Kongzi and Elder Yun were both pale-faced at this moment, yet they were still doing their utmost to protect the disciples of the Lin Xiao sect. They truly gave their all. Su Yunzhang looked at the scene above with great concern. If the Lin Xiao sect were truly annihilated, where would he go from here? In the battle between the two sects, the ordinary disciples of the Lin Xiao sect, led by Su Yunzhang, gained a significant advantage, forcing their opponents to retreat repeatedly. However, on the side of the nascent Soul Elders, they were already being overwhelmed without any ability to fight back. Moreover, the Changhe sect's guardian beast, the spirit-devouring spider, had joined the battle, posing a certain level of restraint for the sect's elders and leaders. Fortunately, the Qingjian sect leader, following closely behind, also released their sect's guardian beast, the colorful cicada tiger. With a roar of a tiger, a massive divine tiger beast, carrying colorful wings as thin as cicadas on its back, flew straight out from the depths of the mountains. The tiger and the spider fought fiercely, evenly matched. Meanwhile, at the Long River sect, their leader watched anxiously as their disciples were utterly routed by the cultivators, led by Su Yunzhang. No! This bastard, appearing out of nowhere, is terrifyingly powerful. The sect's top prodigy disciple was directly slain by him. With him leading, the momentum of the Lin Xiao sect has grown several times fiercer. At this thought, he directly formed a hand seal, and from his chinken back emerged a pitch-black figure, to be precise, a puppet refined through their secret arts. Not only was this puppet's body incredibly tough, but its strength was also comparable to the peak of the Golden Core late stage. Even for him, the sect leader, fighting against it would be quite challenging. Go, kill that disciple for me. With the appearance of this puppet, the elders above the Lin Xiao sect also sensed something amiss. Originally, the Changhe sect's strength surpassed theirs, with more elders and Golden Core experts. Now, with the addition of this puppet, their power had escalated further. To be honest, they felt somewhat ashamed these disciples had worked so hard that their strength outright overwhelmed the Changhe sect. But as elders and seniors, they were unable to defeat the Long River sect, leaving them with no choice but to resort to this. Just as they were puzzled, this puppet suddenly appeared beside Su Yunzhang and attacked him. The puppet moved swiftly, its movements incredibly precise, appearing right in front of Su Yunzhang in an instant. He had no time to react, given the vast difference in their strength. No matter how extraordinary he was, there was no way he could defeat a late-stage Golden Core expert. It had to be said this single palm strike made Su Yunzhang's originally sturdy body feel a twinge of pain. Not good. The gluttonous little old man realized the puppet was about to attack his disciple and urgently shouted, "Run! This puppet wants to kill you." He was extremely anxious, but at the moment, he was entangled by someone else and couldn't break free. Moreover, he was already being suppressed by the opponent. How could he possibly spare any attention for his disciple? Su Yunzhang froze for a moment, then quickly distanced himself from the puppet. However, the puppet relentlessly pursued him, leaving Su Yunzhang utterly miserable. "You're pushing me too far. Do you believe I'll switch to my main account and take you down?" Just as Su Yunzhang was distracted, the puppet actually struck his back with a palm strike, sending him crashing to the ground. If not for the resilience of his body, he would likely have been killed by that single blow. The puppet was indeed terrifying. Even Su Yunzhang felt that if the Qingjian sect's leader were to face it, they would be severely beaten. Junior brother. Seeing Su Yunzhang being pursued by the puppet, many grew frantic, yet they were powerless to help. The puppet was simply too formidable. They couldn't even catch up, let alone deal with it, especially with the enemies from the Changha sect still blocking their path. The little old fool was also very anxious at this moment, using all his might to break free from one of the opposing elders, but it was still of no use. "Disciple, your master is ashamed. Your master couldn't help you in the slightest." Watching Su Yunzhang being chased and beaten by the puppet, the disciples of Changha sect suddenly regained their fighting spirit. The strongest of their sect had already been dealt with, and the rest were just easy targets. The Changha sect counterattacked, and the disciples of the Lingxiao sect were also suffering greatly. Only at this moment did they realize that the reason they had been able to overpower the Changha sect was entirely because Su Yunzhang had been backing them up. At this moment, Su Yunzhang was struck into the ground. He fled once again. He couldn't take it anymore. Even if he wouldn't be killed by this puppet, he would surely be tortured to death. The force was mutual. No matter how strong his physical body was, it couldn't withstand being continuously pummeled by this puppet. "Fine, fine, fine. You're forcing me to bring out my big guns, huh?" Su Yunzhang thought that with so many people around, he would surely be exposed. It would be better to lure this puppet away first. That way, his identity wouldn't be easily discovered, and he could also come up with an excuse. "I can't worry about that anymore. The appearance of the supreme demon Wu Jizi, though ill-timed, is something beyond my control." They couldn't just stand by and watch their senior brothers and sisters, as well as the elders of the sect, meet their doom. "Phew! Chasing me, are you? Come on, then. Come at me." Su Yunzhang condensed a wisp of righteous energy into a white crane, mounted it, and his speed surged once more. As expected, the puppet had indeed locked onto him alone, completely ignoring the others, determined to kill him. Soon, he arrived at a secluded spot. Seeing no one around, Su Yunzhang made no attempt to conceal his actions. He removed the Azure Dragon bracelet and took out the banner of 10,000 souls. The moment the banner of 10,000 souls appeared, thick black smoke instantly billowed from the depths of the ancient forest, and demonic energy overflowed in all directions. And the puppet that had caught up instantly became sluggish, even kneeling down directly. After all, the puppet is just a magical artifact. The appearance of the 10,000 souls banner would make it feel fear. Moreover, with just a light wave of the banner, the puppet would shatter. "Ha ha! Weren't you so arrogant just now? Stay right here and don't you dare move a muscle." At this moment, the puppet seemed to have forgotten its master's instructions. However, Su Yunzhang wasn't entirely at ease. Perhaps it was merely the hierarchical suppression between magical artifacts that made the puppet feel fear. But what if it ran off blindly once he left? Suddenly, a flash of red light appeared in the 10,000 souls banner, and an ancient red talisman shot directly into the puppet's body. In an instant, Su Yunzhang sensed through the 10,000 souls banner that he could now control this puppet. Heavens! This was truly an immense shock. What was going on? Does the soul banner have this use as well? Would he then be able to effortlessly overpower any magical artifacts weaker than the 10,000 souls banner in the future? Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the two nascent soul elders of Lingxiao sect Lin Kongzi and Lin Yongdaoang were being forced into retreat. Under the relentless assault of Fang Lin and Nan Yu, their physical bodies were utterly annihilated. It's worth noting that battles between nascent soul experts are extremely fast-paced, where even the slightest difference can determine the outcome. To an ordinary person, it might seem like just the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, but in their eyes, several years might have already passed. This is the difference. If you can't win, you just can't win. With the destruction of the two Grand Elders' bodies, only their nascent souls could be seen stealthily emerging from the remnants of their flesh. Both of these nascent souls resembled tiny human figures, as if they were miniature versions of the two individuals. As long as the nascent soul remains intact, they are not considered truly dead. Oh dear, fellow cultivators from the Lin Xiao sect, what has happened to you? Even a nascent soul has appeared. TSK, my apologies, but it seems today, your Lin Xiao sect is doomed to perish. But at that very moment, a surge of overwhelming demonic energy rose above the entire Lin Xiao sect, its oppressive aura sweeping forth, causing even the nascent soul ancestor to feel a deep sense of dread. Where did this demonic energy come from? The overwhelming demonic energy swept across the sky above Lin Xiao sect, its appearance causing even the flying warships suspended in midair to tremble. The two guardian beasts of the mountain also raised their heads to gaze upward, as if facing something terrifying that was about to arrive. As for the ordinary disciples, they felt only an oppressive weight from this surge of demonic energy, as if their cultivation had been suppressed by several degrees. Who's there? As soon as the words fell, a man clad in black robes, his face concealed behind a fanged mask, slowly emerged from the swirling black mist. In his hand, he held a banner billowing with thick, dark smoke. Is this the banner of 10,000 souls? Exactly. I've seen the engraved images in our sect. Ever since the banner of 10,000 souls appeared in our northwestern cultivation world, people have been engraving its likeness for reference, just in case. Wu Jizi! How could this great demon appear here? The sudden turn of events left members of both sects in disbelief, utterly at a loss for what to do. The Qingjian sect leader was also stunned. How could Wu Jizi appear here? How could he be so bold? Wu Jizi! You, the great demon, dare to come here. Don't you know the entire northwest cultivation world has issued a warrant for your arrest? The moment you show yourself, you'll be executed on sight. Fang Lin, the nascent soul elder of the Changhe sect, loudly questioned. They had come today under the pretense of Wu Jizi's massacre of an entire nation. Yet, they never expected Wu Jizi's true form would actually step in to interfere. Su Yunzhang hides beneath the mask, giving off a very hazy impression. To avoid being discovered, his face is shrouded in dark mist. Is that so? I'm actually quite willing. Aren't you all looking for me, the great demon? I've come myself. Come on. Kill me. Su Yunzhang laughed wildly, as towering demonic energy erupted from the banner of 10,000 souls. To be honest, this wild laughter gave him a surge of exhilaration. Is this what it feels like to be a villain? No! I don't have the makings of a villain, not at all. Wu Jizi, since you've arrived, today, I must kill you. The Southern Yu ancestor of the Changhe sect had no choice but to echo the sentiment. If they didn't kill Wu Jizi, their attack on the Lin Xiao sect would lose all meaning and violate righteousness. However, for some reason, both of them felt a sense of fear in their hearts. The demonic aura released by this 10,000 souls banner actually made both of them feel fear. It was simply unbelievable. In reality, the 10,000 souls banner had been slowly evolving and upgrading all along. Such a magical artifact, capable of growing by devouring others, is undoubtedly quite rare. Its power is naturally extremely formidable. Su Yuzhang had been diligently cultivating his Haoren Qi recently, keeping his demonic arts hidden. Little did he expect that the soul-devouring art would also continue to refine itself through the 10,000 souls banner. His demonic cultivation had already reached the peak of the late Golden Core stage, just one step away from breaking through to the nascent soul realm. However, with the 10,000 souls banner in hand, he was now confident in his ability to deal with these two old men at the nascent soul stage. At this moment, Fang Lin and Nan Yu of the Changhe sect exchanged glances and shouted at the elders and sect leaders of the Lin Xiao sect, as well as the nascent soul ancestor who had turned into a child. Fellow Taoists of the Lingxiao sect, the great demon Wu Ji has appeared. How about we join forces to eliminate this villain today? This way, the grievances of your Lingxiao sect can be completely resolved, and it would also give mortals an explanation. Then we will naturally withdraw. How about that? Sect leader Qin Jian cast a cold glance. Where did the Changha sect get the audacity? Now that the great demon Wu Ji had arrived, they actually dared to invite them to join in the killing. At this moment, they all hesitated, and even the two nascent soul ancestors were no exception. Seeing their hesitation, Fang Ling clenched his fists and shouted angrily, "What are you hesitating for? This demon Wu Ji has now grown to an unfathomable level. Even I can see through him. If you don't join forces to slay this villain, we'll all die sooner or later. Whether to live or die, you decide for yourselves." These words struck like a thunderclap, and indeed, they spoke the truth. That great demon Wu Ji would surely slaughter everyone present without discrimination. Uniting to kill Wu Ji together was now their best course of action. But just at this moment, Su Yunzhang shouted extremely loudly, "Oh dear, fellow Taoists of Lingxiao sect, I truly apologize for dragging you into trouble because of my affairs. Although I, Wu Ji, am a great demon, I also cannot stand by and watch the Changha sect use such matters to exterminate your entire sect. I have appeared today to help you. Are you sure you want to join forces against me?" Su Yunzhang's words pierced their ears like demonic sound waves, instantly injuring the internal organs of many ordinary disciples from both sects, causing them to vomit blood. Is this the power of the great demon lord? Terrifying beyond measure. Moreover, the words spoken by Wu Ji just now left members of both sects utterly shocked. Being personally called out by Wu Ji, the Changha sect felt deeply embarrassed, as their most genuine thoughts were laid bare. The Lingxiao sect was surprised. Would the great demon actually speak up for them? Seeing their sect being bullied, would he stand up for them? Could this great demon really be so kind-hearted? At this moment, Fang Ling also shouted loudly, "Nonsense! Wu Ji, stop trying to sow discord between the friendship of our northwestern cultivation world. Our two sects were merely exchanging pointers with each other." Su Yunzhang couldn't help but laugh at this point. This old man really had a thick skin. He could even come up with a reason like sparring to justify himself. Fellow cultivators of Lingxiao sect, do you truly believe the words of a great demon? He will surely slaughter every single one of us here. At this moment, Lin Kangzi, Daoist Lin Yun, and the others were still hesitating, but Su Yunzhang had had enough. He raised his 10,000 souls banner, which instantly grew larger and longer, like the legendary Rui Jingu Ban, capable of extending and retracting at will. With a light flick of the 10,000 souls banner, it struck Fang Ling right across his wrinkled face. "Enough. Did I give you permission to speak? You're absolutely right. I, Wu Ji, am indeed a great demon, but even I have my principles, okay? The Lingxiao sect has taken such a huge blame for me. How could I bear to strike them down?" Su Yunzhang let out an eerie laugh. Ha ha ha. As he uttered this eerie laughter, it felt strangely familiar, as if it came from the depths of his soul. Oh no, could I really be influenced by that demonic fiend Wu Ji? How could I laugh like that? Ah! Changha sect. Even a great demon like me can't stand your actions. My banner of 10,000 souls has long been thirsting for blood. Today, I shall slaughter every last one of you. No, I am quite merciful. Fellow cultivators, why not enter my 10,000 soul banner to cultivate? Once inside, you can chat freely and even reunite with your dear friends and family. Kick. This eerie laughter inflicted immense psychological damage on the ordinary disciples of both sects. This kind of terror that comes from the depths of their souls makes them even more miserable. Demon, how dare you? Do you really think you can defeat my Changha sect? Su Yunzhang burst into laughter. With the 10,000 souls banner in hand, even if he couldn't defeat them outright, as long as he eliminated the two nascent soul ancestors of their sect could be declared destroyed. See if I dare. Su Yunzhang unleashed a surge of demonic energy from the 10,000 souls banner in his hand. Utilizing his cultivation technique, he directly engaged the two foundation establishment ancestors with the banner. The 10,000 Souls banner also released the demonic souls within it, tearing at Fangling and Nanyu. Moreover, the souls from the battles between their two sects had already been completely absorbed by the 10,000 Souls banner, as if entering an unguarded territory, without the slightest fear. The eerie nature of the 10,000 Souls banner left them utterly shocked. The elders and the sect leader of Lin Xiao sect also watched the scene before them with fear in their hearts. Given their strength, facing the 10,000 Souls banner would leave them with no chance. They would be instantly annihilated. Sect leader Qin Jian quickly turned to the two supreme ancestors, who had now become nascent soul entities, and asked, "Ancestors, should we intervene? Changhe sect is right. This great demon cannot be trusted to keep his word. Not a single thing he says can be believed." Lin Kangzi and Daoist Lin Yun exchanged glances, hesitating inwardly, unsure of what to do. Their nascent souls were already damaged, and in their current state, they were highly vulnerable to injury. They had no desire to meet their end like this. The words of this Wu Jizi naturally cannot be trusted, yet the current situation leaves no choice but to believe. Perhaps we can trust this great demon's words a little. Moreover, with Wu Jizi's aura appearing, as long as we don't act, even if he intends to attack our Lin Xiao sect, fellow cultivators from the Sun Moon sect and other sects in the Northwest cultivation world will arrive one after another. Let's wait. Do not engage in battle with him. Listening to the words of the Supreme Ancestor, sect leader Qin Jian was also deeply concerned. But among these elders, the most anxious was the seemingly incompetent little old man, who could no longer sense where his disciple had gone. That puppet was so powerful given his disciple's strength. There was no way he could withstand it. "Disciple, you must hold on. Hold on." He thought that since Wu Jizi intended to take action against the Changhe sect, the puppet would inevitably return to assist. Alternatively, if the person controlling the puppet died, his disciple could then escape. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and at that moment, the Changhe sect's flying warships were fully loaded with spirit stones, all aimed at Su Yunzhang. Seeing this, without hesitation, he directly swung the 10,000 Souls banner, shattering these flying warships into pieces. This scene truly shocked many of those present. Was that the natural suppression between magical artifacts? Seeing the situation turn dire, the Changhe sect's guardian beast, the soul-devouring spider, also joined the battlefield. Unfortunately, the demonic energy of the 10,000 Souls banner directly corrupted the spider, driving it into a frenzied and bizarre state. In a sudden rush, it plunged headlong into the banner, becoming nourishment. Su Yunzhang was also astonished, never expecting the 10,000 Souls banner to have so many uses. It truly was a remarkable treasure. No wonder Wu Jizi could rely on it to become the Wuji demon sovereign. 10,000 Souls banner. Kill them and make them your nourishment. Attack. Controlled by the 10,000 Souls banner, Fangling and Nanyu, the two supreme elders of the Long River sect, were forced into continuous retreat. Already injured and with their spiritual energy significantly depleted, they stood little chance. Against the current might of the 10,000 Souls banner, how could they possibly resist? In just half the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the banner had reduced Fangling and Nanyu to a pitiful state, coughing out blood in desperation. Seeing this, the banner of 10,000 souls continuously absorbed their vital essence and physical strength. The two kept resisting, but it still had little effect. To make matters worse, they were on the verge of collapse. Fellow cultivators from Lin Xiao sect, won't you choose to intervene? Lin Kangzi and Daoist Lin Yun exchanged glances and shook their heads. No! Fellow Daoist, since Wu Jizi hasn't attacked us, why should we step forward? Besides, we've already transformed into nascent soul forms. Our physical bodies have long been destroyed. Don't you want revenge? Wu Jizi has killed so many ordinary mortals of the Qin kingdom. Revenge requires strength. Right now, we don't have the strength, so how can we seek revenge? We are not fools. As they spoke, Fangling and Nanyu's bodies split open directly, and their infant souls fled from their Dantian Qixi. Two miniature versions of themselves, like infants, stood trembling in mid-air. Despair filled their eyes. To have their infant souls forced out so effortlessly and with the earlier opportunity to shatter both their bodies and souls completely was utterly terrifying. This Wu Ji had actually grown to such formidable strength. The demonic arts truly allowed for rapid progress. Fellow Daoist Wu Ji, we are all part of the Northwest cultivation world. Could you spare our lives? Rest assured, we will follow your lead without question. From now on, we will serve as your subordinates, and our JUNKE sect will honor you as supreme. We will do our utmost to help you, and will beat anyone who dares to disobey. Having two nascent soul elders as your subordinates, submitting to you, this is an immense advantage indeed. Su Yunzhang pondered for a moment. He had considered it before, but upon closer thought, keeping them around seemed useless and wouldn't bring him any benefits. After all, couldn't he possibly keep these people by his side forever? With that thought, Su Yunzhang didn't hesitate and swiftly took action. The demonic energy of the 10,000 soul banner, almost tangible, seized the nascent souls of the two men and began absorbing them greedily and frenziedly. Spare you? Ridiculous! I have to admit, this nascent soul form is truly formidable. It left me utterly exhilarated. Su Yunzhang's demonic cultivation was already on the verge of a breakthrough. As he absorbed the nascent souls of these two individuals, he could feel himself nearing the threshold of overcoming his shackles. However, breaking through to the nascent soul stage is no easy feat. Even if one's strength is sufficient, without the necessary enlightenment, the breakthrough remains impossible. Once one reaches the nascent soul stage, the golden core within the body transforms into a nascent soul, which inherently carries various wondrous attributes. For example, the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, or even mutated nascent souls. These represent innate supernatural abilities that cultivators gain upon entering the nascent soul stage, all of which must be acquired through personal enlightenment. The banner of 10,000 souls devoured these two nascent souls like a ravenous wolf, even growing impatient with the speed. It directly swallowed the nascent souls into the banner, savoring them slowly. Seeing this, Su Yunzhang gave a sinister smile. I told you, once you enter my 10,000 souls banner, you can still continue to live. Wouldn't it be nice to stay with your loved ones? It could be said that this time, the 10,000 souls banner was thoroughly satiated. Previously, it had only been offered ordinary mortals, but this time, it absorbed all the souls from the battlefield, each with some level of strength. Su Yunzhang was now growing increasingly eager to see just how far the 10,000 souls banner could evolve. At that very moment, suddenly, the system notification chime rang out. Congratulations, host, for helping the Lingxiao sect overcome their crisis. You have gained 50,000 righteousness points and a fragment of the Confucian Dao innate saint body, acquiring 10% of it. Warning, host. A large group of cultivators is approaching from 100 miles away. Su Yunzhang frowned. 100 miles away, could it be others from the Northwest cultivation world arriving? No, we can't stay here any longer. Ha ha ha. Su Yunzhang stood mid-air, gripping the banner of 10,000 souls, letting out an eerie laugh before casting a disdainful glance at the elders of the Lingxiao sect. The Long River sect is already on its last legs. It's time for me to feast on these elders of your Lingxiao sect. At this moment, Ling Yunzi was completely stunned and cursed furiously. Wu Ji, this great demon is truly a man of his word not. You just said you wouldn't lay a hand on us, that you'd let us go. Did I say that? I don't recall. Su Yunzhang acted this way precisely to prevent Lingxiao sect from being dragged into another whirlpool of public opinion. After all, if JUNKE sect was directly annihilated by a great demon like himself, while Lingxiao sect remained completely unscathed, it would inevitably raise suspicions. Since when does a great demon like me keep my word? If you all say I'm a demon, why would you believe me anyway? Ha ha ha. Su Yunzhang was about to wield the 10,000 souls banner when suddenly, as if possessed by a theatrical spirit, he exclaimed, No. What terrible timing, why have so many experts arrived now? What a pity. His tone was full of regret. Oh, I had hoped to wipe out your Lingxiao sect in one fell swoop, but alas, your reinforcements have arrived. Su Yunzhang immediately transformed into a surge of demonic energy and swiftly fled. If he didn't leave now, he would surely be suspected. He quickly escaped to a distant location, securely fastened the Azure Dragon bracelet, concealed the 10,000 souls banner, and ensured not a trace of demonic energy leaked out, making it impossible to detect. Afterward, he hurriedly changed his attire, reverting back to the gentle and refined young man, Su Yunzhang, and deliberately inflicted some wounds on himself. After all, being pursued by a golden core late-stage puppet, it would be suspicious if he didn't have any injuries. But how should this puppet be dealt with? Forget it, this thing still has some use. He thought for a moment and quickly returned to where the puppet was. Sure enough, the puppet was still obediently standing in place. When it saw Su Yunzhang return, it was so frightened that it immediately knelt on the ground. Very good. With a wave of his hand, he directly stored the puppet into his Azure Dragon bracelet. He thought no one would notice. After all, the Changhe sect leader who controlled this puppet had already been killed by him. Above the Lingxiao sect's mountain gate. At this moment, the battlefield was littered with the lifeless bodies of fallen disciples, their blood staining the mountain slopes red. The Changhe sect suffered even more tragically this time. It was almost akin to annihilation. Both their nascent soul ancestors were directly slain. Their sect leader was killed, and the remaining elders barely clung to life. What use were so many surviving elders? Without a nascent soul elder to hold the fort, their sect would cease to exist, left only to be bullied by others. In contrast, the Lingxiao sect had incredibly good luck. After the appearance of the great demon Wu Jizi, he directly helped them eliminate their formidable enemy. Moreover, both nascent soul ancestors survived, albeit now in their nascent soul forms, but they could still be revived through their nascent souls. After all, once one reaches the nascent soul stage, the nascent soul within the body becomes their true self, encompassing all their cultivation and abilities. The words left behind by the great demon Wu Jizi before his departure also made them realize that fellow cultivators from the northwest cultivation world were likely rushing over. Thus, the great demon had no choice but to flee for his life, and they truly escaped disaster. Their luck couldn't have been better. The Qingjian sect leader murmured to himself, "Ancestor, our Lingxiao sect has survived. That great demon is truly terrifying. It feels like he could wipe us all out in an instant." No need to fear, he absolutely could. Lin Yunzi let out a long sigh. He harbored deep resentment, for the murderer was right before their eyes, yet they could do nothing against him. This great demon had already grown to a level far beyond their reach. At that very moment, Su Yunzhang appeared in mid-air, riding a white crane formed from his own Haoren-Qi. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were stained with blood, making it seem as though he had been badly beaten. The moment she saw him, Gu Qingqing, disregarding the gazes of others, rushed forward and embraced Su Yunzhang, her eyes brimming with tears. "Junior brother, you're back. I thought the bloodline of our great Qing was truly gone. You're the top genius of our sect, after all. I knew you wouldn't die so easily." Su Yunzhang gave an awkward smile, feeling his senior sister's embrace. Gu Qingqing was crying pitifully. Was she truly so worried about him? Or, "Senior sister, please let go of me, this is hardly proper behavior." Gu Qingqing was taken aback for a moment, her face flushing slightly as she quickly pulled away. "I was just so worried about you, that's why." Immediately after, Wang Shushu, Shen Guanjing, and the other academy disciples also stepped forward with expressions of concern and joy, surrounding Su Yunzhang in the very center. "Junior brother, I'm just glad you're safe. You had us all worried sick just now." Shen Guanjing was even more dramatic, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. "Whoa, junior brother, little junior brother, that was so dangerous just now. Your senior sister was truly terrified. Alas, you're leaving just like that. What about your senior sister? She'll be heartbroken, little junior brother. You've suffered so much." Seeing senior sister Shenguan in such a tearful state, Su Yunzhang didn't know what to do. He simply took the handkerchief from her hand and gently wiped the corners of her eyes. "Senior sister, there's nothing to cry about. Please don't cry. What's going on? Why do I sense such overwhelming demonic energy?" And meanwhile, the gluttonous old man was overjoyed to see his disciple return. He was so moved that he nearly wept, having feared his most outstanding junior disciple might be lost forever. "Ha ha ha, my little disciple, your master knew you'd be fine. You darn kid had me worried sick. That puppet was at the peak of the golden core stage. How did you manage to hold your ground?" Su Yunzhang quickly explained, "Well, I was getting beaten black and blue by that puppet, but luckily, my unique physique allowed me to tough it out. After all, I was far from the battlefield. But then, after a while, the puppet just stopped moving and vanished into thin air. I have no idea what happened." "Ha!" The gluttonous little old man was puzzled. "That doesn't seem right. This is a puppet. Even if its master dies, the puppet shouldn't just vanish like that." "Master, are you saying the owner of this puppet, the sect leader of the Long River sect, has died?" "Exactly. Never mind, let's not dwell on it. As long as you're alive, that's what matters." No one else pressed the issue. As long as their sect's top prodigy remained alive, there was great hope for the future. As for the puppet or whatever, it wasn't important. They also gave a detailed account of what happened after Su Yunzhang left. It was at this moment that one figure after another appeared in the sky above Lin Xiao's sect, their auras overwhelming, exuding an extraordinary sense of pressure. At the forefront was an immortal who appeared middle-aged, righteous in demeanor, with stern brows and eyes, calmly surveying the battlefield. This immortal at the forefront was none other than Chengbo, the sect leader of the Sun and Moon sect, the foremost major sect in the northwestern cultivation world. Sect leader Cheng. Following closely behind him were the leaders of other sects. When they detected the overwhelming demonic aura emanating from Lin Xiao's sect, they immediately sensed something was amiss. They quickly contacted each other through communication jade slips and rushed over in haste. "Where is Wu Jizi?" "Sect leader Cheng, he fled. That man is extremely sharp." The moment he sensed sect leader Cheng arriving with a large number of powerful experts, he didn't hesitate to escape. He ran away. Chengbo was instantly furious, unleashing his full aura. The immense pressure forced many cultivators to retreat, a testament to the formidable presence of the Sun and Moon sect's leader. His power was truly overwhelming. What exactly happened? Why are people from the Changha sect here as well? Sword Master Qingjian stepped forward and loudly explained, "The Changha sect came to our Lin Xiao sect under the pretense of eliminating evil for the people, attempting to destroy our sect and claim it for themselves. Both nascent soul elders were beaten until only their nascent souls remained. At this critical moment, the true Wu Jizi, the great demon, unexpectedly appeared. He was furious that the Changha sect had used his name to annihilate our sect, so he killed both nascent soul elders and the sect leader of the Changha sect. He was about to attack us as well, but fortunately, you arrived just in time, allowing us to escape with our lives." Chengbo was quite surprised. Had the great demon Wu Jizi already become so formidable? He actually managed to eliminate the two nascent soul elders of the Changha sect. If it were me facing that great demon, it might have been quite troublesome too. As expected of someone who cultivates demonic arts truly formidable. However, the Lin Xiao sect was quite fortunate to have escaped this calamity. At this moment, sect leader Qingjian spoke with deep grief and indignation. "Sect leader Cheng, your Sun Moon sect is the leader of the Northwest cultivation world. You must stand up for our sect. They, the Long River sect, are using such a high-sounding yet absurd reason to attempt to annihilate our sect. They must give us an explanation." Chengbo was momentarily stunned. The incident indeed had a negative impact, but truthfully, he also harbored dissatisfaction toward the Lin Xiao sect. If it weren't for their incompetence, the mortals wouldn't have raised doubts in the first place. A senior elder from the Long River sect quickly stepped forward and said, "Sect leader Cheng, don't listen to the nonsense from those Lin Xiao sect people. Our Long River sect has suffered such severe losses. Moreover, what we did was for the peace of the northwestern cultivation world. At the very least, shouldn't there be some accountability for this matter? We are the real victims." Both sides held their ground, neither willing to concede, but ultimately, the Changha sect was in the wrong. Their actions were indeed unjustifiable. However, finding a solution was truly a major issue. After some thought, he explained, the Changha sect brought this upon themselves. Moreover, It was the great demon Wu Ji who annihilated you. It has nothing to do with the Lin Xiao sect. As long as this demon remains undefeated, there will be no peace in our northwestern cultivation world. Damn it! The more people he sacrifices, the stronger his demonic arts become, and the more monstrous his power grows. I really can't figure out who he actually is. In that case, since both the nascent soul patriarch and the sect leader of Changhe sect have fallen, why not merge it into Lin Xiao? You can combine into a new sect. Publicly announce that Lin Xiao sect has also paid the due price for the massacre of Qin's mortals, and that our northwest cultivation world has already delivered punishment. Chongbo's approach indeed kills two birds with one stone. Not only does it offer some consolation to the mortals, but it also properly handles the relationship between the two sects. In truth, neither sect was willing, but since sect leader Cheng had spoken and they were no match for the Sun Moon sect, what else could they do? In their minds, the leader of the Sun Moon sect had already subtly become the de facto leader of their northwestern cultivation world. Are you willing? Sect leader Qin Jian cast a helpless glance, and seeing that the two nascent soul elders also agreed, he nodded. Our Lin Xiao sect agrees. The elders of the Changhe sect, though somewhat reluctant at the moment, had no choice but to consent. In reality, both their Changhe sect and the Lin Xiao sect were among the weaker factions in the entire northwestern cultivation world. If we can merge together, there are still some benefits. Our Changhe sect also agrees. Although merging into a new sect, you should still come up with a name. How about taking one character from each of your sect names and calling it Lindy sect? No objections. Chongbo's words left them with no choice but to comply. How could they dare utter a single word of refusal? However, when the name Lindy sect was mentioned, Su Yunzhang was utterly shocked. Because it triggered his memory. Lindy sect, wasn't that the very first sect the protagonist joined after becoming a cultivator? Wow! So that's how it is. No wonder he hadn't heard of this cultivation sect in the northwest cultivation world. It was waiting for him here all along. It's terrifying. Good. Now that we've merged into a single sect, I hope you can coexist peacefully from now on. The Lindy sect must also take on greater responsibility in the future, and absolutely cannot allow such massive mistakes to happen again. That great demon Wu Jizi is very likely to make a comeback. We must be fully prepared for everything. Yes. As the crowd dispersed, the disciples of the Lin Xiao sect also breathed a sigh of relief. However, they never expected that their own sect would just cease to exist like this. Just like that, they underwent a complete transformation and became a new sect. Naturally, Qin Jian took on the role of sect leader. Though he still harbored some resentment toward the members of the Long River sect, since the main instigators were already dead, he found it inappropriate to vent his anger further. He cast a cold glance at the disciples and elders of the former Long River sect. You must have heard what was said earlier. From now on, we are one sect, and our sect's name is the Lin River sect. I hope we can work together sincerely from now on, without any more of those petty schemes. Are you willing? The words of the Qinjian sect leader resounded like thunder, compelling even the elders of the Changhe sect to acknowledge them. Very well. The two sects shall merge as one, with the Lin Xiao sect as our foundation. Using the art of moving mountains and filling seas, relocate the secret realms, spirit stones, and mountain gates of your Changhe sect here. This way, it still counts as a merger, yet none of you feel alienated. As you command, sect leader. The great battle came to a temporary halt, and the two nascent soul elders had no choice but to accept this outcome. They immediately used their nascent soul forms to find new bodies for themselves and began cultivating anew. It wouldn't be long before they could recover. Meanwhile, sect leader Qin Jian and the various elders were extremely busy, as merging two sects into one left many matters waiting to be addressed. In just a short span of a month, the original Lin Xiao sect had already transformed. The new Lindy sect, merging the territories of both sects, had grown immensely vast. The number of disciples had doubled, and the resources for cultivation techniques had also greatly increased. It could be said that the sect was now even stronger than before. However, Su Yunzhang felt somewhat troubled. He never imagined that his sect would one day become the very sect where the protagonist would emerge. Is the protagonist about to arrive? Am I going to become just a background character? With the conclusion of the events involving the Long River sect and the Skirich sect, the mortal realm under the jurisdiction of the Northwest Cultivation World also learned of this news. Moreover, sect leader Chongbo told a small lie to the mortals, informing them that the Skirich sect had been duly punished for failing to protect the mortals, and now, only the Riverich sect remained. This gave the mortals some comfort, as they could at least see that the immortals still held some regard for them. Lingdi sect. The two sects have now completely merged, with their mountain gates combined to form a series of immortal mountains. Qingjian continues to serve as the sect leader. On this day, the grand unification ceremony was held, with Qingjian presiding. After a series of intricate rituals, sect leader Qingjian addressed all the disciples present, proclaiming loudly, "All of you, the Lingdi sect has been established. I hope you will abide by the rules and diligently cultivate. In the days to come, our Lingdi sect will surely flourish and prosper." Furthermore, in front of everyone here, I also announced that Su Yunzhang, a disciple of our Lingdi sect's academy, will become the top prodigy of our sect. From now on, within the sect, seeing him shall be akin to seeing the head elder. Hearing this announcement, the disciples naturally dared not utter a word, for everyone knew of Su Yunzhang's terrifying prowess. It was unclear whether he stood alone as the unrivaled existence among foundation establishment cultivators. But at the very least, within the sect, no disciple could defeat him. This should have been a joyous occasion, yet Su Yunzhang appeared somewhat dazed. Becoming the top prodigy of the sect and in the protagonist's sect at that, wasn't this the perfect setup for a villain? When the protagonist arrives, I'll just buff myself to the max. Junior brother. A somewhat sorrowful voice came from behind Su Yunzhang. Without even thinking, he knew it must be his senior sister, Shen Guangjing. What's wrong, senior sister? Junior brother, you seem unhappy. Being the top prodigy is really not good at all. Look at you now, gaining so much attention, how much pressure you'll face in the future. Your senior sister feels for you. Shen Guangjing wore a sorrowful expression as she looked at Su Yunzhang and spoke. Su Yunzhang nodded, yes. Not only is the pressure immense, but what I fear even more now is that being the top prodigy makes me an easy target. The sect will always have new genius disciples emerging. If I'm surpassed, I might be trampled on the foot. That's true, but don't worry. You're already so impressive now. When you reach the late foundation establishment stage, or even the false core realm in the future, you'll definitely become even stronger. I hope so. By the time the grand ceremony concluded, the most dazzling figure was naturally Su Yunzhang. Originally, he was just the top prodigy of their Lingxiao sect, but now he had become the #1 prodigy of the two merged major sects. This immediately drew the attention of the female disciples within the sect, especially those from the former Changhe sect. They had all heard that Su Yunzhang still didn't have a dog companion and remained alone. Even Gu Qingqing, who had some connection with him, was merely in a somewhat ambiguous relationship at best. This gave many female disciples an opportunity, as they believed that sincerity could move even the heavens. Su Yunzhang had not yet reached a state of complete detachment, and with their charms, they were certain to catch his attention. As it turned out, wherever Su Yunzhang went, he attracted the attention of many female disciples. He received not just piles of love letters, but even quite a few jade slip love notes. Upon opening them, he could see the beauties recorded on the jade slips. Some of the jade slips were even shockingly explicit. Opening them revealed images of female disciples without clothes. Su Yunlang scoffed at such things. How could a dignified gentleman like himself look at such material? No, I must hide this and view them in secret later. Ah, senior sister has a good figure and a pretty face. It was a waste for me to see it, but Su will act as if I never saw it and naturally destroy it. Thus, he carefully placed these jade slips into the azure dragon bracelet. At night, the stars twinkled brightly. Su Yunzhang sat deep in the secluded mountains of the sect, where he was virtually undisturbed, and no one would suspect he was hiding there. Sigh, so annoying. Although so many senior sisters like me, I'm powerless to respond. I wish I had countless clones to form cultivation partnerships with each senior sister and enjoy every spring night together. But alas, I cannot be trapped by beauty, I must grow stronger. Damn it! I really want to crush the protagonist to death. Su Yunzhang couldn't help but complain. Although the damn system said the protagonist was blessed with luck, so what? He hadn't even tried yet. If it didn't work, he could always reconsider. Just then, Su Yunzhang felt a strange disturbance in the 10,000 souls banner stored within his Azure Dragon bracelet. It had become unusually restless. He quickly inspected it and was shocked to discover that in one corner of the banner, the eerie red pattern that had appeared once before had resurfaced. And before, it was just a fleeting glimpse, but this time it kept flashing continuously. These red patterns, when connected, looked like a strange beast. It had a head like a peacock, a body resembling a deer, with bizarre and prominent horns on its head, and a tail like that of a snake, extremely eerie and unsettling. Looking at this strange beast, Su Yunzhang suddenly realized, wait, why would the 10,000 souls banner have such patterns? As far as he could remember, the great demon Wu Jizi used the 10,000 souls banner only to devour others and cultivate his own demonic arts. Beyond that, it had no other functions. How come something like this appears now? Damn system, explain what this thing is. At this moment, the system's voice rang out coldly, warning host, the origin of the 10,000 souls banner is unfathomable. This pattern belongs to one of the 10 ancient demon gods, Fengbo, also known as Fei Lian. As the soul banner continuously devours living souls, it will also evolve accordingly, and the wind god sealed within it will gradually manifest. However, to utilize its abilities or achieve complete rebirth, the host must nourish it with their own essence blood. In other words, only those who cultivate demonic arts can use essence blood to nourish it. Upon hearing this, Su Yunzhang was instantly horrified. Terrifying! Truly terrifying to nourish it with essence blood. No wonder it's a demonic artifact like the soul banner. In his memories, he had no knowledge of these functions of the soul banner. Yet, upon closer thought, this made sense. Wu Jizi had always been a reviled fiend in the cultivation world. Once discovered, he would be surrounded and besieged. How could he dare to nourish this soul banner with his own essence blood? You must understand that the essence blood of a cultivator is extremely important. Once lost, it takes a long time to recover, and he might not dare to take such a risk at all. Moreover, Wu Jizi might not even know what these eerie patterns mean. After all, no one told him, so it's possible he doesn't even know how to use this 10,000 souls banner. Using my blood to nourish it, how sinister. Su Yunzhang sighed. Fortunately, with the system in place, the lost essence blood could be replenished. Additionally, with his heaven and earth coexist, eternal life invincible technique, his physique was robust, so he wouldn't feel too weak either. Come on. Let me see what else about this 10,000 soul banner that I don't know. Come on. Su Yunzhang directly squeezed out a drop of vital blood and, using demonic techniques, infused it into the patterns of the Azure Dragon bracelet to refine it.